How to get your first wholesaling real estate deal. What is up, guys? Zach Ginn here.
Rick in here.
And welcome to the 2025 30-day wholesaling challenge. And so in this challenge, we are going to be sharing exactly how in the next 30 days you can get your first wholesaling real estate deal. I'm going to be giving you a step-by-step guide in the next 3 days in this challenge of how you could start getting massive wholesaling deals. I'm also going to share how really any wholesaler can go from knowing nothing in this business, so you can give this challenge to your buddy who knows nothing, and for them to really in 3 days know exactly how to find motivated sellers without spending a dime, how to go out here and sell that deal to pretty much any cash buyer, and most importantly, how you can close deals with confidence. So if you're ready for the 30-day wholesaling challenge, we are here, we are ready to go, and we are going to break it all down. And so, guys, we do this challenge every single year because this challenge saves everyone's butts when it comes to actually knowing how to get in this business and start making money. And so this challenge has changed so many people's lives.
Yeah.
They get their first deal, so much success, and we're ready to go. And so it's July 1st. You know what that means. Ready to go?
Yeah. It's like a firework.
Oh, yeah. We're excited. So basically what this challenge is, again, we teach you how to start wholesaling houses, how to get your first wholesaling real estate deal. Now, even if you've done deals, this is important to be in the comments. The comment section is the place to be because this is exactly where you are going to go out here and network with other successful wholesalers, people that are getting this business, and you can be with a bunch of them, join our communities, and get some deals. And so let's break this all down. Let's share it and let's start doing some deals. And so first and foremost, let's break this down. So again, this is a 30-day wholesaling challenge. How to get your first deal in 30 days for wholesaling real estate. Well, whoa, what is wholesaling real estate? I have no idea what this thing is. Like, what is this challenge about? How do I even start doing this? This is where we're all talking about. So what is wholesaling real estate? That's obviously going to be the first and foremost biggest question. Well, it's pretty simple. Wholesaling real estate is the process of finding someone who wants to sell their house and basically agreeing to buy it for a price. So you find somebody says, I want to sell my house. Well, you write a contract to buy the house, and then you sell that agreement to a rich landlord or a house flipper for a finder's fee. That is what wholesaling real estate is. That is what it always has been. And for everybody else telling you that, oh, no. Wholesaling real estate is all about this. Guys, wholesaling real estate is simply writing up contracts and selling contracts. You are overcomplicating it. This is why you haven't been able to do any wholesaling deals, because you're just overthinking of how to become successful. The reason you're not having success is you're overthinking this. We're going to give you everything in this 3-day challenge, right? Guys, we have 3 days of this. Okay. I'm not going to go give you a 15-minute video on how to wholesale a house today. This is not a 15-minute video. This is a 3-day mega challenge. It's a lot of stuff to go over, but you're going to be able to be confident on how to find deals and sell them to cash buyers and lock up deals to have success. And so this is exciting stuff, and we're ready to go. And so wholesaling real estate, finding contracts, selling contracts. I mean, 23, 24 plus years you've been doing the same thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, it ain't rocket science, but I'm telling you guys, man, you gotta lock in and get it.
Whoa.
Dude, I just tell you guys, I've been doing this 23 years, and like the tenacity to do wholesaling has never changed. Technology, yes. The speed, yes. The speed flow of information, absolutely. But either you're going to get it in and lock in and do wholesaling, or you're not. Either you're going to try or you're going to do. Decide which camp you want to be before you even go any more. So let me cook.
Oh boy.
You can do. They shared some phrases with me on my live stream.
Let them cook. Great.
I promised I would drop
there.
them,
there we go. There we go. Everyone's excited for that. But guys,
Jesus released it. Jesus, I was going to time this out. I had a whole sleeve of them written down.
Oh Lord.
It's okay, man.
There we go.
Let me cook.
Okay, let's please stop. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I appreciate that spot at the gym today too.
Oh Lord. Here, unplug that and plug it again. There you go. Should be working. Figure it out. It's fine. We'll just use this one. Shut that off. Just shut it off. We'll deal with it. Just like, put it on the ground. We'll be good. We'll just share this one. I thought we got whatever.
As soon as I drop that statement,
just okay.
it's on the work.
So what is wholesaling real estate, guys? So again, we write contracts and then we sell a contract. That is what we do. So you might be asking, oh my gosh, who are these people? Why are they telling me about this? And like, how does all this stuff work? Well, let me tell you exactly how this entire thing works, basically. Okay. So you find contracts, you sell it. Now, who are we? We are Rick and Zach Ginn. So I'm Zach Ginn.
I'm Rick Ginn.
Okay, that was weird. Okay, you're not cooking. But basically, I'm 25 years old. And for the past 9 years, I've been wholesaling real estate. And as of this video recording, I've done over 3,500 wholesaling deals. What about you?
I honestly, I think I've almost lost count. Over at least 4K. And I see some people in the stream I'm doing deals with now. We got it cooking, we got it going, but so it's
23 years, 24,
going on 24 soon here. 24. So I just keep going. And you know what my biggest fear when I started wholesaling is, am I going to get another deal? It was my constant phobia. And honestly, the longer you do it, the more deals, the more opportunities you have. And the really cool part is you get better at your craft and you understand it. I have such clarity in what I'm looking for. I don't guess. I know exactly. I look for people who need to sell a house off market, direct to seller. You give me that, I'll hit it out of the park every time. Give me 2 out of the 3, I got a great shot. 1 out of the 3, that's just the truth on it. But it's, guys, you've got to bring the tenacity. You've got to have the fortitude, the conviction, and the belief to really do wholesaling, because what we do, what you guys do, it's not mainstream. Even though I know you think everybody in the world's in wholesaling, we are such a minority of the population. Everybody else wants to go get a regular job and they want to be complacent and they want to be safe. If you're watching this, I know you don't want it. So change up. Understand getting uncomfortable. You got to be tested. If you're not willing to be tested, you won't be successful in wholesaling. What do I mean by tested? You're going to get rejected. Accept it. It's fine. How many people can you get rejected by? I spent half of my young adulthood life avoiding rejection. And that's probably one of the biggest things I accepted in wholesaling. I don't care. I treat it like a game. What does the word no really mean anyways? So you're going to get a lot of no's in wholesaling. Just build it. If you get 1,000 no's, you're going to get some yeses in there. And that's what you're hunting for. If you're only going to hunt 25 people, you're not going to make it in this business. So just buckle up. You're going along a ride with it. You can survive this. You have to get a ton of leads and you have to connect with people on a daily basis. If you're willing to do that, go over to freewholesaling.com. We're here on the 30-day challenge to show you exactly how to get going. And we redo this every year because why? We want you to focus on it. And the more you can focus, the better you can do. And so guys, wholesaling is not hard, but very few people have the tenacity to have the commitment to build the discipline, because most of you are starting on enthusiasm. And I love enthusiasm, but wholesaling only rewards commitment. It doesn't reward enthusiasm, because enthusiasm has a very short duration. Commitment goes, man, I'm here no matter what. If I knock the bridge down, are you going to find a way to get to the other side? Or are you going to cry, oh my God, the bridge is down, I can't do it? Figure it out. That's what we're here to do today.
There we go. All right. So that's who we are. We've done a lot of wholesaling real estate deals. You're going to be like, how is it even possible? I got asked the other day, like, how is it even possible that you've done 3,500 wholesaling deals in 9 years? And they say that the math doesn't work. I'm like, how does the math not work out? Because you go from doing, 100 grand your first year, 200 grand, then 400, then you double it, you double it, you double. I mean, you do the math, it's pretty good. Ask anyone who I've done JV deals with. The amount of deals keeps going up a lot. And the thing about it is, the reason why I've been able to do so many dang deals at such a young age is because I've just constantly just done one rule. I've gotten better about 1% every week. That's pretty much all you have to do is just make an improvement in the business, 1% a week. Over 9 years, that works. And so A lot of people think it's like, oh, he said he's doing, 3,500 wholesaling deals in like 2 years. No, 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 no. Here's the thing. It's 9 years. And most of them's been in the past 3 years. And the reason why is because it's 9 years of doing it every single day. Thing is, most people can't dedicate 9 years to something just dedicated all in. And I'm telling you, if you just put 30 days of dedication in this, first deal is going to be here, and you're going to have a ton of wholesaling success. And so let's talk about it. Let's talk about become successful and break this all down. And Rick's 4,000 deals in 23 years, which is insane too. So let's break this all down. So guys, the biggest question before we get into this challenge and before we get in all the information, everything you need to know, right? Why is this challenge free? Why is Rick and Zach giving me this information? Why are they taking 3 days out of their week to share this all with me? Everyone knows how most of these wholesaling real estate challenges go. It's a challenge to sell you something at the end. Let me give you the entire 100% full transparency of what I'm doing. I'll just do a challenge to help. Come on. There's a coaching program at the end of it. Let me give you my full promise. I'm not here to sell you some coaching program at the end of this. Me and Rick, we are multimillionaires, okay? Each of us, we are multimillionaires through wholesaling real estate. We do not need your money. We are not going to ask for your money, okay? I'll be transparent though. Again, and not a lot of people can be transparent about this, but Rick's my dad, as you might have done the math. Let me give you full, just 100% transparency. Rick taught me absolutely for free, which is unfair. How much money have you spent in wholesaling programs and coaches? How much?
Over $500,000 easily.
Yeah. So Rick spent over $500,000 to learn wholesaling real estate. That's why he's done so many dang deals. And he basically taught me all that stuff he learned for free. Is that fair? No, that is completely unfair. I mean, it true unfair. It's an unfair advantage that I have. Now, what could I do with that unfair advantage? Go out here and get super rich and then start selling people courses based off of that, right? I could do that.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the mantra in our business. And listen, we're not even saying it's wrong.
It's not
like what I don't know, man. I got ADHD and I do things a little bit differently. If you do what everybody else does, you're going to be winding up in that. But with the age of how we're sharing information with you guys, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. And then, I simplified my teaching when I went with you. I spent 15 years of grabbing every piece of knowledge. And I found out real quickly that it's always a mystery in the air. So the simpler you make it, the easier it sticks. And what I found is you just need people's commitment and a laser focus on what you're looking for in wholesaling. And I've noticed, particularly in the last 7 years, the amount of techniques and names and the mystery and the waters have gotten so deep. You don't even know what to listen. Wholesaling's never changed. It's always been the same. The techniques, the speed, the technology absolutely has changed. But we buy properties from people who need to sell. In exchange, we give them speed and convenience and we get a deal. That's all we do. I don't know how it just turned into how we're going to work with every realtor, how we're going to pay full price for every house. There are techniques to do that. I don't specialize it. I specialize in someone needs to sell a property today. You know why? 2 reasons. Number one, I minimize my risk in wholesaling. That's why I started, because I couldn't take any more stupid risk. And I maximize my reward. That is the most attractive part about wholesaling. I don't know where all this other stuff got wrapped out. I got a special technique where you can pay full value. If you have to use the word full value or close to retail, it has nothing to do with wholesaling. Wholesaling is a specific strategy that's centered and focused on marketing and finding people with distressed property, particularly people who need to sell. If you want to do that, doesn't matter if the market's here, doesn't matter if the market's there, it works in every market. And if you're talking about it's good, so in the last 7 years, people adapted all these strategies, really since 2013. And I'm here to tell you guys, most of them don't work in today's market. And why? Because the fundamentals of wholesaling will always work. Can you add some of that stuff when you have a smoke and seller's market? That's great, but just understand it's not wholesaling. And somehow we've wrapped it all up. So my job when my son came in was the right old age of 16. I just gave him simple clarity in what's going on. And once he had the clarity, That's all he did. He's focused on people who need to sell their house, and he worked on forging a relationship by being authentic, making a connection, and earning their trust. And his biggest issue was my age. I go, your age, that's in your head. Just fix it. So that was it.
Exactly. So perfect. All right. So that's the thing about it. Like, first and foremost is I learned for free. That's totally unfair. So what I decided, if you ever look at the first Flip with Rick video on the channel, as you know, it's just me talking about how I got a deal. But the coolest part about it was I decided pretty much when I started doing YouTube videos was, well, Rick taught me for free, and that's unfair. How about I flip it? How about I give you guys the unfair advantage? You might be like, what do you mean? So the first thing I did was, well, if Rick taught me, I'm just gonna have him sit down and say, tell the camera how to find cash buyers. And then you're like, well, like how to find like generally or like the actual stuff. I said the actual stuff. He's like, you sure? Like I should be selling this. I'm like, just act like you're talking to me. And that's how we started this YouTube channel. And then I started showing deals, and then we started going crazy. But the thing about it is, you know, I always love these comments like, oh, Zach learned for free. It's unfair. I'm like, yeah, but you have a free wholesaling course. I never had that when I started out. And to this day, me and Rick are the only ones that teach wholesaling real estate absolutely for free. And so the reason why this is free is because Rick taught me for free. I decided I'm going to teach everybody for free. It's still, that means all you guys have an unfair advantage, which means if you ever become successful, some hater's going to tell you in the comments, well, Zach taught you for free. That's not fair. Well, anyone can get it for free, right? So I completely know it's unfair. That's why I've decided we're going to just teach you for free because Rick taught me for free. So thank Rick for that. There we go. Okay. Also, full transparency, I just let everybody know. We do make millions of dollars on this YouTube channel from people just sending us wholesaling deals. Like, I just being straight up, like, we do make money by doing this, and don't act like we're like these, you know, Mother Teresa going out here and just doing this all for free. Like, we make millions of dollars doing these wholesaling videos. Like, just, I'll be completely honest with you, right? When you guys know about us, you send us wholesale deals, and then we make a ton of money doing them, right?
Yeah, it's marketing 101. So if I told you marketing's the highest skill set, I started out knocking on doors, then I switched the government list, and I did that for years. And I kept each one of them going. I eventually got away from knocking on doors because it was very hard. And then I implemented more strategies to scale my business, direct mail. I did referrals. Then I figured out JVs. I used to call them bird dogs back in the day. And now we've graduated to this where I would spend $20,000, $30,000 spending traditional marketing, whereas we get exposure all over the country. We do it virtually, and it never stops. So when I tell you marketing is the highest skill set you can learn in wholesaling, believe it. If you don't believe me, go look at anybody else in the industry. The ones that are doing the best are master marketers because they learn the principle of it and they apply it. What better way to connect with all you guys, teach you to go out and hunt for wholesale deals. And then when you get it, go, man, what do I do? Hey, let's call Rick and Zach. But it's got to be a deal. And I tell you the truth. Why? Because I can, because I'm not charging you a dang penny. And I already show you if I'm willing to split the deal, you know, marketing is the highest skill set. If it wasn't, I'd just give you 10% of the deal and that would be it. So if I'm willing to give up, Zach is, you've got to understand the same thing. Why would we do social media any different? I don't do this to sell a coaching program. You guys do that on your own. I do it so you can partner up. We put our money where our mouth is. Selling a course, there's zero risk from the person selling the course. Doing a deal with them, they better have skill sets to get it done. But we have to have great deals. We don't do marginal deals because we want to make money off of it. And then you get feedback, and then you go back and you apply the right principles to find great wholesale deals. And that's the best way to learn wholesaling, in my opinion.
There we go. And also full transparency too. Me and Rick, we also own one of the top 5 largest wholesaling softwares of all time. So by just the amount of sheer users and successful, we personally, obviously, we think it's the best one out here. It's definitely the fastest growing one. It's not even a year old, and it's one of the top 5 largest ones. I think it'll be top 3, and then after that, it'll be the biggest one probably in a couple of years. But we own one of the largest wholesaling real estate software companies out here called X Leads. Again, the reason why I never wanted to own a wholesaling software company or ever deal with any of that stupid stuff, and I'm still calling it stupid. But the problem is these wholesaling software companies would never take any of my advice. My advice was always, well, can you do more features and then do it for the least amount of price? They said no. Say, well, can you add a dialer? They always say no. Like, can you do this? Like, people pay 7, 10 different softwares on wholesaling. Why don't you just do one software and it's like for just one low price? And they said no. And I decided pretty quick that how wholesaling software works is they want to take $1,000 a month from you. Like, that is the goal. $1,000 a month at minimum, do 2 or 3,000. And, me and Rick didn't believe it. So we created X Leads under a year ago, right? It's been in development for a while, but basically we made our own wholesaling software, and I kind of, use this platform too to let people know about it. Obviously, I don't even need to make YouTube videos about it anymore. I mean, the word of mouth on that thing's just crazy. A large amount of people joining X Leads don't even know who we are, which is hilarious now. But it's starting to get to that point, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, so we do own full transparency. We do make money when you sign up for X. We don't really make money on X Leads. We run it on no margins, but I guess you pay my, I don't know how that stuff, whatever. But basically, again, we are going to talk about X Leads too, because that is our wholesaling software company. And then you can obviously send us wholesale deals there. So that is who we are and why this is all for free. Obviously, just letting you know, you never have to buy X Leads. You never have to send us a wholesale deal. I have no problem if you just decide to take this information and become a millionaire and I don't get a dime from you. Like, there's zero problem. So let's break this all down and share exactly how wholesaling real estate works. And so here's a fun little simple graphic. Again, we've used this graphic a lot, but it's the simplest way to share how a wholesaling real estate deal works. And so let's kind of do this from left to right. So it's how the average deal works. Okay, there's about 4 steps. Let's start from the top. We find somebody who wants to sell their house. Then number 2, we write up a contract to buy the house. Pretty simple. Then we find some rich landlord or house flipper. Literally, those are the only 2 people we sell contracts to. I used to say cash buyer, but like cash buyer could be anything. Like, this is very specific. And then we sell the contract to the rich landlord or flipper for a finder's fee. So let's go to the bottom here and break down an entire situation. Now, we do multiples of these every single day in our own wholesaling business, but I'll show you how somebody can do it and what you're going to do in the next 30 days. First, find somebody who wants to sell their house. Well, how do you do that? Let me just give you a simple example. Guys, I'm not going to give you a whole entire, this is how you call it like that. This is for the whole challenge, right? I'm just giving you a full overview, really quick to get started. How do you find someone who wants to sell their house? Number 1, you're going to call a list of people who are not paying property taxes. This is just an example. You're going to call a list of people not paying their property taxes. Then what you're going to do is you're going to write up a contract to buy the house. Now, you might be like, well, Zach, I don't have the money to buy the house. I'll explain it. Trust me, I get it. I had the same question when I started. What you're going to do is you're going to meet, let's say, Sarah, and sign a contract to buy the house for $200,000. Then you're going to go to the Zillow for rent section, find a rich landlord who owns a bunch of rental properties, say, hey, do you want to buy another rental? And he says, oh, I'm super rich. Of course I would. And then he agrees to buy the house for $220,000. He will pay you a $20,000 finder's fee for finding the deal at closing. Landlord gives $200,000 to the seller, and you collect your $20,000 check. Now, you might not believe that this works, which, I think you're crazy if you don't believe it, but we always show these examples because, it always pumps me up and gets everyone excited. But guys, the amount of money you could be making in wholesaling real estate is absolutely insane. It's crazy. I don't even understand how some people don't believe you can actually make all this money on here, but this business will absolutely go out here and change your life. And so we show people on basically a daily basis. Oh, I made 30 grand, 40 grand, 50 grand, changed my life. Let's go right here. If you just go to freewholesaling.com, right? And you want to go out here and see some of these success stories. They're absolutely amazing, right? And so if I go here, let's go to the slide section here. Here we go. Let's see right here. Here we go. Where are you? There we go. There we go. I'll throw on there next time. But pretty much if you go to freewholesaling.com, let's go here, and you just run through testimonials really quick. You might not believe that, it's really a lot of people don't want to believe me. So just go here, go to freewholesaling.com, And there you go. And right here, you're just going to see deal after deal after deal after deal. Like, right? Like you got deal after 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 deal. Like, I mean, it's pretty commonplace now to start getting deals and success from this information. So we know it works. We know it's going to give you success. And so how this business works again is you find someone to sell it, you sign the paper, then you sell the paper. Simple as that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just do the same thing over and over. As I said, the skill set is marketing and commitment. And I find most people that struggle in wholesaling is they're not focusing on people that need to sell their house, and they get busy and they go, well, I get more leads from a realtor, I can get more from MLS, I can get more if I do it this way, if I pay them full price. That you're just putting a band-aid over it. Do the hard work up front. If it seems really easy up front, there's a reason. And I've always known that if it's too easy up front, it usually means somebody's reaching in your back pocket to get something. So do the hard up front because it winds up being easier. Most people overpay for their wholesale contracts because number one, they don't know what they're looking for. They're taking the easiest marketing route, the path of least resistance. And then they want that instant dopamine. I want a quick fix. I want my, what do they call it? You want your bonbons, you want your Twinkies. They taste really good, but you need to be out there pounding the pavement and getting like deals. And you got to get a lot of no's. And when you get that one yes and you do the hard work, you get past those no's. It's so easy to sell those contracts. But if you take the path of least resistance, you go, please take my offer, and you overpay for it. And they go, yes, Mr. Wholesaler. And you go, yes. And then you go out and you go, hey, Rick, dude, I've put this contract out in front of like 50 people. And I go, what did they say? They said I overpaid for it. I go, okay. Now, buyers will mess with you, but if 50 people tell you overpaid, you might want to take some of that feedback and go, crap, I should have just gone back and done what Rick and Zach said. I was too scared to do it up front. I've learned my mistake. I'm going to have harder conversations so I can sell my contracts easier. Remember, if it's too easy up front, it's usually a blind bluff, meaning it's not going to work out. It's fake. You ever bought that? Like, you ever wanted that like really cool toy as a kid and like it was sold out everywhere and your parents got like you the knockoff? You get about a 5-minute rush. Those kids go, this isn't the Susie doll. This is the Sally doll. This thing's a piece of crap. They break it. And then you got to go back in line. You got to do it all over again. And now you bought the crappy doll and you had to buy the expensive. And then you had to pay a premium because you felt like an idiot. That's what you guys do in wholesaling sometimes. Do the hard stuff up front. And you only got to present your deal to a few buyers. Sometimes you got to do more. Don't get me wrong. But let me tell you, 30, 40, 50 buyers, take the hint. You overpaid for it. Come back, learn wholesaling, freewholesaling.com. If you want to do the retail game, me and Zach don't teach that. There's plenty of other people to teach you how to deal with the realtors and all that stuff. Guys, rarely, I'm just going to tell you, you're rarely going to get a wholesale deal from a realtor. They're not designed to go to realtors. Do they? Some of them get there? Yes. But for the most part, you need to go directly to the seller off market that needs to sell. And why do I beat this in your head over and over? Because it's the fundamentals of wholesaling. Think about whenever you started any sports, they just tackle, pass, block. Like you just learn the basics over and over. Even when I was in high school football, I go, this is kind of boring. Let's like do the shotgun offense or something like that. Like, no, again, you need the fundamentals. And so I'm giving you the same coach my high school football coach did. God knows my wrestling coach did. Again, why did you do that? I told you, you put your elbow out, they're going to spin it over every time. After a while, you bring it in or you push it out, whatever it is, and you have to learn that. A lot of you guys are chasing the wrong alleys for the deal, and that will frustrate you. Remember, it's going to keep you busy. Busy equals broke.
There we go.
Period.
So again, first and foremost, with this challenge, we are going to give you a promise. Our promise to this challenge is going to give you absolutely everything you need to get your first wholesale deal in the next 30 days. That is it. We are not in a rush. We got plenty of time to go out here and start getting deals. We're not going to sell you anything information related. We're not really going to sell you anything here. We just want to help you out, learn how to wholesale real estate. Now, we are going to talk about this. You're going to see this from other wholesalers. They're all going to say, oh, you need to use this software. You need to use this tool. Like, guys, tools are not required for success in wholesaling. Let me be very, very clear with you. I personally didn't use any tools to get my first wholesaling real estate deal. I don't think you did either.
Dude, my tools were antiquated.
Yeah.
It was a flip phone. Flip phone. It really was a flip phone. And at that time, we would go to the county, we would go to the property appraiser and actually the tax collector and beg for files. It wasn't quite floppy disk. Okay, we're not gonna go back that far, but you know, the CD discs, that's what we did, because a thumb drive was like this big back then. So that was it. But like, everybody has, you guys have the same hard on now. Like the hard things are like, oh my God, there's so many other people do it. I thought the same thing when I did it. And so it's no different. It's just a different. I thought in 2003, real estate was so expensive, it didn't even make sense. And what do you guys say now? We all say it's so expensive.
In 2003, price did go down.
What went down?
In 2003, it took 5 more years. The house went down.
No. From 2003, they ramped all the way to 2007, 8, and then
what happened?
it was lower than 2003. It was
exactly.
absolutely nuts. And you know what? It stayed that way for almost 7, 8
It
years.
was like when I was first getting started.
But it's a market. That's what markets.
I remember.
That's the norm in real estate.
I remember in 2018, I'm looking at these deals and I'm like, you bought it for how much in 2006? I was like, that was 12 years ago. We had houses in Port St. Lucie. I would buy a deal from someone. They bought it for $600,000. $600,000, and I was locking it up for $200,000. Crazy times back then. But I'm an old man. Whatever, right? And so the one thing also I promise is our communities. Guys, we are going to tell you a lot, okay? We're going to be telling you a lot about our communities here, okay? And the reason why we talk about our communities here is that is like the place where you connect with other wholesalers. And that's why we love our live streams. We love all these things. But it's like when I was getting started, when you were getting started, right, there was nobody I could talk about. There's nobody we could talk about this business to. Not our friends, not our families, nobody. There's no one that could really relate to us.
You know what? It's still that way. Like so you guys are going to do all your 4th of July celebrations. Me and Zach do the same thing. He knows now we'd have never talk about wholesaling with our family. Why? Because they all want in, but they don't want to do any work. They just want the end result. My God, can I have all this stuff? You can have anything you want in life. You just got to go out and get it. And so when people ask what I do, here's all I do. I go, I do real estate. I just leave it alone. Why? Number one, they don't really care. And you guys know everybody in your family, they love you to death, but they want the shortcut and they don't want to do any work. And Zach took a different path because he was committed, but I never forced him to do wholesaling. But guys, like, it's hard talking to people about wholesaling, even though it's like it's more readily available than ever. Yeah, let me cook on this. I appreciate it, Luca. The truth is, when you guys try to talk to your family, they stare at you like you're speaking like Portuguese. They're like, the hell? What? How? And then you go deeper and deeper. Spend time. They love you, and leave it at that. And if they have a true interest, tell them to bring you somebody in for pre-foreclosure or something and give them a nice big fat check. You'll never see them. I promise you that.
There we go.
It never changes. So
it never does. Daniel, I'm expecting you to do a full apology and say that you're wrong. Thank you. All right. He said, this is pre-recorded. I just popped up your comment live, bro, and just called you out.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, yeah. Let him cook. All right. Oh boy. There you go. Daniel says you're wrong. Dan, I'm not answering any more comments for the day though, because you don't obviously, the fact you just assume that's insane to me. But yeah, our communities are completely 100% for free. So Let's break this all down, guys. First and foremost, is wholesaling real estate legal? Oh, whoa. So let me just tell you what it is. If wholesaling real estate was illegal, I would probably get the chair. Just being honest, okay? Let me tell you something funny, okay? And this is like a joke, but not a joke. We have somebody in our Discord. His name is Fish Money Bands. Love Fishman Money Bands. Okay. You know him. He is currently locked up in one of those foo-foo prisons where basically if you go to jail, they basically give you $100,000 and a laptop basically at this point. But I'm not getting political, but like if you go to prison, like they shouldn't give you a phone, but they literally give you a phone with Wi-Fi. It's crazy. If wholesaling comes illegal, I'm going to that state first. So basically, he was dealing in products that were not legal. How do I, Tony Montana style, Scarface. He was buying products and selling them for profits. He understands business very well. You buy low, you sell high, right? So he was definitely not doing the good thing. I do not ever endorse that. That's terrible. People get hurt doing that. That is a bad thing. I do not believe in what he did, but I believe he's changed his ways. So he went to jail, and in jail, they basically give you a phone and Wi-Fi, which I think is kind of stupid, but whatever.
A burner phone.
Not even like a smartphone. And he's stuck, I think, for 5 to 10 years. And he's basically looked up on his prison cell phone, which they give to, he didn't sneak it in. Everyone thought they gave it to him for free. And he just looked up on his phone, how do I make money without any money at all? Because he's in prison, he's got no money. He's got a phone and an internet connection. He said, I only have a phone and I have no money. How do I make money wholesaling? Sorry, he just said, how do I make money? Obviously, he looked at everything. He looked at day trading. Mm-hmm. That costs money. You don't have that. He looked at, crypto. Apparently, you can't do that with any money. Then he looked at wholesaling. Guess what happens when he looked at wholesaling? Yeah, you can wholesale, but you just got to give me a $4,000 mentorship program. Well, he's like, this is tough. What do I do? Yeah. There's only one person this is crazy. There's only one person on the internet, anywhere in the world, that would say, hey, you want to make money in wholesaling? I'm not going to judge you. This is how you do it. And that's what I teach, right? Mm-hmm. So he went to freewholesaling.com. He learned how to wholesale. And as of, hopefully he's in this chat. He's in and out sometimes. I think he's done 5 to 10 wholesale deals. He might be in solitary, but he's done 5 to 10 deals. Now, my favorite part about the story is nobody ever believes me. And so what happened one day is he's active on the Discord, by the way. Yeah. Fun guy. And they let you have Discord, which is crazy to me. I mean, I feel like he's going to go offline one day because, like, how do they let someone in prison on Discord? But whatever. He was on the Discord call. He hopped on, told me his story. I half believed him. And then he turned his camera on. This is not recorded, by the way. Anyone in here? I had like 300 people on the Discord call. He showed me his cell. He showed me his cellmates. He showed me the prison bathroom.
We don't make this up.
And then his CO, his corrections officer, came in and said, lights out. And he had to put everything away and go to bed. But they all knew who I was. Everyone in his cell knew who I was. It was crazy. And it was one of the most, and so, Edwin remembers that call. We're going to lose people who are going to forget this call one day. I wish I had that sucker recorded, but I think he'd probably get in trouble. He makes more money than his corrections officer. It's insane to me.
It's all about, I mean, think about this. He has such a limit, like whatever mistakes he made. But learn the lesson here. Wholesaling is the only game, at least the way we do it, because most people want a big fat check up front. It's the only game where you can actually get in and game the financial system legally and actually help people out. You're not hurting anybody. What other business can you do that? The only way you can do it is freewholesaling.com. And I like, he's got everything else taken away from him. Think about it. And he makes it work. So you're going to have to pull all your excuses back and go, crap, a guy in jail's doing it. And I'm complaining about how I can't get this done. And I'm telling you guys, you gotta, like, We have stories of people in Nigeria, all over the world, all these
Okay,
places.
whoa,
I'm just like,
Nigeria's pretty cool.
no,
If you look at
they-
Nairobi,
they bust their butts. Though,
they
is
do.
the difference.
But
You might want to stay out of jail. You would have problems in jail.
what do you mean?
You look too pretty. That's the problem. And I guarantee he wasn't at the alligator Alcatraz either.
I don't even know what you just said there, but I'm gonna
saying like pretty boys don't do well in jail.
Well, I would get a buzz cut and grow a beard. There we go.
Get a big fluffy one, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, that was weird. All right. I think it's funny though. Oh, but yeah, But the reason is, even if they put me into jail for wholesaling, I'm gonna go with fresh money bands. Throw me in jail, and they're gonna hand me a cell phone. I'm gonna be in prison wholesaling. Okay, and I'm just gonna keep going until they gotta put me. I don't know. I told you they gotta put me on the chair there. I don't know.
You're gonna be with them, all right?
Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, so basically what we're gonna do, Hannah. Why did you say don't drop the soap? Okay. Okay. This is getting crazy. All right, but basically, even if they brought you into prison, apparently they just give you a phone, let you wholesale on there, no problem. So just FYI. But again, if wholesaling real estate was illegal, I mean, we'd both be in prison by now, and we're not, because we have something in the United States. It's called the contract clause in the Constitution. Now, if you don't know what the contract clause in the Constitution is, this is the only reason why we are allowed to wholesale real estate. So let's break down what it is, okay? Because everyone who says wholesaling is illegal has never, ever, ever shared this clause in the Constitution. Now, I sound like a nerd by saying, but I know this sounds so like patriotic, but I was reading the Constitution one day and I saw this and I was like, holy moly. So this is Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment or debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or to grant any title of nobility. And so this is absolutely insane. So this is from the constitution.congress.gov, by the way, if you don't believe me. In addition to prohibiting states from making bills and laws of ex post facto laws, the Constitution seeks to protect private rights from states interfering by limiting the state's power to enact legislation that alters existing contractual rights. And it also stops laws from states from modifying and here's my favorite part, although this language, so it does limit to clause to limit the state's powers that breaches, modifies, or regulates contracts between private parties. And so if you go to 3 here, it does. There you go. So it does not apply to laws of federal government. But you also got to remember this too, which is absolutely insane to me. But this basically legally protects us federally from states passing laws to stop private citizens from forming contracts. So this is absolutely insane. So pretty much what you have to know is you can legally form contracts, and the federal Constitution protects you by doing this. Now, if the Constitution ever, becomes banned, then yeah, I guess if we live in a communist country, there's no more Constitution. Sure. But till the day they end the Constitution, I promise you're going to have a lot more problems in life if they get rid of the U.S. Constitution. You can write contracts, and no state can make a law stopping the obligation of contracts between private parties and individuals. Just letting you know, FYI. Now, the problem is there's been no legislation that's ever been fought from the Supreme Court in the United States. But I truly do believe, like I've said multiple times, if they ever make a wholesaling law about it and somebody ever gets arrested, they will sued, not even arrested, sued. Mm-hmm. This will go to the Supreme Court and it will be boom. Guys, let me just let you know one thing, right? Is wholesaling real estate legal? I have said this lots of times. I read federal law. I talk to lawyers. I get all of their opinions, and then I form my own opinion. Probably not the best advice, but I do it. And then when I see somebody enact a law, I say, I believe a judge will protect me because of this, this, and this. And if it goes to Supreme Court, we'll be protected. Now, a very notable case was when everyone said 2 years ago that cold calling was dead, texting sellers was dead, and you can't do any marketing anymore. You only have to buy SEO leads, PPC leads, stuff like that. Absolutely insanity to me. Like absolutely like crazy to me. They said cold calling was dead. And basically what happened, which I think is absolutely insane to me, is some person got sued for cold calling. It went to a federal judge, and the federal judge said, no, if you are offering to buy someone's house, which is wholesaling, you can cold call the DNC list, no problem. That just happened this a month or two ago. So there's precedent that if there's a bad law, a judge will go see that law and will go overturn it. Now, here's the thing about wholesaling laws. Somebody had to sue the wholesaler for cold calling for it to go to a judge. Do we have any case right now in the United States of America where somebody's being sued by the federal government for wholesaling a house? None. So I can't even bring this to a judge to get it overturned because nobody's getting sued for not one person. I don't have one fact. I know this is crazy to say. There's literally 0 cases, and I've looked at all of them, of somebody being sued, arrested, or whatever type of, breaking the law for wholesaling a house, doing an assignment of contract. Not one. Not one. So for it to be overturned, we just got to wait and see someone get sued. I mean, it's been 5 years, And so let me tell you this. This does not stop a state from enacting a law, though, that is unjust or unfair. So, for example, they, like states like California will make a law that says, I'm not getting political, but like California will pass a law saying that, Trump can't be president or whatever. And then the federal judge says, well, that's pretty stupid. That's against the Constitution. No, and they strike it down. And so the states have passed really crazy, stupid laws that the federal government has just said, nope, denied all the time.
Yeah, and people are going, what about this case? Short sales, which always goes in the fraud, has nothing to do with wholesaling, just so you know. Not that we're aware of anyone who's ever popped up has been basically.
We do know. We know people have been arrested for doing short sales.
No. Short sales always goes to fraud. Just so the one thing is.
Whoa. I don't want to take the mic from you, but can I tell you something? First of all, Jeff says there was a case. Jeff, please give me the case number or the name of it.
I know what he's talking about.
Which one?
I don't want to use
Texas.
names.
That was Texas.
That was Texas?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Jeff, if you don't give me the case number,
it's hearsay. So give us a case number. It should, anytime you're sued, it is public record. It is public record. And I agree. I mean, some of these states passing these laws, they're completely unconstitutional. And yeah, I know it's open to interpretation to a federal or a Supreme Court judge, but the reality is, guys, it's your legal right. So I'm not scared just to hide behind and just say, oh my God, somebody said wholesaling is illegal. I'm not going to do it. I've heard this since 2003. This is nothing new to me. Are they doing more aggressive stuff in the States? Yes. But I'm just telling you, most of the stuff is just about disclosure and stuff like that. Guys, it's one extra piece of paperwork. It's not that big of a deal. So like short sales, just so you know, it has nothing to do with wholesaling.
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
And the thing about it is there's a certain person that got arrested for doing short sales. Can I tell you why they got arrested? Okay, I'm not going to say what they did. I'm going to say what the state has alleged they did.
Yeah, we haven't.
The state has alleged that this person fraudulently wrote fake signatures on that's what I believe it said. We got to look at what the state of Texas put, but they fraudulently forged documents. That's on wholesaling. And so Jeff was says there was a case where somebody got apparently arrested because they didn't wholesale the real estate license. Or Jeff was taken. Let me tell you something. The truth, bro. Tennessee just passed a law saying you can wholesale without a license. So I don't really understand that at all because I don't know, right? He said there was a case in Tennessee. I said, Tennessee just passed a law saying you can wholesale without a license. Just add this disclosure. So again, Jeff was taken. Please give me the case law or apologize.
Just give us the case law. Like we just, we want to babble, we want to spread rumors. We'll just say, I heard, maybe someone told me, guys, this is the problem with Main Street wholesale media. It
And,
gets just,
oh, my favorite is he got arrested for wholesaling. I'm like, well, okay, let's pop up his charges: fraud, conspiracy, forgery. It's like, is that wholesaling or is, I mean, guys, if I'll be honest with you, if you take someone's contract and you fake a signature, that's just forgery. That's fraud. Like, you're deceiving. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so, guys. So I'll be honest with you. There are states that have regulations on wholesaling. Is a regulation? You hear that? That's loud. Is a regulation is not a ban. Can we just make this very clear? Let me give you an example. There are regulations. Okay. There was regulations in place of that you have to wear a seatbelt. That makes driving illegal. Driving is illegal. I have to wear a seatbelt. Driving is now illegal. No. You have to have a seatbelt. It's crazy. Like, so yes, states do have regulations. Okay. It's absolutely insane to me. All right. It's crazy. So this is what I get all the time. Okay. So wholesaling real estate is completely legal. Drives me crazy. Okay. So let's break this all down here.
so guys, understand when it comes to, I mean, you got, 50 states. Some states, for political reasons, they push this, they push that. I'm not telling you to ignore it. Like, don't get me wrong. Being sued, especially those of you that are lawyers or work in a law firm, know it's a pain in the butt. Even if you are completely innocent, there is a cost to go to court, and it's significant. God knows I know this very well. And sometimes you can spend $50,000, $100,000 just to claim your innocence. And then you have to use lawyers to go into a countersuit, which you got to write more additional checks, more time. Lawsuits take years to work through the court system. I'm walking through one right now. We're on year 2. We're not even close to a trial date. It's related to a piece of real estate property, but it's not about wholesaling, just a discrepancy on rights to the land. And we probably dropped I don't know, about $150, and we haven't even gone to trial yet. So I don't want anyone to get sued. I don't want anyone to be tested. You need to be educated on what the Constitution writes and then understand where your state's going. Most of the state laws, which we share as much detail as we can at freewholesaling.com, it's constantly evolving. It evolves around disclosure and how you market your properties. So if you understand how to do it, like most of the time, it's just a minor inconvenience. So there are just a few minimal states where you have to get a license, but you're not going to jail for it.
No. And so Jeff was taken to Soto versus Presidential Properties. That's what put me off a few years ago. So let's share exactly what this law was really quick. Okay. So was it for an assignment of contract? Because here's the thing about it. You can't get sued for wholesaling real estate if you get out of the contract within an inspection period. So let's see what happened here. All right. He said this took him completely out of wholesaling. So let's see if he's a lawyer. So I already know this pretty simple. So let me just clear exactly what it is. Oh, this was a wholesale deal. So what part of a wholesaling deal, I'm very curious about this, is this. Let's go here. He agreed to buy the property subject to the existing mortgage. Right?
Subject to.
So he did a subject to transaction. He also did something called this. Are you ready? He executed an owner finance sales agreement. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then they created a note on the property. What part of this is wholesaling, bro? And you know why he got sued? Because he wrote a seller financing agreement, moved the people out of the house, stopped paying the seller, and the seller got screwed on this deal. Okay, let me do a subject to, I'll pay you. And then he doesn't pay them. And the seller's like, I'm not getting my payments.
I would sue you too.
And guess what? No. And he did an assignment on that, but here's the thing about it. He did the assignment outside the inspection period. And he screwed he didn't make any payments. And he didn't even underwrite the buyer. So you just got to remember that's not wholesaling, okay? You wrote literally a note on the property. You did a subject to, you did an owner financing agreement, you recorded the information, and then you tried to sell the owner financing. He tried to sell the owner financing deal.
There's so many wrong,
And
wrong things with that.
and then you decide that you create a promissory note, and then you don't execute that promissory note. That's creative financing. That's a whole. And guys, if you write a contract and you try to buy, and then you decide that you don't want to buy it, you use the inspection period. The thing about it is when you are outside the inspection period, you can get sued for wholesaling all day long. That's a breach of contract. This guy did a breach of contract. He didn't even have an inspection period.
We just need to get clarification on.
So it was a wholesale person that did a shady deal. So they're not a wholesale person, Jeff. The problem with this was he wrote it's a subject to person. He wrote a subject to. He tried to wholesale it, but he did not have an inspection period. And that inspection period is your get out of jail free clause. And so again, what is an inspection period? Again, wholesaling is not creative finance. I'm just letting you guys know. But what inspection period is, and this is very important to teach about this, is when you write a contract, you have something called the inspection period. The inspection period is basically a period for 30, 45 days, whatever you put,
Whatever you agree on.
where for whatever reason, if you don't decide you want to buy this house, you can get out of it. No lawsuit, nothing. You can't go after me for it. So for example, if I talk to you and I say, hey, Rick, can I buy your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure.
I wrote a 45-day inspection period. I have 45 days. And within that 45 days, for whatever reason, I get out of the contract.
That's it.
So let's say I decide to write a contract. I can't find a buyer. I say, Rick, I went out of this after 30 days. Bye. You can't sue me. But after 45 days, then yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Now, you might be like, well, that's just what wholesalers do. No. How many flips have we had where realtors executed a 30-day inspection period and on the 29th day they get out of it? All the dang time.
Honestly, it's pretty much the norm so realtors do it all the time. They have smaller periods. I'll give them that. But did you know that 90% of the time, realtors come back and use the inspection as a negotiation? They'll even do it on a brand new home.
Yep.
And the game's just over and over. Now, as us wholesalers, remember, we don't know anything about the property than what they tell us. So when we go to stand, if you test drive a car, you take what? A test drive. When you buy the biggest asset, you just want to make sure what you're saying represents it. Now, if you go get someone to inspect the home, you walk through it or have your cash buyers, it's perfectly normal. It's acceptable in our business. We don't use it to give you an out, but like occasionally I've negotiated the best deals and we come out and we find all sorts of hidden problems that the seller didn't share with us. We have to protect our interest because if you found out the roof's bad, the AC's bad, and the foundation's sinking, there's not a lot of buyers for that property. And what's the seller going to go? Oh, you have to take the deal. You signed it. No, we had an inspection clause. Sellers that don't want an inspection clause are usually hiding something terribly from you and they want to swindle you into it. So it's normal to have that on that when it happens. It happens all the time where we go, listen, we didn't know that this was going on or that going on. And listen, sellers lie all the time.
But when you don't write an inspection period, you are deceiving the seller because you say, I'm going to buy it. Remember, no inspection. So that means I can't get out of this. I say, hey, within 45 days, I can decide if I don't want to buy this thing, I'm not going to buy it. You're literally telling that you're being so upfront with the seller. And so that's why wholesaling real estate, the way we teach it, we always use inspection periods and we legally protect you more than anybody else because, they're equally good, but we make sure it's very important. So again, let's make this pretty dang clear. I get a lot of people, that kind of get confused here about wholesaling. They're like, oh my gosh, how does this work? All this stuff, right? Well, let's break this down. Okay. So first and foremost, all right, what is wholesaling and what's real estate investing? Wholesaling real estate is not real estate investing. Okay. We are selling the contract. We are not selling the property. Let me say this a little louder. Okay. Let me cook a little more. Okay. We're selling contracts. We are not selling a house. When you sell a house, you are a real estate agent. You are a real estate broker. You are selling somebody's house for them for a service. That's what a real estate agent is. We're selling a contract. We actually own the contract. Crazy, right?
Yep.
So this is an income producing strategy. It's not a business. Let me make that very, 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 very clear. Wholesaling real estate produces income. It's not like this passive income type thing. Now, you don't need any money or experience. Remember, if you're going to buy and sell houses, you got to spend money on the house. That's ridiculous. No money or experience needed. So again, let's break down this process one more time. This is what the next 30 days should be looking like for you. Okay. Number 1 through 7, the first week here, marketing. We're going to find distressed properties. Then we're going to write a contract up, sign the agreement, take pictures of the house. We're then going to find the rich landlord, okay, or house flipper. We're just going to find them out here, okay? Now, we want them to buy our agreement for a assignment fee, right? Then we're going to walk them through the house, the rich landlord, say, hey, do you want to buy it? Is this good? Go see it. Cool. And then they're going to close and we get our wired. We're going to get our funds. That is what a wholesaling real estate process looks like. So again, we're teaching you this entire process in this challenge. I want to make this very clear. You do not need to master everything in the next 30 days or even at the end of these videos. You just have to start taking action to start getting deals. Now, you might be really like hot, like, okay, what do I do? Tell me. I want to do it right now. Okay, first and foremost, we got to get a solid foundation of what is wholesaling first. And that's what today's all about. Now, the implementation stuff like that, we're going to be talking about this throughout this entire thing. It's pretty exciting. But again, let's break down wholesaling in 3 simple parts. Part 1 is marketing. Okay, we're going to break this down. We're only going to talk about 3 things in this entire challenge. Number 1 is marketing. Marketing is finding the wholesale deals. Number 2 is acquisitions. This is us finding somebody who goes from, I want to sell my property to a signed contract. Now, marketing is the literal only point of marketing is to find someone who says, yes, I want to sell my house. Acquisitions is converting somebody who wants to sell their house into a signed contract. And then dispositions, as you probably can guess, is going from a signed contract to a sold contract. That is what we're talking about in this whole entire challenge. One deal. So let's talk about marketing really, really, really quick. Okay. First and foremost, marketing is how we find motivated sellers who want to sell their property for a discount for a motivating circumstance. Now, let's make this very, 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 very clear. We as wholesalers, we are just like Costco. Now, if you go to Wholesaling.com, we use this analogy a lot, but we love using Costco as an example. The reason why I love using Costco for an example is if you ever go to Costco and you want to buy eggs, let's say the eggs are $2 for a carton of eggs. If I went to Walmart, they're probably $2.50. If I go to Kroger or Publix, it's probably about $3. Now, you might be like, wait, why would Costco sell it for $2 if they just sell it for $2.50? Now, Kroger and Walmart, their sole intent for selling you those carton of eggs is to make a profit, right?
Absolutely.
Costco, on the other end, is crazy. They're absolutely crazy right now. They make no profit selling you eggs. Have you ever got a $5 rotisserie chicken? That sucker's 3 pounds from Costco? Have you ever had that? You know, they just opened a Costco by us, right? You get the hot dog and the Coke for $1.50. That's a deal. Okay, I know a good deal.
Wow.
I know a real estate deal. I did the ARV on that thing. I did the repair costs.
Dude, people pack in there to eat lunch and dinner.
I did the MAO on hot dog and the drinks about $3.
Yep.
That's a good deal right there. That's the discounted deal. But the reason I'm saying that is people go to Costco because they buy things for below the market value. Now you might be like, wait, so if Costco pays $1.80 and they sell it to you for $2, which is basically nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do they make any money? Well, 90% of Costco's profit comes from only one thing. They make no profit from selling things. They make profits from, quote, membership fees. You might be like, wait, what?
You should get one of those.
They're basically assignment fees. They are. That's what it is. So what you do this is how Costco makes all their money. You give them $100, $60 to $100. I like the. Why do I have a premium one? I don't know. But I gave Costco $100, and in exchange for that fee, they're going to sell me groceries and goods for just the hard cost. That's it. And they make billions of dollars doing that.
Yeah.
And so that's and this is the craziest thing. Let me show you this. This is absolutely blows my mind. Now, when I was looking up Costco and I went to Costco that day, I went up to Costco, and when I pulled up to the store, I this is like the Mandela effect. I thought when I was a kid, I used to go to Costco. I thought it just said Costco on it. I always thought that. I pulled up to Costco, and guess what happens when I saw it? You know what it said? Let me show you. It said Costco wholesale on it. I said, wait, what? So I said, what are you talking about? No. This is fake. I went to Costco's website. I started just going to random Costco pictures, and I thought it was fake, but every single sign on Costco says Costco wholesale. I said, what? I said, I'm tripping right now. They're wholesaling?
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. The best example is Ryan right here. You can buy $100 gift cards to these restaurants. They sell $100 discounts for $80.
Yep.
$100 gift cards for $80. Like what? How else can you explain Costco? So we as wholesalers do the same thing. So if we sign a contract for $200,000, we will sell that contract for a $20,000 finder's fee, and then they buy the house for $200,000. Basically, it's like a membership service in reverse, where the cash buyer gives me $20,000, and then they get to buy the house for $200,000. Insane.
Crazy.
And so that is what we do. And so this is the craziest part. That is like, it's insane. But that's how you make money. So what Costco does is they buy the product for below what the things even, they buy it for below market value, and then they sell it for market value. That's literally what Walmart does, the same thing. They buy for below market value and sell at market value, or a little below market, just a little bit below.
Okay.
What's
yeah? Everybody needs 5 gallons of mayonnaise.
They do.
You ever walked in that store like that? And listen, I love a great hot dog, hamburger, 4th of July. Man, you ever looked up to see what's in a hot dog? It's horrifying. They taste great. And I don't eat a lot of hot dogs. 4th of July is my exception, but I'm here to tell you it's crazy. So just please don't put in the comments what's in a hot dog. There's all bits of parts of leftover, whatever it is, but Costco taught me what mechanically separated meat is, and that really disturbed me. So
what we do is we write contracts for discounts. We actually get the property for below what the thing's even worth.
Yeah.
And then we sell it to the cash buyer for below market value. You know why? Because they get addicted to it, right? So you get a $1.50 hot dog, you get the $1.50 glizzy soda combo. Do you know what a glizzy is?
Oh, I don't. A glizzy.
A glizzy. That's what people call hot dogs. That's what the kids call them.
Why would you call it a glizzy?
I don't know. It's just what the kids say. You think I'm joking?
Listen, what's his name still the king of the hot dogs?
Oh, Joe Chestnut.
Yeah.
I think
He got disqualified or something, right?
Yeah, I think his wife left him or something. He got depressed and it was not good. But yeah.
Joey.
Okay, so basically what I'm trying to explain here, though, all right, is we make our cash buyers addicted to buying the properties from us. So the reason is, if a cash buyer wants to buy that same $200,000 house on the MLS, they have to pay $230 with the realtor's commissions and all this stupid stuff. Crazy, but they actually, that's the true thing. Cash buyers love us because they have to pay like 30, 40 grand extra.
Oh yeah.
That's why I love Costco. Like, again, I make a lot of money, but I like saving money even better sometimes. I don't want to pay $3 for a carton of eggs. I'd rather pay $2 for it, right? So why would I go to Walmart and have someone try to rob me, when I walk in, when I just go to Costco, it's nice and clean, right? And so the thing about it, and it's cheaper. That's the point. And so cash buyers buy. So someone asked me the other day, it's like, why would a cash buyer go with us versus just a nice, slick realtor? I said 2 reasons. Number one, I don't have Botox. And these realtors with all the Botox, they look scary. They look like a Zac Efron sometimes. They got all the facial things
No,
and,
not
and the,
Zac Efron.
he looks different.
They're saying he didn't get surgery. He got something else,
I don't know. We'll talk about that later.
like a cocktail of roids all mixed together.
He got something.
He's like a mini Incredible Hulk.
Okay. So,
He's got that face.
all right. So, true. But basically, we don't have the Botox. So that's why cash buyers like us over realtors. And then second is it's just way cheaper to buy a deal from us. And that's kind of the point. And that's why we do really good. And so for marketing, we need to find the product. Ask fish money bands if finding good product is important for people to buy it. Very important to have good product so people can buy it. Mm-hmm. He knows business. But what I basically mean by this, just all jokes aside, is if we can find a good wholesale deal, we can sell it. A good wholesale deal will always find a good buyer. A good buyer will never find a good wholesale deal. And so the point here is if we get contracts for super cheap, cash buyer is going to buy it all day. So like I said, if you can buy a $40,000 car for 20 grand right now and you can resell it for 40 grand, you're going to buy that thing all day. Yep. The hard part's finding that $40,000 car for 20 grand. So that's why we have to start wholesaling the house and find the good deals. And so marketing is how we find sellers. Now, the point of finding a good wholesale deal is to find somebody who wants to sell due to a motivated circumstance. This could be somebody going through a divorce, somebody has tall grass, nobody's living in the house, it's vacant, right? Important. Remember, we can pull a list, we can start calling people, right? We could text them, we can email them, we can send direct mail, do digital ban. There's so many ways to find wholesale deals. Very, very important. Next here is acquisitions. Again, acquisitions is how we acquire contracts to sign to buy the house so we can sell them for a profit. Remember, when we sign the contract, we can get out of it during the inspection period. All right. So you're not a typical salesperson when it comes to acquisitions. You're more of a qualifier interview. You're just asking questions. Remember, we've got you covered what to say. We're going to talk about all this stuff. So don't really stress out over it. We'll teach you all of it, right? And then we have dispositions. This is the easiest one of the three. This is the process of you selling the contract to the buyer for a profit. Now, most people struggle with dispositions because they have a bad deal. It's like, why can't we sell these carton of eggs at Costco? Well, they're $6. If you change the price, people will buy it. That's just how the whole entire world works. And so really, really quick, what I want to do is just go over some real estate lingo. So the reason is you're going to see people in the chat talk about certain things that might be confusing as a beginner. So what I want to do is just go over some lingo really quick so you can kind of understand some of these terms. So really quick, we say the word motivated seller a lot. Motivated seller is just somebody who wants to sell the property due to a certain factor, which will make them want to get rid of the property for cash. Divorce, probate, fire, right? The house went on fire. The water's not running. There's a lien on the house. All these things, you're going to see this. Title company. We talk about title companies a lot. Explain a title company.
A title company is just the intermediary that their real business is selling insurance policies. Most of you guys don't know that. And they're insuring the title. So what they do is when you have a contract, they research the chain of title from the day the property was built, even the land. And then they have to basically authenticate each deed was done correctly. And if there's a missing chain, like a quick claim title or something that's just off, they have to rectify it. Why? Because they're insuring the title. So I've had properties where I had to file a title claim, and basically when someone comes out and goes, wait a minute, that property got sold and I own it and I didn't get compensated. If you get title insurance and say you paid 300 grand for a property, it protects the buyer. And so you have to get title insurance basically because a good cash buyer is never going to buy it because they don't want to take that risk. So they facilitate, they make sure they got a buyer and seller, they authenticate it, they get the payoffs, they pull all the liens, utilities, mortgage, all that fun stuff. They communicate with the buyer and the seller. I need this, I need that. They put together what's called a HUD-1 statement, which is an official statement from a buyer and seller. They execute it, they notarize it, they insure it, and they record it. If you use them right, you make them part of your team, and they figure out all the stuff that you really don't want to figure out. I'm going to be honest with you, my first 3 years of doing wholesale, I didn't understand half of what they did. And I learned quickly that my highest skill set was finding people who need to sell their house, motivated sellers. So use your title company and they'll educate you on the process. We're not going to do this like you guys did it in school. You have to earn money and do this as you go along. Now, I'm not telling you to fake it till you make it. That's the complete opposite. That's stupid. Go to freewholesaling.com, get started on the marketing, learn how the title company works. We teach you how to interview your title company, how to find them, and how they work specifically with us as the wholesaler. And you have to do this before you get your first deal, because if not, you're going to find out the hard way. They can blow your deal up. So the title company, think of them as the intermediary person, the neutral person. The reality is they're not neutral. They're on your side. So if a buyer's like dragging things along, not returning calls, like, hey, we got a problem. Or if your seller goes, hey, I'm getting itchy, they reach out to them. Guys, your title company is so important to your wholesale business.
It is. So title companies are super important. EMD, we're going to talk about earnest money deposit. That is a certain amount you can put down during the contract. Now, you're going to get a lot of opinions from other people. I believe $100 is fine. I would say this though, if you have $500 to put as EMD, go do it. And I'm like, what is EMD? How does it work? Basically, it's kind of a good faith deposit you put on the contract, and you can get that deposit back within the inspection period. So if I write a contract to buy your house for $100,000, I write a $1,000 EMD. That basically means when 45 days passed, on the 46th day, I say, hey, Rick, I want to get out of this deal. You get to keep that $1,000 because I wasted your time. Now, on the 40th day, if I say, Rick, I want to get out of this deal, I get my EMD back with the contract, because the way we wrote a contract, you're able to do that. EMD, it's not. Some people think it's required. Most attorneys say, because they're just trying to cover their own butts, you should have a $5 million EMD with every property. I think about $500 is sufficient for most people. $1,000 is great. Honestly, $100, and I'm not going to say this on air, but I know people that get away with $0, but we're not going to break this out down.
Funny thing, in my first 2 years wholesaling, I never left one deposit.
You're not supposed to say that.
It just, why? I never,
going to sue you.
I didn't know. Like, honestly, no, they go, Rick, don't leave a deposit. But people now, to be honest with you, we thought $10. Oh my God, we're going to give $10. What a big risk.
I'm not going to admit if I've done $10 deposits,
Yeah.
but I think I have.
And then we went to 100. God, that we keep throwing zeros on it. And now we're at like 500, 250, 500. Guys,
EMD.
If you make EMD an issue, it's going to be a major issue. It's a deposit. It does not affect the sale price of the property. And honestly, I look at EMD as do I have a motivated seller or not? People want to sell their house. They want the highest deposit possible. Why? Because they know the price sucks. And so the reality is, if somebody sold your property 50 cents on the dollar and you need a $5,000 deposit, reach out to sellmypaper.com. We'll fund it, do it. But the reality is, EMD, the common explanation is, they go, well, I sold this property to this guy named Zach. They go, oh yeah. I go, how much deposit did he leave? I go, he didn't leave me a deposit, or he left me $10. They go, oh, that's BS. You don't even have a valid contract. And so if you leave too small, you open that can of worms. Here's my theory. If I have a great deal, I want to go crazy with the deposit. Like, I want to make sure they're locked in. If you have an iffy deal, dude, it's okay doing $100, $200, $300 deposit. Why? Because you like, man, like if a seller goes, hey, the AC is fine. I go, it's 98 degrees in there. Turn it on. Well, don't worry about it. I already know they got a bad AC. I know they got a bad roof. It's leaking. They go, no, it's good. I'll put it under contract with a low deposit because I know I can do it. And then when I come in, I verify none of that stuff works. I go, I can't buy it for this price. It's got to be 20 grand less. So it's a risk reward when it comes to the deposit. Some of you guys make the deposit this big argument. 2 years, I didn't even leave a deposit because I didn't even know about the deposit. So I didn't know about it. I didn't make it a big deal. Some of you guys obsess about the deposit. You're in a world now where people think if you don't leave a deposit, you're fake. And that's the problem with it. So you want to reiterate it. Here's a little hint. When you're working with your title company, you should pre-vet them before you do a deal. And the minute you have it under contract, your title company should be reaching out to them within the hour. Go, hey, Rick's legit. You found a great guy to buy your house. I see here he's got a $250 deposit. We have it on file. Hey, I need to get your mortgage payment. let me get all your information. We're happy to help you out. That solves a lot of your like, is Rick real? Is Rick not? And so a lot of people are looking at deposit because they have conversations with their neighbors. God forbid they be a realtor. And just understand EMD, if you want to fight it or not, it's up to you. Don't make it such a big deal. But understand if you're on the other shoes on the other foot, if someone contracted you on your house and they left you $10, when you talk to your mom, she's probably going to go, I don't think that's legit. And that's where all the problems come from.
That's it. You know, yeah, you can be careful. Wolfgang says, I lost a listing to a plastic face superstar real estate agent. Yeah, Wolfgang, man, you just don't have enough Botox to make it out to be a real estate agent,
I like
man.
the old Zac Efron High School Musical.
You know, hey, if Zac Efron decided to be a real estate agent, he'd get every listing. You know, that's how it works. You know, if you see the lip filler and all that stuff, you're going to know I'm about to be a real estate agent. I'm about to crush it. So, all right, EMD, that's what it is. Cash buyer, that is our rich landlord house flipper that buys our house. Buys our deal, but technically does buy the house. Proof of funds, sometimes you're asked for proof of funds. This is just a statement showing that your buyer does have the funds you can give to the seller. MAO stands for max allowable offer. We're going to say that a lot here. That is the most you can offer a seller. And so I get asked this question a lot. Ace actually has a great one here. Different Ace, by the way. How do you determine your cut of the deal? Well, you determine it by figuring out the MAO. The MAO is how much a cash buyer is willing to pay. So if a deal sold for $220, most likely the MAO is $220,000. Now, question arises is what is MAO or how do I figure out MAO? Well, a couple things you can do, right? You can figure out ARV, you can figure out repairs, you can just basically, I don't want to get too much craziness today on this, but it's like, well, if you have 123 Apple Street and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000 square feet, look for what other similar ones sold for. Minus out what the repairs are, do a multiplier, and they'll figure that out. I personally would just tell you, just go to X Leads. Again, I'm not here to, make this a whole X Leads infomercial, but I do get asked a lot, Zach, how do you figure out MAO? Well, this is pretty dang cool. And this is kind of a sneak peek of version 3 that's coming out for X Leads, which I haven't announced the date for it, but it is within the next 60 days. Version 3 is coming out. So we're pretty excited. But one part of version 3, which we actually released pretty early, is right now we actually got our AI on X Leads. It is so good now that it's doing something that no one has ever done. I'm actually sharing this for the first time today, which is crazy. But X Leads, if you have the Pro or the X plan right now, Ninja Mode AI, Deal Ninja AI is going to give you your MAO based on light, medium, or heavy repairs. Now, again, if you give AI more details about the property, it will give you a better MAO. So all you do is just press chat with Deal Ninja AI and you just give it more information. It will give you a better MAO. But generally, this is way better than the wholesale score. So it'll tell you this is what your potential offer should be. And it's pretty dang cool. And now it's a little less than MAO. It's just what your offer should be. It tells you exactly where your offer should be at. But if there's medium amount of repairs, you should offer $260 on this property. Pretty crazy. And it is absolutely insane that X Leads has this. And oh my gosh, it's crazy. And so, so everyone asks, like, how do you figure out how to get the cut of the deal? Well, you just go to X Leads. I'll tell you how to do it right there. But that is for a different day. So I get asked that question a lot. That's how you do it. Just don't want to get on a tangent here. But, oops, hold on. Where is this? Where do we go? Did I lose it? No, I did not. Hold on. There we go. That is exactly what MAO is. All right. There we go. LAO is your least allowable offer. LAO is how much you initially offer the seller. ARV is after repair value. That is what the property is worth on its best condition. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Basically, you figure out what other 3-bedroom, 2-bath are selling for in the area. You're good to go from there. Comps, short for comparables. You find what comparables of the property are. So if you have a 3-2, you look for other 3-2s. People call comps comparables. You'll hear that a lot. A summative contract, that is the paperwork to sell the contract. So again, I'll say this again. When you're wholesaling a deal, you write up a purchase and sale agreement, and then you write up an summative contract. 2 different agreements. We'll talk about this in this challenge a lot there. Then we talk about virtual wholesaling. Virtual wholesaling is the process of wholesaling only from your computer and your phone. Kind of like, doing it from jail. That's virtual wholesaling. Skip tracing is the ability of finding somebody's phone number. I just showed X Leads. X Leads will skip trace your leads for you absolutely for free. if you have the software, obviously. And then cold calling is the marketing channel of calling sellers up. We will teach you plenty of that. Probates, this is the court process of finding it is the court proceeding of somebody's will or estate. We'll break that all down too. That is probates. Drawing for dollars, that is where we go in our car, look for ugly houses, another way to find wholesale deals. Reverse drawing for dollars, again, this one we put sticky notes out on houses. We'll break that all down today. We'll break that down, next part of the challenge. Equity, again, equity is, some people get very confused on equity, but what equity is, it is a percentage, for that's the way I look at it. It's a percentage of what the property is worth versus what is owed on the house. So if a house is worth $100,000 and they owe 30 grand, they'll have 70% equity, right? So $100,000 minus 30,000 what's owed, 70 grand divided by the purchase price or what the house is valued at, 100, 70%. Simple as that. And then there we go. Those are all the terms. I thought we had more, but whatever. So that is basically all the terms. That is a general, like, what is wholesaling real estate? Remember, guys, we're talking about way more in the next ones. Again, we're trying to start you off a little slow and then get a little into the craziness. But what you have today is some homework. Number one, first and foremost, we need you to join freewholesaling.com. Freewholesaling.com is the wholesaling real estate community. It is, at this point, it is not a wholesaling community. It is the wholesaling community. Now, you might be like, Zach, that is very arrogant of you to say that. I've been told that, how dare you say it's the wholesaling community? I'm like, well, is there any wholesaling community that has over 37,000 people in it? No. I have a Facebook group. No, I'm talking about a community. Can I message other people inside of this community? Or is it just Facebook? Because Facebook's, you can't message someone within the community. No. Does the community meet up and do no? Okay, that's what I thought. So I started this community, I think 10 months ago, and we're at 37,000 people in it. It's absolutely insane. But it is the wholesaling community. There's not one wholesaling community with as much wholesalers as freewholesaling.com. So it's not just a regular wholesale community with 300 people paid at $8 grand a pop. It is the wholesaling. This is where most of the wholesalers are at. 37,000 of us out here strong in the wholesaling community. So all you have to do, just go to freewholesaling.com, join the community. It's free. It's the largest wholesale community. It's the best one, the best connections. You're good to go. What I want you to do is go in there and then comment your goals, post your goals in the community, introduce yourself to everybody. You probably can't post until you hit level 3 in the community. So just go in the comments and just say, this is who I am, this is what I'm looking to do. And guys, make it a rule. I want you by the end of this today, this is your sole goal. I want you to connect with 5 other wholesalers. Just 5. They don't have to be in your market. Connect with 5 other wholesalers. Once you do that, you're going to be inside of freewholesaling.com. Now, let me show you what freewholesaling.com looks like. Okay? Here we go. This is what freewholesaling.com looks like. There you go. So what freewholesaling.com looks like. So this is our freewholesaling.com. This is our community right here. And pretty much we have 37,500 of my favorite people in the world, right? And the reason why I tell you, first and foremost, the primary goal is you go inside this community is because everything you need to know about what me and Rick do are inside of freewholesaling.com. So let me put on the bottom really quick. So let me show you around freewholesaling.com for a second, okay? First is Classroom. Classroom is exactly what you think. It is the classroom. This is where you learn wholesaling real estate. Now, this is completely separate than the challenge, but this is our entire wholesaling real estate course. It is the most in-depth, perfectly done course I've ever made. I actually released this course, I think a month ago, and I deleted my old course. I recorded the course. I deleted everything I recorded. I re-recorded just so it's even better, right? I took a second take on it. I made it even better, and it's insane. So you can learn everything from welcome, one-on-one marketing. It's all in here, the course. I would definitely 100% go through it. A bunch of recordings me and Rick have are in here. Rick's probate court, all the stuff's in there. Really, really awesome. But if you go to calendar, you're going to see exactly what me and Rick are up to. Pretty much every single day, we're doing something to teach wholesaling real estate just to help you out. We try to make the best community possible. So let's go over the calendar. So today, we have 30 wholesaling challenge. Day 1, Boom, you click here. That's how you join it. Tomorrow, day 2, day 3. Pretty simple. Fridays, we have our Discord call. You can click that and join the Discord calls. Saturday, we have our X Leads live stream call. I do my Sunday night live streams. Rick does his Mondays right there. Sorry, right here. Rick does his live streams there. So you'll see, you'll never miss a live stream. You'll never miss when we go live in here, right? Boom, it's all in there. One of my favorites is the maps feature. So this is crazy right here. So let's say you're watching this in Sweden. All right, let's go to Sweden. All right. Let's say you're in Stockholm. All right. And you want to connect with 5 other wholesalers in Stockholm, Sweden, because you live in Sweden. Well, I can go talk to Anthony Fontana, and I can just press chat and go message him. Say, hey, I saw you're locally near me in my country, which I don't feel any. And what's up? You know how we say wholesaling is a lonely place? It's lonely because you don't know where all these people are at. If you go out here, let's get out of Finland. Let's go back to the United States. Now, Sweden's pretty, like, there's not a lot of people there, but like, let's say I live in Grand Rapids. It's like, well, look at all these other people in Grand Rapids I could talk to. Guys, you're never going to be lonely in this. Like, that's the cool part about Wholesaling.com. All right. So many people on here. Okay. Absolutely insane. All right. So this is where you go out here and just learn exactly how to talk to all these people and just hang out. So look at, like, there's an unlimited amount of people in our community. Like, it is insane. Okay. Remember, the community is so large. And so anywhere in the world, you're going to find community members, like all over South America. Absolutely awesome, right? If Africa, we're all over Africa, which is awesome. We have nobody in Libya right now, which sucks. But hey, whatever. We got South Sudan in the house, Angola, a ton in Ghana, a ton here in Nigeria, right? A ton in South Africa, right? Madagascar. We got wholesalers in literal Martois. I mean, I don't know what else I could tell you here, right? We got Iran, if they're still alive, Iraq, we got Russians, we got Ukrainians. I mean, we got the whole world. We pretty much got everyone except for North Korea at this point, which we are currently working on how we can get some North Koreans into wholesaling. But pretty much everywhere we have Mongolia, like literally everywhere. Do we have any in Sri Lanka? Okay, we got some in Sri Lanka. I was worried. We had no wholesalers in Sri Lanka, but we're good. So guys, literally everywhere across the entire world except for no, we got 2 wholesalers in Cuba. How?
That's temporary.
That's temporary. We got wholesalers in dang Cuba right now. So we got the entire world in the community, which is absolutely awesome. And so what I'm telling you to do is just join it at freelisting.com. Connect with 5 wholesalers. That's what I'm telling everyone to do. Just connect with 5 wholesalers. I would probably try to make it a big deal, but go out here and connect with 5 people and just go through the course. Go to Classroom, okay? Go to Classroom and just start going through the wholesaler course. Now, the course is going to be a little different than the challenge. The challenge is going to be more about this. You should do this, and this, right? I'll be honest with you. The course is going to be more about how to master cold calling, all these things, right? So it's going to be a lot more in depth, but it's pretty cool. So it'd be very, very exciting. So go through the Classroom, learn that too. Everything's way more depth in there, and it's the best course ever. I'm pretty excited about it. Also, second, if you use Discord, Discord's used by like 70% of like young adult men use Discord. It's crazy. That.
Oh boy. Come on.
Okay.
Lock in.
Okay. Well, that's their kitchen. That's where they cook, I guess. All right. So basically, if you like Discord, I will let you know. I absolutely, because I'm a young man, I love Discord, by the way. Discord's one of my most fun platforms for wholesaling. We have over 25,000 people in the Discord, by the way. But that's our Discord community. Now, you might be like, whoa, Zach, whoa. There's freelisting.com, there's a Discord, there's a YouTube channel. This is all too confusing. So you don't have, if this is too confusing, just don't join it. But I'll tell you, the Discord's going to have a lot of young people on here, and that's completely fine. But freelisting.com is where the coursing community is at. Discord's just its own thing. I don't know how to describe it, but like it's just a network of wholesalers just talking, hanging out in there. Discord's pretty cool. And then from there, I would just join those 2 and then subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's pretty obvious. So YouTube, Discord, freelisting.com, you're good to go. And that is where I would tell everyone to do. Now, the one thing about Discord, why you should join it, is every single Friday at 8 p.m. I actually go live in that Discord, and we do it. I'm actually not doing a Friday one this Friday at 8. I'm actually going to do it in the morning. I'm gonna do a Friday morning call on the Discord. Just it's July 4th, and
Won't they be sleeping?
who's sleeping?
Well, that's what young kids do. They sleep.
Well, the ambitious kids get up, but yeah, to a point.
Thursday night.
No, we're gonna do Friday.
Okay.
We'll do Friday. I mean, they're all off of school, right? So go crazy. But you can talk to wholesalers all over the country. Discord's really cool too. So this is your homework. Sign up at freewholesaling.com. Join ZachDiscord.com. Introduce yourselves in both those communities. And we will see you day 2 tomorrow for finding deals. And then day 3 on Thursday, more of implementation so you can start having success. And so that is the first day of the 30-day wholesaling challenge. I didn't want to overwhelm anyone too much today. I didn't want to go too nuts. Today's like, what is wholesaling real estate? Tomorrow is how to find deals, right? How to close sellers, how to find cash buyers. And then day 3 is going to be all about implementation. Like you got to start doing this, how many calls you got to make. This is where the list you got to pull. So day 1's about what is wholesaling. We start a little slow. Day 2 is just the information. And then on Thursday, we're going to talk about exactly the implementation, the action plans this month for you to go out here and start having success. And so go join freewholesaling.com and let's start getting some money, right?
Yeah. So when we coming back on the show day 2? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 1 o'clock is day 2. And then 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, my bad. 5 o'clock. What am I thinking? 5 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. So 5 o'clock New York time. I will be going live tomorrow. Me and Rick are going to be going live tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we're going to go live at 5 for day 2 of the 30-day wholesaling challenge. And so let's get it going, guys. Subscribe to this YouTube channel, smash the like button, and comment below. Comment below what market you're in, guys. I'll give you one last little fun thing. Not a lot of people know this, but me and Rick, actually 99% me, just being honest, I reply to every single comment on the Flip with Rick YouTube channel. So if you're on the Flip with Rick channel or the Zach and YouTube channel, drop a comment on what market you're in, and I will personally reply back on YouTube. Pretty crazy. Just subscribe to the Flip with Rick channel, leave a comment. I will reply to you, and that's a promise. So pretty dang cool. So guys, we'll see you tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Guys, Zach Ginn here.
Rick in here.
And welcome to day 2 of the 30-day wholesaling challenge. And this is really where the rubber meets the road. This is when we got the whiteboard out and we are really going to start diving deep, like super, super deep here on exactly the information on how to find wholesaling real estate deals, what to say to the sellers, and how to find the cash buyers. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be a lot more about the implementation, how action plans, guides, things like that, questions, things like that. But today I want to give you the main information, right? The secrets to the castle, the key to the castle for success. And this castle will always start with the most important part, which is marketing.
Absolutely. Guys, just understand there's simply 3 phases. The wholesaling: marketing, acquisitions, dispositions. To be honest with you, if you don't figure out marketing and you don't do it first, I can go back to high school days. It's like a basic math class. If you don't understand basic math, you cannot move on the algebra and you cannot move on the calculus. Marketing is everything. I have never met anybody that's super successful in any aspect of real estate that did not master marketing. Even realtors get this message. So please don't think you can skip this message. Marketing is the main focus. It's what you need to spend the most training with in your first, honestly, 90 days. And that's how we've designed freewholesaling.com, because marketing is everything. He or she that controls the lead controls the money. See, if I just magically had people drop me leads, eventually they're going to charge me so much, it's probably not going to make mathematical sense. So we have to master marketing, because once you can figure it out and you understand exactly what you're looking for, then you can decide to bring people on your team, to pay people and do stuff like that. But if you don't understand, you'll be taken advantage of. And guys, most of you just want to get your first deal and get started. And that's what we're here to focus on. And that's what we train you specifically on. So
yeah, we're ready to talk.
Bring people on your team, to pay people and do
Everybody
stuff
hear
like
us?
that.
Yep, just make sure the audio is all working before we get into the good information. So again, why should you trust this information that I'm about to give you? Well, first and foremost, pretty important, guys, we stand by our statement. There's not one wholesaler on the internet that's really been able to get the entire results. Guys, we get results for the entire community. We have more testimonials, success stories than anybody else. Just you can physically ask these people, are they going out here and actually getting deals from us? And are they getting deals from this information? This information alone is going to make you millions of dollars. And so we're pretty excited to break this all down and share exactly how you could start doing it. Obviously, we have how many success story videos from people we taught wholesaling real estate. I mean, first deal, 70 grand a month, 84 grand a month, 100 grand one deal, 50 grand first deal, 20 grand a month, millions a year. Like, guys, it never, ever stops here. We just keep having success. I mean, we're literally just sick of winning at this point, but we just want to go out here and help you become the most successful wholesaler possible. And so we're here on day 2 talking about marketing, talking about hitting the ground running and finding motivated sellers. Now we're going to talk about everything on the information side today, but what we wanted specifically is to put 80% of the time where you need it. And that is going to be straight up is finding motivated sellers and getting deals. And so we find the deal, you get it sold really dang easy. And so from the top, let's kind of go back here and let's break this down, right? Like exactly what is the wholesaling real estate process? And so if we look at the wholesaling real estate process, it's pretty dang simple. Marketing, right? Finding a wholesaling deal, like finding somebody who wants to go sell their property, and then there is locking up the deal, calling the seller up, getting them to sign the agreement, finding the buyer, walking the buyer through, and then getting it closed. That is the entire wholesaling real estate process here. And so understanding the first part, day 1 to 7, is going to be where the majority of the issues are. This is actually going out here and finding motivated sellers. And so you can find motivated sellers pretty much just doing 2 things: pulling a list and then marketing to a list. I mean, it's for 9 years, it's been the same thing. I mean, what have you seen on this?
Yeah. So my 23 years experience tells me, think of marketing like hunting. I don't care if you like hunting or not, just understand the act of it. Is if I'm going to go hunt for like a specific, say you were going to go hunt for a bird, you'll eat it, don't worry. And you have to go to the environment where those types of birds thrive. So let me ask you, are you going to go in like downtown to go look for these types of birds? Obviously not. They're probably out in the country. So you have to know exactly where you're looking for. Most of you hit the ground running in wholesaling, but I'm going to be honest with you. You don't know what you're looking for. And you go, hey, anyone who has a house for sale is my market. It's not, guys. And you have to be very, very clear about this. So what I like to do is basically, we all hear the word motivated sellers. And honestly, when I started, motivated sellers was a very special word. In 2025, it is not a special word. In fact, it seems like everybody's a motivated seller. Everybody codes it as I'm a motivated seller. So we have to go deeper. So if I'm going to create the perfect avatar and what I'm looking for in a wholesaling deal, it's so crystal clear in my mind, like burning it through the camera for you. Hear me out on this, because I wasted a lot of time early and I see a lot of you people wasting time. You need to find people that need to sell their house. Keep in mind, everybody wants to sell the house. Everybody wants to lose weight. Everybody wants abundance of wealth. A want is just a wish. Do you understand that? And where do wants go in real estate? They go to MLS. Some go to FSBO, brokers, but everybody is a want, okay? If you go to the want, it's because it's super easy. It's easy up front. I got photos, I got price, I got phone numbers, I have a contact person. And I'm telling you, more courses are built on the want of real estate than any other thing. Now, don't get me wrong, 90 to 95% of properties go through this. But you got to understand, we are a niche market. We're looking for a very specialty type of market. People who need to sell their house. Who needs to sell their house? People that have some sort of motivating factor. Houses in foreclosure. A divorce is going on. An eviction's going on. There's a probate in the family and the property's tied up in it. The house has endless repairs or it had a fire. So guys, I want you to understand this is
If I go to the want, in theory, it sounds great. That's how most courses are built in wholesaling. It's easy. You know why it's easy? Because they get in your back pocket because it sounds so good. Remember, anything in life that's easy up front is going to be brutally hard on the backside. What's that mean? You're going to overpay for properties. You're going to get frustrated with cash buyers trying to buy your contract, telling you overpaid. And then what you thought was super simple, you got a dopamine rush, you find out it's brutally hard. Now, when I switch over to people who need to sell, I'm just going to hit you with the hard up front. Me and Zach tell you got to do the hard up front. We got to find people that need to sell. So Rick, how do I do this? Well, the people who need to sell, remember, they want something done, they want a problem solved, and most often they want certainty. They want closure. Hey, if you do this, will this happen? And that's what we do. When we buy the house, they can move to North Dakota and live with grandma. Now, what do people who want to sell the house? The only determining factor for them, that's it, it's price. And if I'm a wholesaler, why the heck? If I have to pay full price, I'm not wholesaling. If I go to someone who needs to sell, we focus on solving problems and giving them certainty, which we can do that. And we can teach you here. We teach you at freewholesaling.com. Guys, we have to go hunt. So last one is talking about building the avatar. So I've already gone over the need. They need to sell. People who want to sell will just waste your time. Now, can somebody who wants to sell become someone who needs to sell? Yes, it's going to take time and that thing we call follow-up in wholesaling. But please don't start out with the wants, go with the needs. So we have got some need. We want to be direct to the seller. Let me ask you this. If you want to get the story from like your mom, your dad, your siblings, your uncle, your brother, do you just go ask a stranger or a third party person? 9 times out of 10, you're going to get their narrative on how they see it and how it best fits their situation. So if you want to get the truth, always go straight to the source. In wholesaling, the real estate, the issue is just a symptom. All these are just symptoms of human life. I got to get the story behind it. How do I get the story behind it? I need to get the truth from the seller. So if I have somebody who wants to sell that listed on MLS that wants the highest price, do you think that broker is going to let you talk to the seller? No. Do you think the broker even cares what the seller's problem is? They believe the seller's only problem is to sell that property for the highest price. So we have to be direct to the seller. If I go to a third party, I can't get to the seller and you can't get the story and you only have to focus on price. The last one, off market. It's less competition and typically those are the properties that need to be sold. Now, can you get a deal on an on market? You can, but as a beginner, it's much harder because listen, realtors don't like working with wholesalers. Actually, using the word wholesaler will kill you right off the bat. And even if you get there, you got to do proof of funds, you got to show your cash, you got to leave a big deposit, and then they don't like a signable contract. So OD and off market, direct to seller, that needs to sell. Guys, this is how you get great real estate wholesale deals. Now, do you have to hit all 3 ODN? Listen, if you hit all 3, you're getting a great deal. If you hit 2 out of the 3, you've got a good shot. 1 out of the 3, it's not going to be a great probability. And that's how I look at every lead. You go, well, Rick, I'm not going to have enough leads. We're here today to show you how to get plenty of leads, even if you've never done this before. But guys, please don't buy into this fairy tale that people can just drop retailers that need to sell in your inbox. You pick up the phone, you call, and you sell them. If it was that easy, I would just give it to you.
Oh, yeah. So again, off-market sellers, off-market deals always are going to work best for you here. And so we're talking about how to find it with the lists and the marketing channels. And so let's talk about pulling the right list for a second, right? So there are 3 types of lists to be pulling in wholesaling real estate. There are government lists, there are paid lists, and then there are earned lists. And so let's break all these lists down right here so we know. First and foremost, there's also marketing channels. And so if you look here at the top marketing channels, right? So there's lists and there's channels, right? So again, top marketing channels, cold calling, SMS text blasting, digital bandit signs, and reverse trying for dollars, or the sticky note method. Now, wholesaling real estate, when it comes to the whole entire marketing game, right? It's all about volume and consistency. I like to think about it as gas and a car. Now, what I basically mean by this is if you're trying to get from LA to New York City with 1 gallon of gas, It just does not work. And that's the thing about volume and consistency. So let's kind of play this game and use it towards a wholesaling example specifically. Okay, well, Zach, I want to get my first wholesale deal, but I only want to work 15 minutes a day, and I also don't want to spend any money. Like, you're asking me to go from New York City all the way to LA off of one tank of gas, and that just does not work. So like, the way I like to think about it, right, if we got New York City, we got Los Angeles, and you want to travel, what, 3,000 miles in your little Toyota Prius, right? I don't know. I can't draw a car. But if you're trying to travel from New York City to LA off of 1 gallon of gas, right, which is like $4, it's just, it ain't going to happen. There's no way that this is physically possible, right? You want to do this with $0, and you want to get there also in 2 hours. Like, it's not possible. There's 2 ways to look at marketing though, and this is kind of the way I like to think about it, okay? If you ask me, Zach, how do I get from New York City to LA in 2 hours? How do I do that? Is that possible? Well, 90% of people say it's impossible. It's not. Just take an F-16 jet. All you have to do is just go out here, all right? Let's get the boosters. All you have to do is just go out here, go to a military base, go steal one, or, you know, get some military secrets, buy it for like, I don't know, $15 million, and go buy a F-16 jet. They'll cost you around, what, $500,000 in jet fuel, and you'll probably get there in 2 hours. Now, you might be like, whoa, well, okay, I know I want to get from New York City to LA in 2 hours, but I don't want to spend $2.5 million. Okay, well, then it's impossible. But it's not impossible to get from here to here in 2 hours. Now, you might say, okay, Zach, well, how do I get from here to here with only, with $100? Well, I could probably find you a Greyhound bus. It'll probably take 2 days, but you can do it. It is possible. So you have to understand with marketing, you can get a deal without spending any money. You just have to not have F-16 jet wants and needs with $0. And what I mean, again, is you get from New York City to LA with about $1,000. No, you probably get it in about $200 if you have a good fuel economy car, maybe $300. I haven't done the math on it, but you can do it pretty dang cheap. And of course, it's kind of expensive to go out here and do it on a plane. But if you have a cheap enough price, you could probably take a bus and do it. When your budget goes down, it's probably going to take more time to get from New York City to LA. And so the thing about I like to look at wholesaling is, let's go. Let's change the wording now, okay? Let's change the wording. Let's change the wording from today to your first deal. What do you mean? Well, literally, let's just pretend LA, right, is your first deal, and where we're at right now is New York City today. Here's funny. It's like, well, how do I get my first deal in 30 minutes without spending a dime? It's actually possible. Go spend 30 grand in direct mail. Boom. You know, like the thing about it is whatever price budget you have for wholesaling, we can make it work from you today to your first deal. Now, the difference is it going to take a month, a year, 2 weeks? Like, obviously the goal of today is to get it in 30 days. So there's also ultimately a lot of cool things you can do, right? You can cold call government lists. You can put reverse drawing fillers. You can go door knock. I mean, there's so many dang things you can do here, right? But the one thing I will tell everyone to do is if you want to get from no deals today to your first deal, most important aspect and the most important thing we could talk about today, all right, is just one simple thing, okay? If you want to go master marketing, let me tell you exactly the only concept you have to know. This concept is really simple, okay? I'm making an emoji. It's all about eyeballs, okay? Specifically, eyeballs of motivated sellers. That is it. That is the sheer, honest goal that we have in wholesaling real estate, okay? You want people to look at your message that have a house they're looking to sell for cash. That is what marketing is all about. That's marketing for any business. You're trying to get eyeballs and attention towards what you're doing. Now, this basically means if I go door knock on someone's house and they're like, they got a rich, nice house, that's not an eyeball. It doesn't count because they're not a motivated seller. You want people that have ugly houses and bad situations to go know that you're looking to buy properties for cash. Which is why calling a fire damage property list is more efficient than going out here and putting a bandit sign out, because you're hyper targeted. And so you get 100 eyeballs of fire damage property homes. Here's 100 eyeballs of just regular Joe Schmoes. It's going to be way better to have people looking at your message with the right intentions. And this is the entire game. You got to let people know exactly who you are and what you're looking to do. That is marketing. That is wholesaling. That is the point here. And so marketing is all about going the distance and letting people know you're looking to buy the property for cash. And so what I've honestly found, if you want to equate like gallons of gas, is one wholesaling deal I've roughly found is going to be about 500 reverse trying for dollar sticky notes, which we'll talk about later today. I found roughly about 2,500 contacts on government lists. Those are people that pick up the phone, say hello. Maybe about 2,500 calls, texts, people answering the phones. You probably got a poll list about 6,000 to actually get a deal from a non-government, maybe a pig list, or you got to go out here and send 8,000 postcards, right? Remember, you can't get from LA to New York City on 1 gallon of gas. You can't do it, but you can walk to New York City to LA with no money. You can walk it. It's just going to take you a little more time. So let's kind of figure out exactly the best way to be doing this. And so let's talk about, finding the right market. And so the biggest pain in the world that I have seen in wholesaling real estate is somebody that does their marketing right? They go out here, they'll call motivated sellers. They'll do it honestly the correct way, right? They'll go out here and they'll call, they'll pull the list, they'll network, they'll do all these things. And honestly, I'll be honest with you, right? They're not getting any deals. They're having zero success. And they're like, oh my gosh, why am I struggling so much? I'm doing everything right. Well, the reason why you can do everything right and still doesn't work is because you're in the wrong market. And so the two parts that make a good wholesaling real estate business is going to be the marketing multiplied by the market. So it is marketing multiplied by the market. So marketing multiplied by the market. So what I mean by this is if we do 5,000 calls a month in, let's do Richmond, Virginia, and it's let's say it's the right market, we're doing really good, we could probably make a nice 150 grand a year business doing that, right? That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. But if we did this in, let's say, Miami, Florida, which is a terrible virtual wholesaling market, you're probably gonna make maybe 30 grand in the year, maybe 50 if you're all in out, right? Now, I mean, be like, Zach, why? We just changed one of the variables. This is a math equation. If you have a market that is worse, even though your marketing is good, you're probably going to have to triple the marketing to make the same amount of money doing this. And so everyone, we talk about marketing, right? Everyone wants to go so hard. They want to go so hard in the paint about just marketing. If you're in the wrong market, you are done. It's not good. And so everyone asks then, okay, Zach, well, then how do I make sure I have the right market? So marketing is the simple one, right? It's just a lot of it's volume. But how do I figure out what is a good wholesaling market? Well, let me tell you my two factors, okay? Factor one for a good market is data. Market two is the TCF, which I'll talk about later. Okay, actually, I'll just talk about it right now too. Okay, data. So what kind of data do I look at to see if a market's good or not? Two things. Number one, I look at median home price. And then number two, I look at population. And pretty much what I like to see here is in a county, if the population is over 100,000 people in the county, that is good. There's a check mark. We like that. When there is a lot of people in a county, that means there's plenty of cash buyers. That's awesome. Cash buyers are our customers. Cool.
I like to think about it like a pizza shop. That's how I've always thought about it. I don't know why. But let's say I go out here and I create the greatest pizza of all time. Like I am like Papa John's before he went a little crazy. You know, I'm the greatest pizza chef of all time. Let's just use that thought for a second. I'm the greatest pizza. It's the greatest pizza ever. Okay. People in Italy fly out to go see me. Okay. The greatest pizza in the world. All right. Even the crazy New Yorkers will say that, right? And let's say I'm located in the middle of Yeehawville, Texas, population 300 people. The closest Walmart is an hour away, and it's in the middle of the desert. Am I going to make $1 million from this pizza shop? Probably not. You have some people venture out, but it's never really going to make good money, right? But if I threw that pizza shop in the middle of Manhattan on 42nd Street, 43rd Street, and it was the greatest pizza of all time. Someone ate it, they start crying because of how good it is. Will I make $1 million? Yeah. Okay. So the moral of the story is sometimes it's not about how good the marketing is. If the market sucks, you're not going to do any well with success. And so population, we need customers. Cash buyers are our customers. They're the ones that buy the deal from us. Very important. Number two, median home price. What I found is wholesaling real estate is about getting properties under contract for a discount, then selling them to cash buyers for a profit. Now, we have to have good product, right? And if we sell bad deals, buyers ain't going to like them, right? One quote I absolutely love, I don't know who came up with this. Someone told me this like years ago, but they said a good deal will always find a good buyer, but a good buyer will never find a good deal. And I wholeheartedly believe this. And so you should make it like a priority to get properties at the deepest discount possible. How do you get good discounts? Well, I've always found human beings are absolutely insane. Like our brains defy logic, okay? Our brains are so crazy in wholesaling. I don't understand it, but our brains are like pretty stupid. And what I mean by this is human beings they do not understand percentages at all. Now, I might be like, what are you talking about? Hear me out for a second. If I had let's say I had a $25,000 Toyota Camry, all right? To beat up Toyota Camry, let's look at it right here. The thing's beat up, it's got cracks everywhere. I don't know why this looks like a minnow, but it does. I have a $25,000, that is the value. It's a $25,000 Toyota Camry. And then I had okay, that's me trying to have a G-Wagon. And let's say we had a G-Wagon, a $250,000 G-Wagon, okay? Now, if I'm in the business of buying and selling cars for a profit, I know I have to make a 10% profit margin if I'm flipping a car. Okay, whatever, right? So it's like, okay, well, I have to make a 10% profit margin. Cool. Basically, that means I need to offer like 25% off or whatever, right? So basically, let's do a 20% discount. Let's say I offer a 20% discount off of both these cars. Now, do you guys know people that flip luxury cars? No. I know people that flip cheap cars. Let me cook. But basically, if I offer this Toyota Camry person $20,000 to buy their car, okay, and it's going to cost me 10% to fix it up, and then I make another 10% in profit, right? That means I'll probably buy the car for 20. I'll spend $2,500 fixing it up, and then selling it for 25 grand and making some money. If I offered somebody 20 grand for the $25,000 Camry, 9 times out of 10 on a trade-in, they're just going to say yes. Yeah, no problem. Whatever, right? I don't care. If we have a $250,000 G-Wagon, and I offered them, you ready for this? $200,000. They would spit in my face, they would slap me, and then they would probably call the police on me for trying to rob them blind of their money. And they are going to think I'm the biggest jerk of all time. Even if I explain to him, hey, I have to send this in for servicing. It's about 10% to service it. And then I have to make my 10% margins because I probably have to pay a broker. I'm going to make about 25 grand from this, but I'm taking a lot of risk. Human beings are like, I don't care. You're trying to rip me off at $50,000. It's the same percentage. Human beings, and you probably, I know you're probably more business minded than the most of us, but you still, even as a human being, your instinct is like, oh my gosh, I would never sell my $250,000 G-Wagon for 200 grand. But you do not care. You'll sell your $25,000 camera for 20 grand. Houses work the same exact way. If I offered 70 grand off of someone's $100,000 house, they're way more likely to take it than if I offered 700 grand on somebody's $1 million house. Trust me, if this wasn't a real thing, I would be buying $100 million multifamilies for 90 million and then making $10 million assignment fees. I would be doing it. Trust me, I've tried. And I have only pretty much found when you have volume, like doing as much deal flow and then the much money per deal, the only way it makes sense is with single family properties. And no, there's a reason you don't see anybody on the internet saying, I'm making $100 million a month doing one real estate deal. I find one skyscraper in Miami. I'll lock it up for $50 million and I'll sell it for $70 million just on a contract. You theoretically can do that. Know anyone that's doing it? No. Okay, I'd go to Manhattan right now and try to lock up the Empire State Building for $7 billion and then wholesale it for $8 billion. Like, there gets to a point where the price is so high, you're just not going to get massive discounts. That's just the honest truth. And so you got to remember that too. It's very, very, very crazy when people go tell me that, oh, you got to do luxury. No. So human beings are crazy, and you might think I'm crazy, but guess what? Let's use a house for example. All right, let's move this to a house. All right. So who wants to see me draw a terrible house? I think everyone does. All right. Let me draw a terrible house for a second. All right. So let's just do a beat up house. Yeah, looks yucky. And then we have why did I draw a pyramid? I don't know, some crazy multifamily, right? And let's just use easy numbers. I don't know, let's just do luxury, right? So let's do 100 grand and $1 million. Pretty simple. And if you're in the comments saying, there's no way someone has a house worth $100,000. Yeah, it's because you live in LA. Most of the country, you can get cheap houses. Not most of it's 100 grand, but there's areas, Cleveland, Detroit, where you can actually do this. And so I just telling you the truth. So if I have a $100,000 house, do you know how much, if I listed this sucker on the MLS, let's see how many people are watching this live, right? If I have a $100,000 house on the MLS right now and I sell it, and if I'm the seller, how much am I going to have to pay for closing costs, doc stamps, realtor fees if I pay for the buyer's agent and all this stuff? Can anybody tell me exactly how much I would pay if I had a $100,000 house in Detroit, Michigan, and I went to get it sold? How much would it cost me just fees, and how much would I net? So if it's 10%, say you'll net 90 grand, right? So how much would I have to, in a percentage, how much is a fee for me selling a house? Okay, let's say I buy it for 70, I sold it for 100, right? What is it, right? I got 10K, 20K, all these things. So the national average you're probably going to find here is around 12%. And some people are right on the money there. It's about 12% to go sell a house. Again, some people can get it for 10, some people get it for 14. Roughly, you're going to be about 10% after all the stupid stuff. Okay, let's do the same game. What about for $1 million house? How much is it going to cost me? If you said 12%, you're correct. So that's the thing about real estate also. It's just like flipping that car. The percent to sell both of them are the same. So the percentages are pretty much the same. Now, slightly less of a discount the higher price you go, but still the numbers don't work out for much luxury stuff. You go from maybe 83% of ARV minus repairs to 85 if you're in a hot market. Most of the time it ain't going to work well. And so what I want everyone to understand is if I have to get a 20% discount off each one, I'm offering 800 grand for $1 million house or 80 grand for a $100,000 house. This is why median home price has to be below $500,000 on average. Ask ChatGPT, they'll give you the answer from Zillow. Boom, you're good to go. But I just see so many wholesalers that they try to go to these crazy markets, right? They try wholesaling in LA, New York City. It's like, it's just, it ain't gonna work for you, man. And I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but like, it's just the raw truth. And so how do you pick a good market, right? Honestly, it's gonna be decent population, decent median home price, but also you have to understand, I also like this new rule, which is basically, I'm calling it TSF. I call it the teenage success factor. And what do I mean by teenage success factor? Okay. So I'm 25 years old, so now I am certified old man, which is nice, which means I can make fun of young people, all right, from my high horse. But I'm just going to say a statement. You can clip this, you can do whatever you want, but most 18-year-old kids are, especially men, most 18-year-old boys are complete idiots, okay? They need some time to get a little more smart, okay? I'm just being straight up with you, all right? I was 18 once, you know, I was making good money, but I was absolutely insane. I didn't know what I was doing. Most 18-year-olds don't even know what they're doing. So they know a lot less about the world and how everything works versus a 30-year-old of the same person. Now, that's me not bashing if you're 18. I'm just saying maybe you're different. I don't know. But that basically means if you just started wholesaling real estate and you're 18 years old, you don't even know what you're doing, but you're somehow making $100 grand a month, which that happens a lot, especially in freewholesaling.com. You probably have a really good market that nobody else really has. And so what I like to do is I like to go out here and find 18-year-olds that are making like $100 grand a month. They're not like, I just call the government list and I drive for dollars and I'm making $100 grand a month. I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, wow, that means your market probably is pretty dang good. And so I like to look at that. I call it the teenage success factor. But if you have like these dumb kids and they're just making hand over fist money and they have no systems, like they are just calling sellers, doing deals, it's probably because they have a really, really, really good market. It's the multiplier, right? They have a really, really, really good market. And that's 9 times out of 10 what I found. So I like to look at young kids doing really, really well and seeing where they're doing it. And it's a little secret. You know, we don't talk about too much, but it works really dang well. And so that's how you pick the market. Now, again, kind of going back on the lists, let's talk about marketing. All right. Most beginners really need to only focus on those 3 lists: free lists, paid lists, and earned lists. So let's talk about these lists. Well, list number 1 is basically called the free list. These are lists from the government that you can get absolutely for free. These can be code violations, probates, fire damage properties, the liens, pre-foreclosures, tax delinquencies. I mean, we can go on and on and on about this, but I'm telling you right now, these are the lists you should be focusing on because they're free, they don't cost any money, and they can make you a ton of money. And so free lists are kind of the foundation here in wholesaling real estate. They're lists you get from the government. They cost no money at all with super high motivation, right?
Yeah. So let me draw a little graphic
Yeah, you
here.
can grab it right there.
Okay. So we talk about government list. And what you guys have to understand with government list, some people go, well, it's free. So, you know, why do I want to mess with a government list? Well, number 1, let's be brutally honest. Some of you guys don't have any money. And number 2, you got a choice. If you want to hunt for a lead, you got to make a choice. Do you look? So if I'm looking for a fire, do you look for the red hot, the yellow flames? No, you don't, because they're so low. And unless you have a helicopter and airplane, you have no shot. Even then, if I'm looking from a helicopter and airplane, if I want to find a fire, which is a motivated seller that needs to sell, what's the best way to do it? We look for the clues. So it's going to be a terrible graphic, but here's a fire, guys. Okay, and this is the land. I should have done that in green. But fire goes up. It only goes up X amount of feet, okay? Maybe 8, 10 feet on a big fire. Hopefully nobody's burning the house down. So what's the smart investor going to do? You're going to look for the fire? No, look for all the smoke that goes up in the fire. You guys, when you see a fire, the smoke sometimes goes thousands of feet. That smoke, so if this is your motivated seller, I want you to look at this. Smoke, the fire is the motivated seller. The smoke is the government list. Now, means that kind of coin phrase, this term government list. You know why? Because it works. The reason why you don't hear it anywhere else is because they can't capture it in a course. And if you can't make money on it, why would you promote it? I'm telling you, this is what got me started in wholesaling. It's all I looked for. It's all I ever had. And I can find smoke all day. Fire, it's like a needle in a haystack, guys. Go try to get an airplane and go search for a fire right now. You would be better off staying low and looking for the smoke. So if you know this, stop overlooking the government list. But then you guys go like this, well, it's free. How good can it be? I don't know about you, but have you checked out the government lately? They do nothing on a budget. They never stay in a budget. And they got employees everywhere. And you and me pay the bill. So go ahead and take advantage. Why don't you doge the government list and find your motivated sellers? Because I'm telling you, they are there. Now, there's been an anomaly. More people are looking for a government list than ever. Sorry, that's just the truth. I tell you where the smoke is so you can find the fire. Just because they're free, they're not going to be easy. Do you understand that? Most of you, I'm going to be brutally honest with you, go up and go, okay, can I get the code violation list? And what's that lady say behind the counter? No. And some of you got to go just like this. Okay. Listen, if you're going to take that attitude, you will never survive in wholesaling. I told you you're going to get rejected. I told you had to be resourceful. So you just got rejected. Now you have a choice. Are you going to be resourceful? Rick, what do you mean? If you accept no for an answer in everything in your life, you just get exactly what you wish for, hope for. And the reality is most of you are going to get a no on the government list. It used to be an automatic yes because nobody knew what it was. But so I've already told you, if you take the average wholesaler that starts today, let me get rid of my fire here. Give me the average wholesaler that starts today. This is what you guys are calling saturated markets. And by the way, give me a shout out if you're brand new to wholesaling. We're just getting started. Number one, I commend you. Number two, I'm going to prove a theory here. Here's the reality. Most wholesalers that start out is this line right here. You know what this line is? It's average. What is average? I take the highs and lows, and the average people are not going to do anything special. What do I mean by that? They're not going to handle rejection well, no's, and they're definitely not going to be resourceful. And here's the third one you have to understand. I can't write left-handed, trust me. I throw like a girl left-handed, which sometimes further than the boys, by the way. They're most likely to quit in less than 90 days. Okay, so I want you, everybody understanding is, when you start out wholesaling, this is what you're competing with, which is average. Average sucks. Average means I'm not going to do anything special. I'm going to be like everybody else. If 75% of American workers are dissatisfied with their job and they hate what they do, just understanding most of society is average or below. You got a choice you want to make. You come into wholesaling, if you want to be average, you are going to be these people. You're going to accept no. You're not going to be resourceful, and you're going to quit in 90 days. So what do I mean by resourceful? Well, here's what I'm asking you to be in wholesaling. If you can work on this line up here, which all it is, you ready for this? It's called the commitment line. Because if you don't quit, you can figure out the gap between the two. You're all going to start here. I'm sorry. And the goal is hopefully to get up here somewhere by this time. But you're going to get rejected. You're going to have to learn resourcefulness. So let's do an example. Rick, what the heck are you talking about resourceful? If you're brand new to wholesaling, you go and say, listen, the court leads are pretty straightforward. Probates are challenging. I believe the toughest one's the water shutoff because it's not the easiest list to get. Say I go and get my code violations. They go, no. Wait a minute. Rick and Zach told me I had to be resourceful. How do I do this? No just means they don't have enough information to give you the list. And if you turn on that type of thinking of resourceful and use the same skill sets we teach you how to connect with motivated sellers to use it to leverage these people in these government offices, I promise you, people with government jobs, they're average. They're great people. I have no problem with it. But you're trying to do something greater. It's just the truth. So you have to overcome them. If you let a government employee overcome you, you're average. I'm sorry. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I tell you exactly how it is. So we have to be resourceful. So what I'm going to do is, so if I went in person, this is exactly how I did it because I got rejected the first 3 times. I did my code violation list, and then I'll tell you a story about probate. So I went to go get my code violation list. He says, no, I'm not giving it to you. Honestly, I'm like, how can I get the list? I was resourceful. I just didn't know what to say. I tried everything. Honestly, I think I got kicked out of the office. I came back 2 days later. You know what I did? I brought an entire batch of Dunkin' Donuts. Now, I'm going to be honest. She was a big lady behind the counter. I took a wild guess because I saw a Dunkin' Donuts wrapper. I remember that's the only thing. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I went back with donuts because when I used to work in corporate world, we bribe people with sugar. And it still works today. It's terrible for them. I know. The light up in this lady's face when I got it, I got the list. And for the next 3 years, it was seamless for me. If I did not have the guts to stand up and learn how to be resourceful, I would have never figured out government list and I wouldn't be on this live stream with you. You're going to have to step up. You've got to get past average. If you're average, you're probably not going to make it in wholesaling. Now, maybe you were average before. You have to figure out how to get above it. How do you get above it? You have to be committed. Most of you are super excited coming in wholesaling, and I love it, and your enthusiasm is really high. But here's the truth. Wholesaling will not reward enthusiasm. It only rewards commitment. And commitment eventually turns into discipline. If you can do this over and over. Now, if you ask for, say, 7 government lists, do I expect you to get 7? Probably not. But you know what? If you can get 2 or 3, you're on your way. I guarantee you're going to get rejected on some. Probates are some of the challenging ones. The water shutoffs, they can be challenging. Fire damage, you got to be kind to our firefighters. But you got to work for these lists because they're free and some people are trying to abuse it. Yes, people are trying to sell you these lists. That's what marketers do. So you have to differentiate yourself. Know what is public information and what is a privacy issue. Your biggest battle on the government list is always going to be, it is public information because it's funded by the government, but they have this called privacy policy. The only way around the privacy policy is through trial and error on learning to become resourceful. I promise you, keep at it no matter what you do, and you'll get it. These lists, guys, why do we want you to do government list? It's just common sense. Think about this. I've got to give you the most motivated leads to give you the best probability when you start out in wholesaling. That's why I don't send you to the MLS right off the bat. Why? Because I already know the outcome. I've tried it. I only did MLS once, and it was 2010 to 2011. And honestly, I still got much, much better deals in off-market properties, and it's here today. It's the same thing. So guys, I can go on and on and on all the different ways. The government list, they are endless to talk about. Every one of them we have listed at freewholesaling.com. Go find one. If you're going to ask what my favorites are, I love code violations. It's to me the easiest one when to find a problem with a house. And I also enjoy probates. They do take some patience. I have specialty training at freewholesaling.com. I teach you how to be a human being, to be empathetic with people, because at some point you're all going to go through it. Unfortunately, that's just the truth. So if you can feel what your sellers are feeling, you can actually help them out more. Guys, it's endless. If I really thought I could just go to MLS or send you to a website to get all your leads, I would do it. I've tried it. Have I had hit or miss? Yes. But I could never build an entire business based on that alone. So when it comes to government lists, guys, you want to get in there. So expect to know, learn to be resourceful. And remember, you only have to beat out the average wholesaler, which, let's face it, they don't have the fortitude. And most average wholesalers fall for the average pitch on the internet saying, I can solve all your marketing issues. Just swipe your credit card here and I'll fill your inbox. I've tried. I'm just telling you guys, it is a wish you don't want fulfilled, because they'll fill your credit card up and your inbox will be filled with what? people that want to sell your house, and they'll call that a lead. And I don't believe in doing that. So guys, government list, I love them. And you know what? It's the fundamentals of wholesaling that truly gets you what you want. And so if you had a chance, let me know your success. Put in the comments. Let me know what you found with government list. But guys, they're free. You got to work for it, expect rejection, and learn to be resourceful. And remember, all you have to do is beat out the average wholesaler. Most people come into wholesaling. What do? They try it. You know, you need to earn it. You need to commit it. And you need to lock it in. That's what you got to do with wholesaling. So I could go on and on about government lists. I could probably do a 3-day teachings on it. I'm just trying to get you to understand is a lot of people go, well, government lists are below me. I want to start out doing direct mail. I want to start out in PPL. That's great. Even if you have unlimited pockets, I promise you someone's going to find the bottom of your pockets. And then you're still going to have to figure out how to do marketing. And remember, what's the key avatar for a motivated seller? Someone who needs to sell off market, direct the seller. And that's what I want you to do. So
we're getting a lot of questions. How do I find probates? How do I find these government lists right? So again, if you did your homework yesterday, you probably see it, but I got you, fam. So right here is our government list spreadsheet. This is a spreadsheet. If you just see a red dot on here, basically what that means is we have the government lists for that area. And so as you see around, it doesn't look like a lot, but those are metro markets. We're about the top 100 metro markets where you can pull the fire damage properties, the probates, liens, tax delinquencies. Like most government lists are absolutely on that spreadsheet. And that spreadsheet is obviously only in freewholesaling.com. You guessed it right there. And so I tell everyone, go to freewholesaling.com. That is in the marketing section. And you're just going to do really good there. And so probates, fire damage properties, liens, pre-foreclosures, tax delinquencies, these are the best lists to be pulling. And now, the next type of list are what I call paid lists. These are lists you have to pay for with a software. The government does not provide this information. You have to have a data aggregating software company, just like XLeads. I always talk about XLeads. It's my favorite software. It's the best one. But basically, XLeads can go out here and pull vacant properties, properties where nobody's living in the house, the high equities. We talked about equity again. That's the percentage of what is owed versus basically what the value of it gets sold for. So we want a lot of equity on these deals. We can filter out the lists. We can do AI stacked lists. We can do large motivated lists, mobile homes, vacant land, right? Pretty much what this means is you're going to run to a point when you start doing a ton of marketing where you just run out of government lists and free leads, because at most, for most areas and markets, you're only going to have about 3,000 or 4,000 government lists to pull in a month. Now, if you're doing about 10 hours by yourself solo, 20 hours by yourself solo, that is plenty, trust me. But if you're running a bigger operation, you want to get to 30, 40, 50, 100 grand a month, 200 grand a month, you just got to use a software, pull the list from the data, and then you go market it out like crazy. And that's where XLeads comes into play. So that's where you use XLeads and all that fun stuff. Now, that's paid lists. The next type of list is what we call earned lists. These are lists that you can't buy, okay? You can't go and get them for free, right? These are lists that you honestly, nobody has that list except for you. That's why I call it earned list. Now, these are lists that you earn. You don't buy them. You don't find them online. They are not publicly available, or you can't even pay money to find it. This is going to be driving for dollars and maybe even a list of inbound seller leads from digital bandit signs, right? And so basically, you go in your car, you look for ugly houses, and you're going to find a ton of great wholesale deals from that, right? Now, there are going to be ugly houses that are not on the code violation list, that are not probates. They're just ugly for whatever reason, and no software or no government list found that data set. So it's very, very interesting how that gets done. So driving for dollars, digital bandit signs was one of my favorite ways to find motivated sellers. Now, kind of going back on here, right? Most beginners, when it comes to marketing channels, really need to only focus on 4 types of channels: cold calling, texting, email blasting, and digital bandit signs. So those are the 4 ways. If you're a beginner, you're just looking to get your first wholesaling real estate deal, those are the only 4 you need to be focusing on. We don't want to get any cute. We don't want to get fancy. I would say cold calling, texting, email blasting, digital bandit signs. Now, I would add reverse driving for dollars, but again, if you can't even cold call, don't be doing that, right? So let's break this all down. So that is the marketing. And so let's talk about the first one, which is cold calling. Cold calling is basically calling somebody up and offering to buy their property for cash. Guess what? It's pretty simple. You call the list and you start seeing if they're looking to sell the property, right? So you pull a list, you skip trace the list, you call the list, you're good to go. Now, you can use a free dialer or a paid dialer. I would use my 2-question script and get the appointment set. And so remember, you pull a list, you skip trace the list, you call the list. Pretty simple. Now, a lot of people ask, Zach, oh my gosh, what kind of dialer do you recommend? Well, Google Voice is the dialer that I recommend. That is my favorite free dialer. So go to googlevoice.com. We teach that in freeholston.com, and you start calling the 2-question script. Or you can use a paid dialer. There's an auto dialer inside of XLeads, which is really cheap. Or you can use a triple line dialer, which is going to call 3 lines at the same time. That works pretty dang well. And so that's how you do it on that end. And then you just get the appointment set. So everyone asks, Zach, what is your cold calling script? Again, we teach it in freeholston.com, but I want to share with everyone again one more time. Repetition, repetition, repetition. I asked them first and foremost, are you the owner of the property? The reason I asked if they're the owner is sometimes if they're not an owner,
Wasting your time.
you're just basically wasting your time. And then also you kind of throw them off. Remember, when they pick up the phone, they just want to say, no, 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 no. Now they're kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? And so you ask them again, are you interested in selling the property? That is basically how you deal with it. Now, a lot of people think you need to have this crazy fancy script. The reason why it's so simple, it gets to the point, but also because you're not wasting time with the calling, you can go and call another person. You get as many at-bats as possible, finding people who want to sell the property for cash. And so the next one here is SMS text blasting. So SMS text blasting is amazing. We absolutely love SMS text blasting, but SMS text blasting is probably one of the most efficient ways to find motivated sellers. Like, you just click a button, send thousands of texts out, and you get wholesale deals. The problem with it, there are some very limited free options. This is more of a paid option. And there's nothing wrong about paying for marketing, right? Everyone knows that. I am very against paying for, I'm not against it, but like, that's not what I do, right? I mean, I just make too much money to be selling courses right now. But if you're trying to pay for a wholesale course, I think it's ridiculous. But I think paying for marketing, that's always a good return on the investment, right? And so I've never been against paying for marketing. I think you should pay for marketing in a smart way. Start with like $100 a month budget, then a $200. Don't go spend 10 grand your first month.
You can't. So I thought when I first did paid marketing, I could just double the budget and I would double my leads. And I found out you have to build systems because you get inundated with leads. Now, most of you start off as basically solopreneurs when you do wholesaling. That's one of the things that attracts you to it. And that's what you do. You start out manually, you go out, you hustle, you get your government list, you do door knocking, you do driving for dollars, you do reverse driving for dollars. And eventually your days get full. That's a good thing. And then you get all these leads and you start working them with the follow-ups. And then at some point you go, man, like, I don't know if I can keep this pace. That's when you want to consider doing some paid marketing options. But here's the truth, guys. A lot of you get sold a bill of goods on, you should start out paid marketing, and then that way you don't have to go through the struggle. The struggle is what makes you a great wholesaler. If you don't know exactly what you're looking for, if you don't know exactly how to talk to motivated sellers, why do you think paying for the leads is going to make it easier? It's actually going to make it tougher, because say you spend $5,000 a month on marketing, which is not a ton of money when it comes to marketing. If you go 2 or 3 months without it, can you go 15 grand? The truth is, most of you can't. And that's what we're trying to go at. I want to find out if you have the stomach, you have the moxie to actually do wholesaling. The reality is, a lot of average people come in and they try wholesaling. If you want to commit and go, man, average is not in my ball field, I've tried it, it sucks, and you do that, then you can come in and hit it out of the park. So Zach talks about SMS. One of the greatest inventions I've seen in wholesaling. Why? Because the solopreneur can institute a marketing plan of 10, 20, 30,000 all by themselves. But there's been some new challenges with the delivery, the carriers with it, and these compliances, A2P. Listen, you just have to step up and figure out how to work with it. But that was one where you could pay sometimes anywhere from $500 to $2,500 a month and get it. The problem with skip tracing, we've obviously fixed that with XLeads. But once I get past that level, then people will consider direct mail. They'll consider PPC, PPL, some people do radio ads, which I'm not a big fan of. TV ads, they've never really worked in wholesaling. It's just the truth. I've tried them. And you figure out how to scale it. You've got to figure out how to get your first deal then get to deal 5, then you can decide to grow and scale your business. And you want to find the best return of investment. And the only way to do that is understand how the marketing works for wholesaling. That way you're educated and you're not throwing money at people and just giving them endless trust on it.
There we go. And so that's SMS text blasting. So first and foremost, we text sellers. If you have no money, Google Voice, send 5 texts an hour for 10 hours. That's 50 per line. Get a couple lines. You're good. Just get Gmails and phone numbers. You're good to go, right? Wholesaling.com. But also, you got to remember this too. You can pay for it on X Leads. It costs about $8.70 per 1,000 texts, which I think is pretty dang cheap. But we like that. We use our double whammy script, teach that in freewholesaling.com. That's how we do our SMS text blasting. Now, digital bandit signs, again, I love doing this because it takes about 5-10 minutes a day. Here's a screenshot from the Digital Bandit Sign Academy we have in freewholesaling.com. That's one of our free courses. But pretty much go to ChatGPT. For example, I think in the course, I went in there and I basically said, hey, I did a thing in the Houston Hat Club. I know it sounds crazy, but there's a hat club in Houston with tens of thousands of people in it.
Wow.
And I basically went in there and said, hey, I have a true passion for hats. I have a passion for buying houses for cash. And I just show people how to write ads on Facebook groups. It works really well. It's really cool in there. The next one is my EOG system. Love the EOG system. It is my email offer generator system. Basically, you can send thousands of emails every single day, absolutely for free using Google Sheets and Gmail. We actually have the software inside of freewholesaling.com. Actually, the software to skip tracing, but we have a software inside of freewholesaling.com to connect Google Sheets with Gmail. Nobody else in wholesaling even talks about this or even shows this type of software, which is insane. I really should charge for this, but again, it's absolutely for free. You just go to freewholesaling.com, go to the EOG system, so the email offer generator system. It's all in there. It's in the main marketing course too. I have a whole module on this. But the only thing that sucks is you got to use X-Leads to get the emails. You're not really going to be able to get 30,000 emails on cyber background checks. But as long as you got X-Leads, you can go send these emails out absolutely for free. It's one of the big benefits. And this is kind of what the email template looks like. So this is the email template right here. Again, heads up, this offer is only good for 7 days. Talk to me ASAP. And kind of the whole point of this entire email is to get people to call you by sending cold emails out. Yeah. It works pretty dang well.
And also it gives you the ability to do what we call off-market hour marketing. So we're all confined when it comes to cold calling, door knocking, reverse driving for dollars, to basically daylight hours. Like you don't want to cold call before 9 a.m., really maybe even 10 a.m. And so what do you do if like you're going to bed and stuff? What if we can show you how to work leads like while you're sleeping? So sending out emails, even if you spend out a couple thousand and you get a 1% to 2% response rate, those are leads you can work like the next morning when you wake up. So everybody talks about on-hour marketing and wholesaling. We like to teach you how to actually give you the extra step and use email marketing so you can send it out there to find possibly a motivated seller while you can't really connect with them cold calling. You can't be texting people in the middle of the night, and you obviously can't visit and drive to their house. So email is like people often overlook. I know you guys think everything goes to spam, but you'd be shocked if companies like Domino's and Little Caesars, good Lord, they never stop doing it. Why? Because it works. The only one I didn't see work was Bed Bath & Beyond, but they are an online company now, and they send out these coupons are nonstop, and the emails are even worse. They're everywhere. So if it works for large corporations, why do you think it won't work for you? Now, you're not going to buy 10,000 houses on it. I just need you to buy one. And it doesn't cost you anything, and it allows you to market people in off hours. And I don't know any other system or anyone else who teaches you how to market in off hours. Yes, direct mail in a way it is, but it's really not. And email, you can have somebody reach out to you almost instantly. So if you send one out at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, they wake up, open their inbox, that's a fresh lead that you can work. Guys, nobody seems to talk about this stuff. We want to find ways to get you as many leads as possible with the smallest amount of budget, because we know a lot of you getting started, you're on a fixed budget. The reality of wholesaling is you're attracted because you minimize your risk and you maximize reward, but you're going to have to maximize your effort. You're going to have to be committed. Don't try wholesaling. Make sure you jump in and go all in. Make sure you're committed, because that's the difference between someone who succeeds and someone who fails. Remember, the people who fail, they try, and triers quit. People are committed. They'll fail, but they keep getting back up and they keep going on. So don't forget that. That's what you guys want to do. That's the secret sauce. There is no secrets in wholesaling. I hate when people say that. But you just got to stay. Guys, if I could put a camera on the back the first year I wholesale, you would be laughing so hard right now. I was terrible at it. But the only difference of why I kept going is I just didn't quit. I had contracts fall through. I got embarrassed in front of sellers. I had buyers laugh me out of it. And I just kept going back. I did the wrong contracts. I did the wrong paperwork. And if you understand that, if I can fail and get back up, what's your excuse? Do the exact same thing. Are there more people in wholesaling than ever? Yeah, but I said that back in 2003, and here I am almost 23 years later, and the same story. It's just like history repeats itself. It doesn't repeat itself exactly. It just tends to rhyme. And if you understand that, just stick it out. If you think houses are expensive now, wait till 5 or 10 years from now. God only knows, at the rate our government prints money, houses are the one asset class that always go up in value. Can they go backwards a little bit? Yeah, but remember, we're wholesalers. It doesn't matter to us. I've made money in the best markets. I've made money in the worst markets. And only wholesalers can say that. Speculators, they're the ones that publicly admit they get killed because they reach too far and they have to forecast 6 months to a year, sometimes a year and a half in advance. Wholesalers make money today. So if you understand that, you can jump right into it and get started in wholesaling. So what else we got?
Yeah, so let's kind of break this down. Let's kind of visualize where kind of at with the marketing. So again, you want to find a wholesale real estate deal. All right, you have some options. Okay, so let's break this down into 2 sections. All right, this is how I like to look at things. Okay, inbound and outbound. This is how it is. So if you want deals to come to you simply and really not work too hard, you want to focus on inbound. If you want cheaper real estate deals, you do outbound. So let's kind of look at I can make it like let's make it like a cost. Let's do it like this. This will be a little easier. All right. Let's flip it over. Let's make a little chart here. All right. There we go. This will be a little easier to do. So this is going to be basically CPL. CPL stands for cost per lead. And we're basically going to see how this is actually, so we'll just do this. Cost per lead. There we go. And we'll do easiness. Okay. And so let's go down the line of these types of strategies. And so right here is going to be kind of the breaking point where we're going to see it. So again, we're going to notice pretty simple, right? Let's kind of do the first one. Let's compare inbound to outbound. Actually, we got to do it like that, outbound. There we go. We'll do inbound right here. Okay, so let's look at only inbound leads for a second, and we'll go out here and look at outbound. So first and foremost, we're going to go look at inbound, we'll look at radio, okay? If you're doing radio advertising, you're probably going to find it's going to take you around, what do you say, $4,000 to get a deal? $4,000 to get a deal? Yeah, about $4,000. So if you want inbound seller leads from a radio ad, you're probably going to spend $4,000 for somebody to come see your deal. If you want to do PPC, I've seen it go all the way up to $7,000. I'll probably just say $5,000 to be a nice guy, but that's pushing it. You're probably looking at like $7,000. That's a lot of money per deal. If you go out here and you decide you want to go out here and Facebook ads, you're probably looking at about $7,000 right there. That's about the industry average. I found about $7,000. And then you can do reverse drawing for dollars. So that's you going out here and putting a sticky note on a deal. You're going to be roughly about $50. Now, here's the thing. All right. Why is reverse drawing for dollars so much lower than all this other stuff? They're all inbound sellers coming to us. You're going to get way less volume, and you got to do a lot more work to do this. Now, if you want to kind of look at it on another way, you can look at how much time it takes to get a deal. So again, if you want to look at another matrix, what is a matrix? It's a relationship between two things. That's the definition of a matrix. So if I reverse do this on this way, maybe make it a little easier. So let's keep cost right here. All right, there we go. We'll put time. Okay, so let's do radio really quick. Radio, it's going to be right here, but it's going to take not a lot of time. Now, it's going to take more time if let's do cold calling. Cold calling is going to cost us basically nothing. I mean, we might be at $200 for a deal, but it can also be basically $0 per deal if you do it for free. And you're going to find that you need to do way more time. Like this is like 40 hours a week. This is going to be like 3 hours a week, right? Radio is right here. There is pretty much extreme high cost, not a lot of time to be done. And if you look at these other strategies, right? If you put reverse drawing for dollars, reverse drawing for dollars is going to be like right here with the amount of time you got to put in, but the cost is pretty much super low. So you're going to find a correlation between some of these strategies right here, and I'll kind of map them out right here. Okay, you're going to find that if you want cost to go down for your marketing, you're going to have to increase the amount of input you put in. If you want to decrease the amount of time you try to find a wholesaling deal, you're going to have to spend more money. So there's a extreme correlation right here between the amount of money you spend and how much time that you put in this business. What you want to find is the best return on your money and the best return on your time. What I have personally found is just government lists will give you the best return on time, so you can kind of have the least amount of time with the least amount of cost. So if you want to find a deal without spending too much time and without spending money, government lists are going to be the best things. If you have cost as your biggest problem, free lists are perfect. If time's your biggest issue, drop some money on paid marketing, right? You just have to understand where you want to be in marketing, right? They're all going to get deals, but it's really, really important that you go out here and get some deals on here. But just make sure you're not spending too much money. That's kind of the problem. Where you say a good budget is? I think for a beginner, I think $200-300.
I mean, you're better off just starting light and then figuring out as you go. The problem is everyone I see who drops, $3,000 or $5,000, they go through that money very fast and they make a lot of mistakes, and then they outspend their leads. And you'd be better off doing the government list, doing some of the basic SMS, even doing some of the basic stuff with leads, and figuring it out so you don't go broke doing it. Because let's face it, if some of you guys, I mean, we're not the guys to tell you to go throw everything on a credit card and hope and pray and see if it works out. That's not responsible. That's not gonna help you in wholesaling. So the journey of wholesaling, you've got to learn how to talk to people. You got to learn exactly what to look for. We've already given you all the clues on it, but I know we preach the fundamentals. The fundamentals always survive. That's why I've been doing this 23 years, because I don't take the latest trend and just run with it. Trends will work, but they'll frustrate you because you constantly have to keep chasing the trend. So if you build a foundation of wholesaling and figure out how to get motivated seller leads, and then you have a core principle how to do it, and then once you're making money and you're getting better and you learn how to close people and talk to them, then you can increase your risk. Honestly, guys, some of you don't have a risk tolerance because you don't have any money. So why? And listen, radio and TV ads don't even bother in wholesaling. It's a dream. It doesn't work.
Used to.
Even back in the day, I struggled it was just check after check, credit card. And it's like, after a while you go, I've spent $50,000. I've only made $52,000, and I'm running around and I'm processing thousands of leads and I'm not getting anywhere. I'm like, you got to make a question. Do I want to be a realtor? Do I want to be a wholesaler? So I've done the tried and true ways. All these we have up on here.
Well, so what I'm trying to show here is, if let's say you have 1,000 probates, it's like, what do you do with 1,000 probates? What I tell you is what you should do is skip trace their numbers, which will show. I would call this entire list. Everybody that does not pick up that phone, I'm going to go text them. So everyone that does not pick up, so if we have a 20% response rate, 80% of that means we're going to send 800 texts, text the people that don't answer. do another 20%. That'd be 640, I think. Let's say, what's 80% of 800? Is that 640? Yeah, 640. That means we're going to reverse drive for $640. And then of those, I'll probably email blast some more timers, leave them there. But the point is, you should, if you have a good list, you should call the list, text the list, and then reverse drive for dollars it. That would be my marketing to get your first wholesale deal. Because you want to still stick to government lists as a beginner. If you want to do paid marketing, pull us to 10,000, call it, dialer, go nuts. But make sure the marketing is simple, right? This is literally my triple tap system. That is exactly the system I tell everyone.
Yeah.
When you have a really, really good government list, tell you when to do it.
And your skip tracing ties right into these two. So these right here, I mean, you already got the number, you paid for it, or you got to include in your X-Leads account. It's like kind of a double whammy right off there. Now, reverse driving for dollars, it's going to cost you some time. But the reason we do it is not to waste your time, is because you're going to do more than what the average wholesaler does, because that's what it takes. Guys, I used to find houses in not so much pre-foreclosure, but like vacant houses. I honestly, I spent so much time calling them, texting them, driving by, putting sticky notes on the door. And then I got really resourceful. What you guys learn is you guys will find vacant houses all the time. I get tons of leads on them. The problem is you got to be really resourceful. How do I find the person in the vacant house that's not responding to everything else we're doing? You talk to the neighbors. Don't tell them you're buying the house. That's the last thing you want to do, because you get the neighbors excited to beat you. They get FOMO. You don't want to do that. Find out when the lawn's getting cut. You actually become like a private investigator, and you start figuring. And when the lawn guy comes in, all you got to do is follow the money. Hey, who pays you to cut this lawn, and can I get their contact information? You just got to bribe him a little bit, but they'll usually share that information. And you find out the neighbor goes, hey, they cut every other Saturday. I show up Saturday 9 a.m. I might have to sit in my car 3 or 4 hours. That's how I found a lot of these vacant leads. But the average person will try this. I tried to call them. I sent them a text. Maybe I sent them an email and I moved on. Go above and beyond. Remember, you've just got to be about average. I've showed up in courts. I do some crazy stuff. That's what it takes to be a wholesaler. And I want you to understand, you got to push with everything you absolutely have. So
there we go. And so if you want to get phone numbers to your leads, right, the last one is going to be here on skip tracing. Again, if you have no money, I do recommend you go to cyberbackgroundchecks.com. Another website I've talked about is truepeoplesearch.com. Yeah. That's great. Obviously, for skip tracing, I just use X-Leads. You get 60,000 a month on there. I mean, that's pretty much a no-brainer. But that's how I get their phone numbers. And then overall, we're going to be talking about kind of creating plans. We're also going to be talking about how to talk to motivated sellers tomorrow, how to close them, how to find the buyer, and then really a game plan. Because I think what we need here is we know exactly kind of the whole marketing system we talk about.
Yep.
You can start calling sellers, texting them. You can send direct mail. You can send probate letters. You can digital bandit signs, right? You can email block. There's so many ways to find wholesale deals. But what I think most people should be doing is just trying to find at least one list right now. Just like one list. That's all I'm asking.
Yep.
Find one list and just focus on that for now. Get your first deal off of one list, maybe 2 lists, and then one marketing channel. I prefer cold calling, prefer texting, whatever you want to do, and we'll go from there. But guys, this is marketing. This is how to find wholesaling real estate deals. It's simple. You just got to go where the motivated sellers are. And you know what you always say, right? When there's smoke, there's fire.
Yep.
And so if we're going out here in wholesaling, right, and there are ugly houses, people not paying their property taxes, people have liens on their house, right? That's where we go. We get their phone number at truepeoplesearch.com or X-Leads, pull the list, call them, text them, put a sticky note on the door, post some digital bandit signs, go to freewholesaling.com, and you're going to start having success. And so let me see a couple of other questions we got on here, and let's break it down. X-Leads is better than any software. Trust me, I know that. I'm going to add the link to day 1 on here too, and then day 3 starts tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
We are going to finish off strong. This is probably our most important video of the challenge. And what we're going to do today exactly is share with you exactly how to talk to sellers, close sellers, find cash buyers. But most importantly, in the end of this challenge is going to be the exact 3 game plans. And so we're going to give you 3 game plans of if you are an in-person wholesaler with no money at all, if you're a virtual wholesaler with no money at all, or if you just want to take the Disney Express Pass option and get a deal the fastest way possible with a little bit of a budget. I think we put like $300 in there. You know, I think everyone probably should be at that. But if you got no money, we have no problem. I had somebody from Sudan and Papua New Guinea reach out to me today in freelson.com. And I don't know if you ever know what's going on in Sudan, but pretty crazy stuff. They got a bad war. It's not good. And still trying to go out here and wholesale. And so, of course, some people are virtually no money at all. We want to give everyone pretty much as many options as possible for success in wholesaling real estate. And so, guys, we're day 3 of this challenge. We're pumped up for it, guys. I rarely go live 3 days in a row, but this challenge is so important. We're kicking off July as hard as we possibly can and really just trying to dedicate as much time as possible for you guys to go out here and have success in wholesaling real estate. So we have no time to waste here. So let's just get straight into it and share exactly how you guys can have success wholesaling real estate. But again, in this challenge, just do me a favor. Bro, I can't get started until you let me know, where is everyone coming from? We need a network in the comments. This is where to talk to other wholesalers, see where everyone's at. So call them out. Where are they at? Where we go? Where are we wholesaling real estate from today? Boston?
Got Boston in the house.
Boston in the house.
Nice. What else did I see on there?
Boston, Northeast. Okay, I like that.
SoCal.
Tampa,
Back there.
Indiana, LA, Austin, Dallas, Central Florida,
PSL in the house.
Port St. Lucie, Seattle,
Seattle.
Colleen. Ernest says we need some more slang, Rick. Okay.
I picked that up on Monday. That's where they school me. And then I test it out on you. I try to tell them what time I'm going to drop it, although Jesus ratted me out, but it's okay.
Yeah, we need a new one.
He taught it to me though.
We need a new hip Gen Z slang for you,
guys.
Jennifer.
We'll do it on Monday. Like, don't do it in front of here.
Let them cook's a good one too. I like let them cook, but
Lock it in didn't stick, did it?
Lock it in. You know, here I'll give you before we get started, I'll give you a new one. Are you ready? You're cooked. Not let them cook, but you're cooked. Okay, you're done for. Okay, that's a new one. You're cooked.
That was even around when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
That's like a new one.
You guys are recycling old stuff, man.
Okay. No, what about no cap? Okay, we'll do on cap.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that a little later. But all right, we got Milwaukee,
Monday
Detroit. We love it.
I like to watch your reaction. You're like,
oh my gosh. So guys, let's talk about it. Let's share exactly everything you need to know for success. And let's break down day 3 of our action plan guide. So we're going to talk about how to close sellers, talk to sellers, how to figure out if our deal, how much is it worth. We're going to talk about exactly how to find cash buyers and really a precise action plan to get your first wholesaling real estate deal in the next 30 days. And so let's break this all down. Ooh, bussin'. I say we do bussin'. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay. No, not a bus. No, I have not.
Scariest things you'll ever do.
Okay, so yeah,
It's
no.
like a moving jail.
Oh boy. All right, so we're gonna break down exactly the precise actions you need to get your first wholesale deal in the next 30 days. And so let's break this all down and let's share this. And so we're gonna first talk about the title company vetting process. And so first and foremost, we need to use a title company in these transactions. How do you find a title company? The easiest one to do is to go inside of freelson.com. Okay, let's do some freelson.com and go to zachdiscord.com and just make a post or ask, hey, in Las Vegas, where is the best title company? The best title company is going to come from just asking where other people are successfully doing it. One thing I really love doing in the Discord, and I'll show you right here. So remember, freelson.com is the main one, but we also have a Discord community, and the Discord community is it's like a lot more younger guys and gals in there, but I remember everyone's in there. But my favorite thing, I think everyone should be in the Discord because we have Friday calls in there, right? Yeah. But let me share the Discord really quick. So this is the zachdiscord.com, right? And the cool part about that is if you go to zachdiscord.com, let's just go for a second around here. People are talking, right? And we got some admins, we got some awesome people in here. I wanted to skip Jason. Yeah, it's pretty cool on here. Let's skip Jason. I'm going to talk. Yeah, okay. Jason's on here right here. So shout out to Jason. He's got his shiny one. He's got the verified closer badge in ZachDiscord.com. You know what that means? That means he's done over $250,000 of closings. That's pretty dang cool. That's why he gets the shiny holographic Jason Goot, because he's done that. And if you're an admin, you get that too. We own real estate with Jason. Yes, we do. But basically, Jason, we own real estate together, all that stuff. He's a cool guy. Some people talk about how cool it is to get married to somebody. How about you own real estate with someone? That's you get to really know someone, right? Me and Jason, we're locked in with the deed. Okay. It's sometimes harder to unwind a real estate deal. There ain't no prenup on that one. I'll tell you that. So I don't even know where you meant that one, but okay. All right. So Jason Goot's right here. And that means he's basically done over $250,000 of closings. He sent me over $250,000 in HUDs, or I verified it with him. And basically that means he's as legit as they come. And so that means I just click here and I can choose right here to go message him. Hold on. Is he not accepting messages right now?
He's on the phone.
Yeah, he doesn't have a messenger on here. Oh, I got to add him as a friend. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. Okay. So basically, when he adds me as a friend, hopefully he does. Be my friend, Jason. You can go click and message him and just say, hey, Jason. Hey, I just saw your verified closer in ZachDiscord.com. That's pretty dang cool. And you can basically just say, like, hey, Jason, like, what closing attorney you use in South Carolina? Pretty cool. Right? There we go. Oh boy, Jason. Okay. Jason in the chat. But basically what I mean by this is I can go direct message him and just ask him, hey, what closing attorney you use? And that's the coolest part about finding title company. Just ask successful people in our communities, and they're more than happy. We're not scared to share who we use for a title company, right? And so also when you talk to a title company, though, you need to go out here and make sure you vet them properly. This means you ask them the right questions. And so there are 4 main questions you have to ask, right?
Yes.
Your title company. So
Yeah.
what questions to ask a title company?
So the you have to predicate it is, I strongly recommend that you work with a title company before you do a wholesale deal. And I know you go, well, how hard can that be? I'm just telling you, I've watched more deals screwed up by a title company that refuses to work with people like us wholesalers. So you have to understand is, do this process before, because the worst thing you do is go out and get a great motivated seller that needs to sell and have the title company screw it up. And if you don't think they have the power to do it, trust me, I've watched it over and over. I've watched them screw up deals of mine. So you want to do this process before you get a deal. This is a non-negotiable part because it's not hard, but it has to be predicated. So the first one is I simply ask them, do you guys work with assignment of contract? Shut your mouth and listen carefully. I'm looking for absolutely yes. If you get a long-winded explanation, I don't know if I'm even moving on with the conversation. Or if you get a hard no, they did you a favor. Remember, we look at this like qualifying. I'm not selling them anything. I'm trying to bring them in and work with my business. So you have to understand that. Number 2, ask them how many wholesaling deals they have done. Don't start out, do you work with wholesalers? It's such an open-ended question. Some of them don't even know what a wholesaler is. So if they do an assignment of contract, it's naturally going to lead to question number 2. Do you work with any other wholesalers? And how many have you worked with in the last year? And they'll tell you, hey, we do 20 or 30% of our business with wholesalers. Understand this, most title companies, 95% of their clients are with realtors. Do you understand that? So don't be shocked if you reach out to 3 title companies and 3 don't want to do business with you all. Why would they not want to do business with us? Because some of them are just geared towards realtors, and that's how they train their employees, and they're doing you a favor by telling them you don't handle it. The next thing is, I ask them, how do you handle probates? Why? Because if you're doing wholesaling, you're eventually going to come across probates. You do driving for dollars. That's how I found probates, by accident. Then I found them on purpose. Why? I want you to get me through the probate process and tell me what paperwork I need. They are an instrumental part of your team. And remember, they're the ones that will vouch for you when nobody else will vouch for you. I'm telling you, they are your third-party verifier. They're licensed and insured, and they will help your reputation. The last one is, guys, I like to work with small mom and pop title companies. Why? the service is better, and there's a commitment. Why? I want someone's contact phone number. I just don't want their office phone number. I want their cell phone number. You're not going to get it from the big. There's about 4 or 5 really big title companies out there. Find someone that does business locally in your community. And remember, they are licensed for the entire state. So if you do a remote area in your state, they can handle that. And if you have a go-to person, you want to use the exact same person every time. Now, my local title company, we've been working with the same person actually ever since you've been in the business, like 9 years. Yeah. And I had a person 7 years. That's what makes your business flow real smooth. You do not want to go person to person. They go, oh, don't worry, we have 15 agents, we can handle anything. No, one person, because you're going to train them how you work. They're going to help you, and they're going to warn you with any problems. So I want to find a small private company. I ask them if they do assignment of contracts. Do you work with wholesalers? How many in the past year? Do you handle probates? And can I get your cell phone number? But you got to kind of ask, hey, are you the type of person I can call on Saturday afternoon? Because that's what you need. Can I call you on Sunday? My title companies all answer their phones. It is non-negotiable. I do not have a 9-to-5 schedule. Now, they can usually answer a simple question. I don't tax them. And then you could forward them the email and then deal with them on Monday. But guys, please don't wait till you get a deal to try to figure out the title company. And remember, you need to pick the title company. They are basically the most important team member you have when you start out wholesaling. If you think you're going to use a realtor's title company or one, maybe you bought a house in the past, you're going to be shocked when you ask all 4 of these questions. And guys, do not negotiate on these questions. They are going to save you from so much aggravation. The last thing I want you to do is go through all this work, all this marketing effort, and have a bold conversation and get somebody under contract to give it to the wrong title company. Yes. Can any title company technically handle our purchase and sale agreement up from a wholesaler? Yes. But are they going to screw it up? Are they going to freak your seller out? Don't find it out after you have a deal. Find it out before.
I agree. And so one thing I could tell everyone is, first and foremost, do you do assignments? Yes. How many wholesaling deals have you done? Do you handle probates? And who's my contact person? Simple. If they can't answer, I've had so many people struggle. They're like, this title company asked the seller if they're okay with making a $60,000 assignment fee. It's like, wow, Jace, man, that's ridiculous. So yeah, we got to vet it out. And so the next question we get, and probably one of the most common ones, for a beginner, and this is something we have to go forward before we start getting deals, is like, how much is my wholesale deal worth? Remember, I like to look at wholesaling as buying $100,000 bills. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but there's actually $100,000 bills. And so let me show you what it looks like. But they used to do these like for banks and stuff before they had like digital currency and stuff. But this is the way I look at wholesaling, because I'm mentally crazy, but everyone knows this. Like, this is a legit, like, I think it's a real bill. It's a real bill. It's called the $100,000 bill.
Worth
And-
100 grand now?
Yeah, it's worth $100,000. But
It's worth more than that.
yeah, probably.
Collectible.
But it's basically back when it
What's
was
on it?
Woodrow Wilson. Don't ask me why. But basically, it was I'm not sharing it. Here you go. There you go. It was a $100,000 bill. It's still legal tender in the United States. Now, the reason I say $100,000 bill is, just think about it, okay? It's very, very, very interesting. But it's like, okay, how much is that $100,000 bill worth if they printed those like today? They'd be worth $100,000, right? Now you have D serials and F serials, and of course some are worth more than. But let's say, just to make simple, this bill is worth $100,000. Okay, so how easy would it be to make money if you just flip paper? Oh, well, we do flip paper in real estate, don't we? Okay, whatever. But like, think about it. What if somebody says, "Hey, I'm looking to sell this bill. What would you offer?" And like, I want a cash offer, and I say, "Would you take 60 grand on that?" And they say, "No, I have to be at 90. Would you take 70? Sure, do 70. Perfect." And then I go sell this bill and guess what we sell the bill for? A lot of people think we sell the bill for 100 grand. No, you sell the bill for 90. You write a contract to buy this bill for 70 grand, and you sell it to a guy for 90 grand. You make $20,000. The guy who bought the bill for me still's making money. I'm still making money. Everyone's making money. And I know that sounds like, oh my gosh, I'd rather do that. because it's almost guaranteed how much it's worth. The reason why we make money in real estate is because we find untapped opportunity. And so the hardest part is figuring out sometimes what the house is worth. I looked at it's a $260,000 bill. We're going to lock it up for $230, sell it for $240 and make 10 grand. That's why I like to think of it, because like if you know what it's worth, going to negotiations, you just got to be below that. Boom. It's super straightforward, right?
I would love to have one of those $100,000 bills in a frame.
Yeah,
They're probably, what do you think they're worth? They're probably worth like
Double. Some rich guy uses it as a flex.
well, they don't print them anymore. I like that. That's pretty cool, man. It just, guys, listen, think about if you go to a garage sale to learn the art of how to flip something. You know, Gary Vee talks about flipping Beanie Babies, and some of you guys do video games. They do this shoe market thing's nuts. Like I hear about this all the time. I'm just in shock what some of these the shoes, but like how many shoes do you got to flip? And so I like to find the biggest asset class. What is bigger than real estate? There's just really not, other than flipping corporations and doing stuff like that.
I guess private equity. That's it.
Yeah. So, but you can't do that on any type of scale.
Consider public land, then no, real estate's the most valuable thing.
So make a choice. So if you bought little trinkets as a kid, you had that entrepreneur blood, then wholesaling is the absolute perfect fit, because why not do something of like a bigger scale so you can get the economies of scale to do it? Because I think the shoe thing is actually really cool. And don't get me wrong, I think watches are cool too, but like it's very set, and you can only scale it so much and make so much. And remember, we're dealing with the human problem. The problem is, even if someone has a trashed house, a Rolex is worth a certain dollar amount, and even unless you bang it and crack the crystal or something like on it, you don't get the opportunity. With real estate, guys, people who buy I love when people say, I'm going to buy my house and in 15 years, it's going to be double the value, and I'm going to make a $300,000 in appreciation.
I mean,
it will, but the reality of these houses is some people don't take care of them. And the ones that don't take care of them,
sure.
If you added up every Home Depot receipt, all the design and the furniture, I'd be willing to say most people, if you really had to figure out the value of the dollar on their personal home, they don't make nearly what they think they do, because they personalize it. How many houses we buy, I'm like, what were you thinking?
But we talk about this all the time, right? Anyone who gets into flipping things, right? Gary Vee type style, all this stuff, right? Look at all the things people flip. People flip cars. The people that make money flipping cars usually are going to be cheaper cars, because you ain't flipping big Lamborghinis because the price goes up, right? Exactly. Alex Minio guy, we actually interviewed him Monday. He used to flip watches. If you look at people who flip watches, they're not flipping $600,000. They're flipping the 5, 6, 7,000, because when it gets to a value of too high, you can't flip them. The sneakers, you ain't flipping $7,000 sneakers. You're going to flip the $100, $200 ones, right? Exactly. And in real estate, we flip the cheapest houses. Langfield, for us, houses are still kind of expensive. There's $200,000 houses, but like it's easier to flip a $200,000 house than it's to flip a $200,000 car. But so much easier.
Because it's considered the lower end.
It's lower end.
Yep.
And so every type of person is going to have that. And so we have to figure out what this $100,000 bill is going to be. And so in wholesaling, we have to find the value of the deal. So how do we figure out the value of the deal? What I like to do is I like to look at ARV and comps. And so this is a pretty simple equation, but what ARV repairs and all this stuff is we have to figure out ARV stands for after repair value. Okay. After repair value stands for what the property is worth after it's been repaired, what it looks all sexy and great and everything, right? Now, that means that ARV is what the house is worth in its best condition, HGTV style, A&E TV show, whatever, right? Whatever that style is, right? Perfectly done. That's what the house is worth. Repairs is how much it's going to take to bring that house up to that standard. Now, AR is exactly the after repair. So the repair cost needed. V is value. So if you take ARV, I know this, stay with me for a second. If you take ARV, AR is repair cost needed. V is the value after it, basically the MAO. And so if you want to look at what ARV is what the MAO is plus the repair costs. Stay with me here. ARV is MAO plus repair costs. Think about that for a second. MAO plus repair costs to a point, right?
You know what I used to think ARV was? What somebody told me?
Yeah, what? I know what it is.
No. Like I was so stupid when I first started wholesaling. Somebody asked me, what is the ARV? I go, it's the actual retail value. And that phrase comes off the Price is Right. But like, I didn't know, like, and you learn it. Like I go, and somebody go, no, it's after. I go, you sure? Anyways, I corrected myself, but I go, it's the actual retail value.
The
And
only
it's just so
reason
funny.
you never got in trouble because you never said it. You never say ARV to seller, so they don't really even know.
Listen, I'm just showing, like, I didn't know everything. I didn't know a lot when I started. I went through and do it. And I think we get so tied up in ARV and all these numbers. You know, I just recently did a video and I talked about it is you guys are trying to comp. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. We can get in the comps or.
We're talking about this right now.
So here's the reality is, here's how I explain it. I'm old school simple. When it comes to wholesale, this is actually everything we do is wholesale. If you talk to a food company, a restaurant, what do? They try to buy things cheap as possible. Usually got to buy it in bulk, and we buy low, right? And then the only difference is most places like a restaurant, they're going to want to sell retail, right? Here's the truth of a wholesaler. And this will give you much more clarity on when you do comps. If we buy low, we sell medium. Why? We want to exchange speed and lower our risk. Some of you guys get so obsessed on getting that retail comp. Does it really matter to get that last 10 to 12% of the comp? I've seen people fight for days for it. And here's what I found. If you spend too much time and energy trying to get that perfect ARV, number one, you're not getting in that position. You should know it, but it's a parameter. You stay on the lower side. If you get more, that's great. And here's the truth. The longer you spend on the comp, the worse the comp's going to be. You know why? Because the data tells you what the comp is, you didn't accept it. And you're going to know, I got it under contract for this. So then you go out and seek. Have you ever had that friend or family member where like they'll ask 10 people the same question? You know why? Because they don't like your answer. They're going to wait till someone complies with the answer that they've made up in their head to make sure you conform to it. So I find if you spend like hours on pulling comps, you start cherry picking them. So you ignore the data, which is the truth. And then you tell yourself a lie. And then you get in this ridiculous circle. And after you call 30 cash buyers, what do they all say? You paid too much for the property and you don't learn your lesson. So I'm just telling you, buy low, sell medium. Know the ARV, but like don't obsess about it. ARVs, in my opinion, were actually designed for fix and flippers, people want to fix them up, and realtors who want to list the property. So if we're buying low and we're selling medium, why is everybody so obsessed hanging on the top? The reality is most of you are overpaying for your properties because you're scared to do the hard part and get that no out of the way. And we teach you the other way. I just want to give you a mental picture of how comping goes. I just got to be within 10, maybe 12% of it. A realtor listing it, think about them. They just want the highest number. So the more time you spend chasing a comp, the more unreliable, and it's going to shake your confidence and you're going to waste a ton of time. Get the comp. It's usually a range. Pick the lower side, get it as low as you can, and then get it out to your cash buyers. Some of them you'll be shocked you'll get more than you thought, and others you'll have to renegotiate. You're never going to get it exactly right in wholesaling. So buy low, sell medium, get the ARV, but don't obsess over it.
I agree. And so let's talk about finding the values and everything like that. So ARV, what the product thing's worth on its best day, repairs the repairs. So let's break this down. Comps. So comps are short again for comparables. So when we look at a property, let's say we have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, we want to find other 3-bedroom, 2-baths. Pretty simple. If it's a 2-bedroom, 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 2-bath, look for other 2s, right? So we say 3-2, 2-1, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, right? Simple, right? I like to do plus or minus 250 square feet. So what I mean by this is if our property is 1,250 square feet, I'm going to look at comparable properties that are anywhere from a range of 1,000 square feet all the way up to 1,500 square feet. Build range, plus or minus 10 years. I mean, you could probably increase it a little more. Some people get too crazy on that. I've never been the craziest on year built, but it's still important to have. So decade to decade usually. So if a house is built in 1994, I like to look at 1984 to 2004. Now, once you hit like 2010s, I don't really use that rule anymore. But they honestly, like, if I was buying a new house to live in, like if I'm talking like a mansion, because I'm only looking at mansions now, rich people problems. But if I'm looking like a mega nice, like 15-bedroom house, mega mansion, I'd rather take a mega mansion built in 1992 than one built in 2020, by far. I just think the way they built older houses to a point. I mean, some are better, but like some of these younger houses are just like built so bad. Like, you've seen?
Living in Miami, then. And those mansions are like insanity.
Yeah, but they're all brick built in 1962.
I'm talking about the modern ones.
The modern ones are pretty sick.
Go to New York. I mean, you got to.
Oh, that's all. That's not even a house at that point. But yeah, so again, plus or minus 10-year built range, same subdivision. That's an important one. We talk about subdivisions a lot, but that's basically how the property appraiser divides areas in a city or county. And then what you want to do is calculate a mean or average price per square foot. And so let me show you how to do it the right way. So let's go inside of, we could use a freeway and a paid way. And so let's just use
put proximity in there too.
Subdivision.
Yeah.
So I just use subdivision.
I got it.
So for sake of time, you can use Zillow, Realtor.com for free. If you're going to use a software, again, everything is kind of included on XLeads, so I'd probably go do that. But let's go to XLeads real quick and just comp. Hope this video doesn't get in trouble. Everyone likes to get XLeads in trouble here. First time I share it, it's got the free skip tracing, so it kind of gets in trouble there. All right. So here's XLeads. So let's just comp a property in Las Vegas. They have a Las Vegas in New Mexico. Oh my gosh. All right. Apparently. All right. Let's find a random house. Filter it out. This ain't the version 3 beta one, right? This is just the demo one.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I do not want to show what we're cooking here. Let's just do a vacant house. So yeah, we had one we were checking out the beta on here, but okay. So let's just do this house right here, okay? So if I want to figure out what a good offer price is going to be, so let's not show the skip tracing on there. The free unlimited skip tracing. Bum. All right, so let's say we want to figure this out. So XLeads is automatically going to tell you a couple things. It's going to tell you the retail value is around $263,000 on this house. It's also going to tell you that there is a probate. Oh, there's a probate.
Ooh.
Dang. If you have the Pro or X plan, it just tells you if it's a probate now. That was a new mini update. We want to do that before version 3 come out. I'm not going to tell you why, but this is a precursor to version 3. So version 3 of XLeads coming out within 45 days, I think. But basically, if you have the Pro X plan, the Deal Ninja AI is going to tell you this is a probate, and it was an internal probate transfer, not a market sale. So that's an inherited property. Free and clear title, pretty cool. And then it looks like there's multiple liens on their house. So that's pretty cool. Yep. And so if you just want to know how much to offer to a motivated seller, XLeads on the Pro and X plans, we just literally have the AI do all the work now. Pretty much it says if it needs light repairs, offer 189, medium repairs, offer 179, and heavy repairs, offer 164. Okay, there are your starting points for your offers. And then obviously you can go to Deal Ninja AI and say, hey, it needs a new bathroom, list this and this, what we list it for. If you just literally tell it, it will tell you that too. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, that is literally what I would just offer. And if a property's ARV is 263 and it needed like 40 grand in repairs, I think 180 is a great offer. Mm-hmm. So like this AI is really kind of on the point on the offers. We've kind of worked pretty hard on it. And we actually have some cool stuff on there. There's a little transactions tab now. We got the probate information and all this stuff on the liens. This is just the lien section. But pretty much just all in here. It's pretty dang cool. It looks like it changed from Donna to Philip Harris. So intra-family transfer, pretty cool. But if I want to comp in here, all I'd have to do is just comp. So let's go here. What did I do here? There you go. So if you go here and search this area, we're just going to start comping it. And so I got to refresh my screen here. Hold on. I think this is the beta one because it's, yeah, this is the beta one. Oh, Lord. I think I didn't reveal anything on here, but we can't show this on here. So let's see here. Just refresh it. There we go. Okay. So, all right. Is this refreshed? Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm supposed to show. That's like the raw version of it. Okay, whatever. All right. So if we're going to do comps, we're just going to click comparables and we're just going to let them comp. So our said property here, if we just want to comp it, is going to be 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and 1,184 square feet. So that's pretty good. So 2-1, and let's check it out here. So it was built in 1938, which is going to be kind of tough for comps. Again, I'm going to use 1950s comps. Again, be mad at me. I don't really care. And lot size, so pretty cool. Okay, so let's go out here and do this. If this is a 2-1, we're just going to do, we want 2 bedrooms, 2-1s. We just want to look at other 2-1s in the area. Distance 1 mile. I like to do, there's no other 2-1s. Oh man, that's rough.
That's a small place.
That's a small place. So I guess it's the smallest house out of all of these. So if we can't find the same similar better baths, we're going to have to go out here and, yeah, okay. Oh, I see the problem. These are, you just got to do 2. Yeah. Okay. So there's no 2-1s. This is only 2-1 literally within a mile, which is absolutely insane to me. Let's do sales for the past year. These are all 2-2s. You got to be kidding me. All right. So let's do, I'm going to do half a mile just really quick. And we're going to see just a simple snapshot of where the comparables are on this said property right here. And so you can use the same thing for sale. It's just a little more work. But okay, let's share it. So if these properties sold this year for $385 and $270, let's look here. It's about 1,300 square feet. That's within our range. That's not bad. Built in the 60s. Not bad. Let's just use these two for comps. Okay, plus and plus. That gives us an average square feet of 228. Pretty simple, right? Average square feet of those said properties looks a little crazier. Let's do a mile. Let's expand it and see if we can find any similar properties. Let's look at other 2-1s. I don't want to mess with anything that's not a 2-1. So this one was anything low. Okay, these are low square feet. We can look at these two. This one was a 2-2. Not too bad. Let's add these up. Okay. What we add any more on these?
1.75. Never seen that for bathrooms.
Where? Oh, yeah. I gotta look in that one. I like that one. This is a good 2-2, 2-1. Obviously, you just want to make sure it's single family properties only, but these are all single family properties. Listing status, you can go by MLS data, public records, active solds. You can even go like in the lot sizes, which is cool. Any liens, AC, pools, porches, all that stuff. I mean, we're going to add AC. So let's just, I'm okay with those, right? Selected. Oh, I deselected them. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we're going to add this one. We'll add that one. We'll add this. This.
The ones are a little more challenging, but there's a lot of demand for them, and they're usually the lowest price points.
Yeah, so let's do.
I mean, you got to live in it. They
Get rid of
most
that
ones
one.
wind up being a rental unless it's in a special area.
Okay, cool. So basically, look at the ones I like and the ones I don't like. We're getting an average square foot of these other properties about 1,100 square feet, which is similar to ours. That's awesome. Average AVM, I don't care. Average sales 301. Average square foot's 260. So what I'm going to press here is I can just do it myself. All I can do is multiply 1,184 by our average square feet, which is 260. That comes with an ARV of 307, which is interesting here. So again, is that a little too high? I probably would get rid of these two. I think these are just a little, I always like to get rid of the outliers. That brings us to 225, 225, 1184, 266. I think that's pretty on par. So what I'm gonna do here is just click download report. And what it's gonna do is just give us an ARV offer comping report. And so AVM is the valuation model that XLeads has. And so it's basically an ARV. It's not ARV perfectly, but it's the valuation model that we have. And basically, when you press download report, you can even send it to a cash buyer. I don't like sending reports to cash buyers, acting like I'm the expert, but it's a good report you can give to other people just to show where you're at on the property. Like my employees can go grab it if they're doing like comping, but this is what the XLeads comp report shows. So this is our subject property with a boat.
Nice.
Big boaters up in Vegas. But basically, yeah, they got lakes. And so 1,184 square feet, quarter acre. It is a corner lot, you have to admit, but it is literally on a road. So I think it kind of a
lot of road.
whatever. Wholesale score 732. That's pretty good.
It's going to be in high demand because it's going to be a rental.
Yeah. Well, it's a probate. The probate. So this is telling you the comparable averages. And then days on market, 171 on average for these. And it's going to give you the subject properties we're comping with. Right? This one's 204 square foot more. This one's less. Compare them here, right? Year built, sold, and get all the features. That's really cool. And it kind of gives you all that information. And boom, you got your comps.
Yeah, a lot of energy on the comp. So guys, that's what I'm saying is I like to use it. I don't know if you can pull up. When you pull up the XLeads, even if you have the basic plan, you can get the XLeads Insights, and it gives you the retail. It just says retail to simplify.
Yeah.
It gives you a wholesale score. Why is that important? I'm not comping that property until I find some sort of sign of motivation, because if not, you're going to be a realtor all day. So if the retail value is 300 and they're telling you need to get it under contract as a wholesale for 210, when the seller comes
So
to
wholesale
another,
score for the
Yeah,
basic
there you
plans,
go.
171 on this.
so when I'm talking to my sellers, I have this right in front of me, and I gotta be honest with you, this was like some sort of code when I started wholesaling. I'm like, how do I know what to offer them? Like, you just got to buy it less than what a cash buyer pays for it. I go, thank you so much. So if I had this, oh my God, it would have changed my life. So when I talk to him and a seller goes, well, Rick, I have to get $430,000. Listen, I know I'm probably not spending a lot of energy with this seller. I'm probably not even going to I'm just going to dig and see if there's any motivation to move on. Now, if I get to them and they go, listen, Rick, I could probably let it go like 185, something like that. This is something worth pursuing as long as there's a motivating factor. And it just tells me, do I play ball with this person? Or are they wasting my time? See, because you know more than they do. And it's like playing poker. But if someone wants $500,000 for a $150,000 house, I fold and I just move on until something changes. Now, if I get them close, I don't want you to take that wholesale score and go, if I don't get it under that price that Rick said, then it's not a wholesale deal. No, remember, there's more variables that come in. What's the condition of the house? Is it a probate? What's going on? Is there a will? It just tells you, do I move forward with this client or not? Period. Now, the next one is, if you guys have like the X plan or the Pro plan, you can use the Deal Ninja Insight and it'll give you a range. If it's in good condition, you can do this. If it's fair, you can do this. And if it's poor, you can do this. It helps you structure an offer and get into a negotiation. And finally, the last part, which we're just showing you, is the comp part. That's kind of more of the realtor-ish. And I'm only going to spend time when I have something either under contract, close to contract, and I have to anticipate what I can sell it for. And I'm still not going to spend a ton of time on it because it's not going to change. You have to fight to get that lowest price. The other way I'd use the comparables for, if you want to do a wholesale deal, maybe you want to partner up with me and Zach or do something like that. And that would be really nice to know what number you get. And even a wholesale deal, we're going below the retail price so we can move it so we don't get hit with a lot of holding costs. So the order is XLeads Insights. Everybody has access to that. And I use that part as your MCTP qualifying because I don't want to waste time with people that just want to sell a house. The next one is, if you could do the Deal Ninja AI and the X and Pro plan, it gives you a varying range based on the condition. Once again, you don't need to know everything about real estate. You just need to know if you can play ball with them.
And then if you want to go to final dispo and you want to smooth it out, then you go to comp report. Do it in that order, guys. But a lot of you jump to the comping and you spend hours, if not days, doing it. Remember, buy low, sell medium. The comp you guys are looking for up here, and 9 times out of 10, you never even have to sniff that part of it. I want to buy it as low as I can. It doesn't matter how the comp is. And for those of you who try to use comp as like your leveraging tool with a seller, you're missing the biggest point of wholesaling. You have to connect with them. You have to help them solve their problem, and that's what you want to do. That's how you get the best deal. Shoving a comp report in a seller's face is going to actually somewhat discredit you, especially in the beginning. Now, maybe at the very end, but that's about it.
There you go. So if you want to figure out how much to offer the seller, I would just first and foremost, the X leads one is just going to be the quickest, simple, like for a beginner, use the light, medium, heavy, and X leads, boom, done. If you don't have X leads, you can use we actually have a free AI one. It's pretty cool. It's just in freeholsing.com. This one's actually more accurate because you put more information in it, but it's not as quick and simple. So it's definitely up to you which one you want to do. If you just go to if you go to freeholsing.com and then you go to ARV offer section and you go to repair costs, the whole offer sheet is on here. Let me show you how that works really quick. So you go to freeholsing.com, ARV, our free ARV MAO calculators right here. Let me actually throw that sucker in the comments. Again, freeholsing.com is going to have it right there. There you go. Let's go to freeholsing.com. So I'm going to put it on the bottom here, freeholsing.com. But basically, you just got to go here and you put your information. And so let's go out here and do the size. So let's say our property is 1,250 square feet. Does the property need a new roof? Yes or no? I would say no, doesn't need a roof. Does the kitchen need updates? Yes. Does it need new flooring? Yes, it needs new flooring. We have 1 bathroom that needs to be renovated and 0 bedrooms. What I'm going to do is add the Zillow link on here. So let's go out here and add the Zillow link. Let's just do a random house in Zillow, Las Vegas. And I'll tell you why we do that. It just needs to add a Zillow link. That one's good enough for me. We're going to paste that property in there. And does that have foundation issues? Yes or no? I'm going to put no and just press generate summary. You press generate summary and it's just going to give you a little prompt to give to AI. Copy it. And then you're going to press send to ChatGPT. And it's going to send you out here to ChatGPT. And I'll show you what it looks like here. Send you right here. And you're basically going to ask ChatGPT to give you all of the costs and the repairs and all the stuff. Now, one of my favorite things no one ever does is you can actually, if you went to the property or you have pictures of the house, you can send the photos of the damages to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will give you a perfect, close to a perfect estimate. Like if you take a picture of your kitchen, like if you take 10 pictures of your kitchen, get it to ChatGPT, how much would it cost to update this? It'll give you an amazing repair estimate. If you say, this is how many square feet my house is, here's what my current flooring is, how much would it cost to make the flooring look up to date and modern? It will give you a perfect estimate. Pretty crazy, right?
Nice.
And we're going to get to the point probably next year. I've been experimenting with this. You can just probably upload a video walkthrough of the house and ChatGPT will probably take that information. We're actually looking on X Leads how we can do that, of how, I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but like video walkthrough of the house. And then AI is like, okay, repairs is this. As I go on the roof now. But basically, the cool part about AI, it's going to have some crazy changes in the future. And it's going to get really, really scary. I'm not going to lie. But AI can like almost, I think for some like radiology stuff, it can detect cancer in a scan better than most humans, which I think is actually crazy. It can detect it like a year before the human eye can even perceive it. It's going to perceive if there's a leak or not. Especially with how good camera quality is on phones now, like it's going to get crazier and crazier. And so ChatGPT, it's going to tell us how much repairs are. So it says total is going to be around 32 to 65. Let's do $51,000 in repair, 51,000 in repairs. Okay, perfect. And then you can also ask this. Ready? What is the ARV of this house? And give me comps. See what it does. This is like the premium ChatGPT, so it should be a little better. Are these real? Let me look. Let me see. Let's see if these are real properties. Unless it's giving me fake addresses. Oh, wow. That's a real comp.
Yeah, let's get off the internet.
Holy moly. These these X Leads comps are good, but like ChatGPT is coming, it's coming hard. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty scary. June 6th. Look at these. 3, 2, 2, 1. Oh my gosh. It's giving you a whole comp report. So it's telling you ARV is likely 380 on this property. So let's look at what Zillow has this property on. So Zillow has this deal at, it's saying 380. Zillow has it for 325. So again, a little off on the ARV side, but still not terrible. Still not terrible. Okay, not bad, not bad. So it's listed for 320. So we're gonna go back here to the repair estimator. Let's see. Give it another year. It'll get even better. Here you go. Okay. So let's say it's 320. Repairs are 50 grand. And this is the free version. Obviously, there's a premium one and X Leads on this, but like literally anyone for free can do this. Generate MAO. Your MAO is 243. Your offer should be 170, which is going to be roughly in line of X Leads. X Leads says offer 179. It's a little more accurate, but again, we're not even using AI like powered stuff here, really like anything good. But basically, your MAO is 243 on this deal. I don't think this is too off. I really don't at all. I would say the MAO should be slightly higher, maybe, but you're giving it $50,000 of repairs. So probably that is correct. And you have a really sick looking thing. So LAO, explain LAO for a second. So what's that LAO compared to the MAO here?
So we've already been over MAO, right?
Yes.
There's my ADHD kicking in. So if MAO is your maximum allowable offer, we coined the phrase LAO because as a wholesaler, from a realtor's perspective, they always go like high. So a wholesaler has to do the opposite. So the biggest mistake I see most wholesalers make is they go, okay, my MIO is 200. I can't go above 200. And then here's what they do. I'm going to offer 185,750. And so your MAO is here and you offer right below it. Why? Because you want to get a yes and you're scared you're going to get rejected. So here's the question. If your MAO gets rejected, what are you going to do? You're going to go 186, 187, 188. You have no room to negotiate. And honestly, the harder you chase that seller, the worse the outcome is going to be. So we created the LAO, least allowable offer. So say you had a property worth 250 right here. So that's the retail. Instead of you coming in here, I should have brought out the chart today.
Yeah.
I'm going to have you come in down here because let me ask you, is it easier to go up in price? Yes. But the problem is you have to have substantial changes in it. So say the property's worth 220 and I come in at 130. Why? Because it's simple. Do it a little bit above half, 55, something like that. And the reason I do it is, first of all, I'm probably going to get a no. We all agree on that. And then what happens is they're like, why did Rick come in so low? Now, you have to build rapport. You have to connect with them and they have to trust you because it's going to go a little bit backwards. But my goal is to get a deal and remove as much stress off the negotiation as possible. When you do that, we want our sellers to react. You respond. So when a seller reacts, go, Rick, that's crazy. I could never sell it for that low. I cannot go below 150. I already spoke this over my wife. Dude, I just saved you 2 weeks of negotiations. Every one of you are trying to guess what your seller is. Stop guessing. I learned the hard way. I used to ask sellers after I closed. I go, let me ask you, would you have taken like 130 for it? He goes, yeah, I just paid 160. And it happened over and over again. I go, I got to stop trying to guess what they want. So I rather come in low, have them counter A counter is usually a reaction, and then you got to build it back up and go, yeah, I didn't think so. There's all sorts of techniques. We teach it at freewholesaling.com. And think about this. When I did that, instead of me going up here and chasing them, I go down there and they go, oh, I'm going to have to see if Rick will come up to me. So they have to chase you a little bit. I'm looking for signs to reinforce if they're actually motivated to sell the property. Motivated sellers want to get it done. They don't want to give it away. I agree with you on that. But if you chase them, let me tell you what, if it's worth 220 and I offer 185, they're like, my God, this guy's, I would have taken 150. Let me try higher. No, Rick, I can't take less than 210. And so just, it will give you signs of what's going on. And honestly, I know it's uncomfortable, but if you do the hard up front, it comes much easier to sell your contracts.
I agree 100%. So let's break this down here too. So that's how you figure out what the property is worth on an offer side. So use the MAO calculator, use the X leads one. I mean, they're both literally going to be perfect for you. So, I mean, just take the action, guys. That's what I'm saying. So next part here is now we know exactly confidently how much to offer. You have to be high on the belief that you know what you're talking about. Believe in yourself when you ask them, hey, Mr. Seller, are you interested in selling the property? When you don't believe what you say, you're going to sound nervous because you're internally lying to yourself because you don't believe in what when you don't believe in what you're doing and you say you're doing, like you're going to start lying. When you start lying, you start giving verbal cues. You start looking up, you start saying, you start getting shaky, you start speaking too fast. When you're calm and chill, like you're not lying, right? You're not freaking out over this. And so have confidence, believe in the words you say. And one of the biggest problems I see with confidence is you don't believe in the things you say, or you don't even know who you are and all these things. And so how do you gain the most confidence? There are 3 statements that I found in talking to motivated sellers that if you know these internally, you're not going to be nervous. You may be like, Zach, what are you talking about? Let me tell you. Number 1, if you know who you are. That sounds pretty dumb. But if a motivated seller asks who you are and you don't know how to answer it, you're going to be like a blobbing mess. And so what you're going to do is somebody asks you who you are, write it down. My name is Zach and me and my partners are looking to buy some houses in the area for cash. That is literally who you are. Done. If some people can't even answer that question getting started in wholesaling. It's crazy. Answer it. Next question. What do you want? What do you want? I want to buy some houses in the area for cash in the city. Okay. Now the next one is why do you want to do it? If you don't answer that one, I've seen a lot of people get in trouble on this one. Why am I looking to buy properties? Me and my partner, we're looking to buy properties for rentals. Sometimes we buy it. Sometimes we flip it, right? Really depends on the type of property. So let's go over this one more time. Who you are, what do you want, and why do you want it? That is going to be your most stressful questions you're ever going to get. And the seller doesn't even have to ask those questions, but if you know them already, you're going to be way less nervous. It's crazy. So many people get so stressed. It drives me nuts. But like, if you know those 3 questions, you're already going to start. You're going to sound so much more confident. And so 80% of your acquisitions is listening. The other 20% is asking, basically talking, and you're asking the questions. And so in a conversation, there's something called the 80-20 rule. And what this 80-20 rule basically states is if you are having a conversation, a full 100% conversation, 80% of the entire conversation is straight up going to be them speaking. 20% is going to be you talking. And then everyone's like, well, what do I say during the 20%? Well, what you say during the 20% are questions. And like that's how the conversation goes, right?
Yeah, you guys got to understand, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth. Like you don't need somebody telling you the obvious. Yeah. The real reason why you do it, because if we have to solve a problem and you're going to be a guide, because there's no magical phrase to make somebody sell you their house. Sorry. Realtors can do it for listings, but we actually have to buy it. So if there was a magical phrase, you're just going to improve your closing ratio by 30%, I'd give it to you. I've tried every one. It doesn't work. What I find works is, number 1, I find most people when talking to sellers, when they get nervous, what do? They talk more. And if you talk too much, you're going to have to stick to that 80-20 rule. You know why? The only way to solve someone's problem is to listen. They give you all the clues. You just got to ask the right questions. Think about a reporter when they put somebody in a corner and they just kind of keep going at it. Now, you can't attack, but it's got to be questions to get answers. And you can probe it. How did it make you feel? Remember, I want to get the emotion. I want to get the reaction. But you have to hear what your sellers have to say. Otherwise, you're guessing how to solve their problem. So if you can't guess what they want to sell it for, stop guessing on how to solve their problem. Just because someone's in foreclosure, you got to find the story behind it. And they will give you the clues on how to solve the problem. But the only way you can do is by listening. So if you talk too much because you're nervous, number one, recognize it, practice it, and go, hey, Rick told me 80-20, 80-20, 80-20. You're 20, they're 80. If you're doing it the other way around, fix it now. The only way to solve a problem is take the clues that your prospect, your seller gives to you. And that's how we operate as a guide. Salespeople just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Remember, we're helping people that need to sell their house. A salesperson helps people that want something. I want a Lamborghini. Convince me why I need it. Why do I need a Lamborghini over a Honda Civic? Because it's going to make you feel good. We're 9 times out of 10, guys, we're selling certainty. Selling, we're giving. We're not selling, we're giving it. You've got to listen. They'll give you all the clues. You just got to harvest it from them. If you do all the talking, you can't solve the problem.
Oh, yeah. There we go. So that is exactly, the kind of the conversation guide. What I'll tell you is you should avoid at all costs bad words when talking to sellers. I like to say avoid the word investor. I call it the I word. Avoid the C word. I call that contract. I don't like to say the S word, which is sign. Remember, I don't really like to even say any real estate lingo to motivate. So yeah, they call them trigger words, but you don't want to say, oh, I'm an investor. Investor still has a bad connotation. Don't say the word contract, say the word agreement. So I would replace investor with buyer. Hey, I'm a cash buyer. I'm buying houses for cash. Contract, change that with agreement. Sign, I like to use autograph. And then any of the real estate lingo, I don't even use that. When you talk to a seller says, you're wrong about how much you want, let me show you the comps, the ARV. And, oh, man.
Your only lever then is price. Once you go to the comp, you're stuck. Now, occasionally you can rationalize. I mostly find it with like landlords you have to do it with. But individual homeowners, you throwing a comp, like you're now in realtor mode. The comps say, listen, there's nicer ways to say it. If you're using the word comp and showing a report, you're not wholesaling. It's just the truth. It doesn't mean you don't know the numbers. It's how you communicate back to them, because you can disrespect them. You can get upset with them. If you do that, they're not going to trust you. They have no confidence in you, and they're going to go to the next person they feel that doesn't insult them. Listen, the bottom line, people's personal houses, they take it very personally, the amount they think it's worth. And if you go, hey, you're wrong. Because when you do comps, you're telling them they're wrong. So I don't use comp unless I have to I'm only dealing with an analytical person. And honestly, those have a much lower probability of getting a great wholesale deal.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you right now. No YouTube now, so I think there's no problem there. But okay, let's keep talking. So again, when talking to motivated sellers, very important to build that rapport, but that rapport is obviously going to come here from actually going out here and knowing what to say. And so we're not salespeople, just understand that. Okay. So believe who you are. So again, who you are, what do you want, and why do you want it? So go and listen and you'll get. Next part here is tone and tonality. Okay. So how you say words is almost as important as what you say. Have a smile and match the seller's energy. And so some things I do to build trust with a motivated seller is going to be what I call the Ford method. Ford stands for talk about their family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. So you can add some humor if you're a funny guy. Let the seller speak mostly. Care about the seller, their needs, and be as authentic as you can. Now, before we give the offer, this is a must. Okay? We must condition the seller. No, how many times I have said this. For Wholesaling.com, this is a blatant rule. But if somebody says, I'm interested in selling my property, you talk about it, you do not give somebody an offer just off the bat. Would you take $300,000 for it? The problem with wholesaling is when you spell out an offer, they can hit you with the worst possible thing. So a lot of people, let's go back to high school for a second. Okay. Let's go back when we all had a little more hair and we were 50 pounds lighter. And remember Susie Q was the best girl in school and you went and asked her out to prom. A lot of people think back then in high school, the worst thing that could ever happen is Susie Q says, ew, no. And then you trip on some mud and then, everyone in school is laughing, say, ha, 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 ha. A lot of people think that's the worst possible thing. It's like, oh, wow, you got rejected. Like, how is that like embarrassing? Like, at least you asked, better than not asking, right? No, the worst possible thing is Susie Q, you ask her to prom and she says, maybe. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look for somebody better than you. And if I can't find them, then I'll go with you. That's the worst thing Susie Q can tell you.
The friend zone.
It's worse than the friend zone. Okay.
It's
It's bad.
Yeah, so if you ever went through junior high or anything like that in high school, it's just you got checked. And basically, let me see if somebody better comes along. And if they don't, I'll consider you, Rick. And I got to tell you, man, they do the same. The same thing happens in wholesaling. I call it kind of the friend zone, but it's like,
hey, Susie, did you make your decision yet? No. Okay. Okay. I'll come back in a month. And then you're pathetic.
Or maybe you do the Sadie Hawkins dance and you're asking the girl, you got it all wrong there. So that's when the girl's supposed to ask the guy and you do it the other way. What I'm telling you is you can't sit in that zone. A maybe is you're being optioned and it's the worst decision and it will torture you. And I spent a lot of time in wholesaling. I go, man, how can we like eliminate this? And so that's how we came up with preconditioning. And by the way, a lot of industries do it. You have to do it's technically called framing. And the idea is you hold people to their word. So if you have a one-on-one conversation with someone and you have an agreement, most people won't break it. Also, it snuffs out people just kind of wasting your time. Why go through an entire presentation of an offer if they're not really looking to sell the house? So once again, it re-verifies motivation, make sure you have the right decision makers, and get you a bottom line answer. And I'm here to tell you guys, no is not the worst case scenario. I like when people give me definitive answers. You ever grew up around that parent goes, we'll see, maybe? Like, we'll see is like code for, I'm never going to do it, but I'm not going to tell you. That's like small house. What a realtor say? It's cute. It's a cute house. Oh, it's tiny. So anyways, you want to do that preconditioning to avoid being caught in the friend zone, because they're never going to make a decision and they're going to option you forever and they're going to waste a lot of time and you won't make any money. I'd rather you get a no so you can move on to the next person.
Exactly. And so what you should know about this is you can stop somebody from saying maybe. You can force them to make a decision. And when you force them, most of the time they're going to say yes when you force them.
Forcing them, you're just asking.
You're forcing them to make a yes or no decision.
You're leveraging them if they decide to back out on their agreement at the end. You remember we had an agreement up front that you made a yes or no decision.
You're basically forced to make an agreement.
You're right. What are they going to do? No, that never happened. No, they're going to honor their word. It's just usually two people in the conversation.
Exactly. So the big question Daniel asks, how do you do it? I'll show you exactly how you do it. So how you do it is you ask them this question. Before I come and see the house, I don't want to waste your time or my time. And I know you're very busy. I know I'm very busy. So what I do is I just come out, I look at the house once, and that's all we do. So I just want to make sure before I come out and see the house, are you ready to make a yes or no decision on selling it when I come by tomorrow? Simple as that. Again, we can read it kind of. I don't like going word for word on the script with this.
A little bit spin on it, but like I let them know I'm okay with a no decision. I'm okay with a no decision.
So we both do it a little differently, and we're getting the camera redone, but we're buying like 2 more mics, by the way. But
yeah, everything.
How do you go about the conditioning? Because it's a little different than me, but it's the same thing.
It's got to be natural.
So what's yours?
I say, Mr. Stellar, I tell you what. At the end of our meeting, we're going to sit down and have a conversation, and you have a decision to make. You either, hey, Rick, I love your offer. It's great. It's a hard yes, and I want to work with you. Or Rick,
you know what, that doesn't work for me, and I'm just going to pass, and I'm going to give you a no. But either way, do we agree to take a yes or no decision? Don't worry, no matter what, I'm going to help you sell your house regardless of what answer. Can we agree on that? And I wait. And if they go, what do you mean? I go, honestly, I just need us to have a conversation and an outcome. And that's it. And I'm just trying to say, and by most people saying this, guys, when you tell them you have the power to say yes or no, what I'm doing is taking away that BS answer in the middle. I got to think about it. I got to bring my wife in. Now, I'm okay. I'm okay giving someone time. Will it work 100% of the time? I didn't say it would, but it will get rid of all those tire kickers, all the people not interested in selling. And when someone gets pressed on it and they go, well, maybe, I go, Tom, listen, man to man, we had an agreement and you agreed you give me a yes or no decision. I don't know what maybe is. Yeah, you're right. You are a man of your word, right, Tom? And that's it. I can now leverage to go back and get that yes or no. You're better off that way. And if you don't, listen, guys, the honest answer to maybe it's a cop-out. If something better comes along, I'll take it. But if not, I'll wait 2 weeks and give you an answer. I don't want that. I want a decision. I want to help them out. Remember, I listen to all their problems. I tell them, I listen to it, I collect it, and then I present a solution. And then the idea is cater it. We negotiate back and forth. But I'm okay with a yes or no. And maybe, guys, you can't go anywhere with it. And you get lost. And most of you will frolic when you get a maybe because you don't know, like, what's the problem? What am I missing? And it's hard to solve the seller's problem with a maybe. So if you do the preconditioning, it just frames the conversation that they will ask you better questions when it comes to negotiating and the offer, the back and forth. But if they plan on giving you a maybe up front, which most people do, your job's to snuff it out and squash it before it even comes in existence in your negotiations.
Oh, yeah, I agree 100% here. And so what we need to do is condition them. Do not get, because you sound, I hate to say, you sound like an idiot when you do it. And some people don't condition and they close and make millions of dollars. That's fine. That's not how we do it. Think about this. Hey, Rick, would you take $300,000 for your house? Maybe. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. You know, and then do this. Hey, Rick, what about my offer? Oh, you keep thinking about it? Okay. Hey, Rick, are you going to think about that offer?
And you can't go precondition them after it. It's over. You missed your opportunity.
And then you look like a clown because you just keep, oh, okay, I'll keep waiting for you. Like, it's insane. And once you give that offer, you can't ungive it. I mean, if you have some experience in wholesaling, tell me if you know this. Have you ever gotten out here given an offer and the seller just ghosts you immediately? Because you gave out that leverage. The leverage you have is the offer. The leverage they have is the acceptance of the offer. They want something from you, the offer, and they don't like the offer. They're going to talk to you. And so you want to become better at a closing, which is still cliche, condition your sellers. Now, here's the appointment. So either you see the seller at the house or you do it over the phone with virtual wholesaling. You're going to walk around the house. You're going to point out some things. I mean, how I like to describe it, and I know this sounds crazy, is when you're doing an appointment with a motivated seller, treat it like you were buying a car. And I'm like, what do you mean? Okay. When I go, if I'm looking to buy a car, let's say I want to buy like a 5.0 Chevy Mustang, whatever, right? Right? Whatever. Like, sorry, Ford Mustang. Ford Mustang. I'm not into muscle cars too much. But okay, a Ford Mustang 5.0, you know.
Rack top down.
Yeah, definitely. Blue. Be sick. And basically, no, we're okay. No, we're not going Ice Ice Baby right now. But basically, when you go and try to buy a car, I'm not saying for like the guys and gals that are into cars. I'm just like, if you're just looking to buy a car from someone, are you going to automatically be like, is this naturally aspirated V6 engine or is this a V8? And how many liters? Okay. All right. So it's not naturally, but is there a supercharger on? And then like you get in the whole like, how where's the rims on it? What's the suspension system on this thing? Okay, well, and then you just get in the whole like expertise about how engines, like, no, you're like, okay, this is your car. Perfect. Well, can I test drive it? Is that a dent or not? I don't know. Like for the average Joe, like you're not the car expert, right? You're not into like, you know, turbocharged engines, unturbocharged engine? Do we jailbreak the Hellcat? Like a lot of people are into all that stuff, right? Is the badge correct on that? With you don't get in the whole like thing, right? Some guys really into cars, sure, but like you're kind of looking at the car, you're saying, oh, does it work? How many miles are on? Like general stuff everyone kind of knows. When you go and see the house, you are not going to act like you are Mr. Expert on houses or flipping a house or anything, stuff like that. You do not go in there. I see guys out here going with tape measures and rulers, and they're trying to get in the air ducts, and they go nuts, and they're standing on countertops, inspecting the top of the kitchen counters, and they go, guys, no. You're just going to be a regular guy looking to buy a house. And that's what you've always done that too.
Yeah. Remember, the real estate is just the mathematical problem, which there's software. You can do a calculation. The real value in a wholesaler, number one, is finding the deal. That's to me the hardest part. The marketing. Then number two is getting the story behind the real estate. Why is it vacant? Why are you in pre-foreclosure? I lost my job. My grandma passed away. I got to figure out how to get this house sold. I can't afford to have it. And then once you do that, spend most of your time focusing on the person. But a lot of pretend wholesalers focus on the house. Spend 80% of your time on the person, 20% on the house. You can apply the same 80-20 rule, because the best deals are when you focus on solving the person's problem. Remember, the real estate is just the symptom of the problems in their life. Give them certainty, solve the problem. You are going to be the buyer of the house.
Oh yeah. And so stop pretending to be like the absolute expert on everything. Just talk about more about the house and everything like that. Okay. And if you're not the expert on how Ford Mustangs work or Chevy Camaros or Corvettes, like just be like, hey, like it's a nice car. How it goes pretty dang fast. How many miles are on it? Like just be natural, but talk more about the person than anything else. Build rapport and get to the closing line. And once you're at the offer, or you can even do it over the phone, that's fine too. Just, hey, talk about it. Just, I'll tell you this though, before you give an offer, make sure you condition them. Over the phone, they want an offer, great. Condition them over. You could call them the first time, right? You can call them the first time and give them an offer virtually. Make sure they're conditioned. Once they're conditioned right there, you're going to start giving some low balls, and you can do some offers. Now, the first offer we like to do is what I call the standard lowball offer. This is just when you offer to the motivated seller a standard lowball. So a lowball is something like, hey, Mr. Seller, would you take 200 grand for the house? It's classic. It's been done before. Not terrible. What I prefer, okay, is what I call a reverse price anchor. Now, this is like price anchoring, but done in a different way. So the way that, Rick obviously always does his price anchors, like, well, in the perfect world, what would you take for the house? And they say, I don't know. Well, in the perfect world for me, I'd buy it for like 100 grand. And that's not like, how do I say this, right? It's like, it's not offering, but like, you're just, oh, that's just me in a perfect world. I mean, you've used the perfect world one, like, 20 years. So like, just look at price anchoring. It's been done in every industry, right? It's mostly in car sales, but like you can do that pretty simple. I like to reverse price anchor. I'm like, hey, I talked to my partner, Rick, who actually, I came up with this because I actually used to talk to him before I went to every appointment and be like, hey, like we're working together. Like, what would you offer this? And like 130. I'm like, okay, I'll tell my partner, Rick, you want to buy this thing for 110. It's just a price anchoring, but you're just reverse it and you putting it on you.
It's just an easier way to get an outcome to a negotiation. Is it a tactic? Yeah, but like all conversations are, the goal is to get to a means to the end. We're trying to create a win-win situation. I need to buy it for a certain price. You need to sell it. Can we meet together? That's the goal.
Exactly. And the reason why I like doing the reverse price anchor than a regular price anchor is because if you do the price anchor, oh, in an ideal world, I'll buy this for 100 grand. If you don't have rapport with somebody and you do a price anchor, they're going to kick you out of the house. With a reverse price anchor, they won't ever kick you out of the house because you blame Rick on it, but you still keep yourself as the decision maker. Now, the next one here is the volley method. Rick's the best at it. Explain the volley method here.
So I'm going to go through this quick, but a volley method, think about a volleyball game. The ball has to go back and forth, right? When they hit it, you don't hit it back, you kind of lose. So what we want to do is put it over. Obviously, I'm going to take a shot right off the bow and, what do you need? What do you need to move on from this property? Some people go, I don't know what you mean. You're the expert. You tell me what you think. So they volleyed it back to me. So I serve them, they serve it back. I go, listen, seller, I know you don't know, but if you did know, what would you need to get rid of this house? Boom, I served it back. Now they're getting a little annoyed and they might go, okay, I don't answer it until they talk back to me. It pushes the pressure back every time you serve it back. And maybe they go, Rick, I don't know. I mean, I guess I thought about it, but do you have a recommendation? Listen, I know you don't know. John, why don't we just do a ballpark? What do you think that number would be? I served it again. After you volley 2 times and definitely by the 3rd time, this is a skill set, guys. And it's really simple. You actually just rephrase the question and serve it back. Everybody does it to you. You just don't understand it. When you volley it, you put pressure. After a while, they'll get a little bit annoyed with you, but you'll get a reaction. And when you get a reaction, you get to the truth and you can move forward. But if you sit there and don't answer it, this is where we look like idiots. And just use the volley back and forth. And remember, you can just rephrase the word. I go, I know you don't know, but if you did know, what would that number be? Do you know, I didn't really say anything. I just said, hey, here, you serve it back. I gave a entire presentation. Let's get to a number. The volley method works. But remember, you've got to move. The only way this works is you have to practice. Do not practice while you're working with a seller because the ball's going to hit the ground and then the game's over once the ball hits the ground. If you can volley and keep it going, you ever watch an intense tennis match or a volleyball match or a ping pong? It's the same thing. You just keep the words moving. Here. After 3 times, they're going to give you an answer. You might not like it, but you at least start a negotiation.
I agree. So the volley method works really good. So that's how you go out here and know exactly how much to offer. Seller first method, that's just when you get the price out of the seller first. It's pretty simple. But like that's like the volley, but they actually give you the offer. That works pretty dang good too. And then basically once they agree on a price, you take lots of pictures. You explain what the entire process is going forward, how you and your partner are going to swing by one more time to look at it, your cash buyer. Tell them again, no changes to the agreement are going to be happening. And once more, you close it on the day of the closing. Now, if you're doing this virtually, again, no appointment, you're still going to condition them. You're just going to go out here and talk about the house. You can get pictures of the house. And if you can, after the contract's signed, you go get pictures of the house, right? You don't need to get pictures of the house really before the contract signed. I like to get it signed and then look at the picture.
Don't waste time.
Yeah, don't waste time. But basically what I like to do is, what we do is why don't you come by the house? I always say, well, what we do is we write up an agreement first to buy it. Then our partners go out and confirm the condition. Same as you said, right? It's the same thing as it's basically the same thing to a point of if you're going to go buy the house, right? We're just going to write the agreement first and then we can confirm the condition. Same thing that you want. Like you want us to go out here and see it. Well, we're going to do it. We're just going to do it after the agreement's signed so we don't waste our time, right? Done from there. Then you're going to stay on the phone after they say, yes, I accept your offer. Don't get off the phone. Stay on the phone, get it e-signed, and then boom, you're good to go. Now, e-signatures, all that stuff's in freelisting.com. Everyone asks who I use for e-signing. Well, DocuSign's like $30, $40 a month. I use XLeads. XLeads has e-signing included for free. So it's also legally enforceable, has an IP address certificate, and it's pretty much as legally enforceable as you can. Just go out here and use XLeads. Now, once you lock up the deal, we got to go sell the deal. So that's how we find cash buyers. This is even easier. Dispositions is by far the easiest process of this. You just sell a good deal to a cash buyer. Simple as that. So again, what is a cash buyer? A cash buyer is a landlord or a house flipper. Remember, you might be like, well, what do you mean by that? Well, a landlord, the whole entire goal for a landlord is to rent out the property for a profit. A house flipper, their entire goal is to buy the house and resell it for a profit. Simple as that. Those are your only 2 types of cash buyers we deal with. So if you have no money, how do you find cash buyers? A lot of pretty simple ways. If you have no money, go to Zillow, go to the for rent section and call people up. So what I like to do is I like to go to Zillow. I like to go to the for rents. I like to call somebody on the for rent up, usually like a person, not like a company. No realtors, anything like that. No management company, just an actual person. And just call them up and say, hey, is this John? Yes, this is John. And be like, hey, I see you're listing here on 123 Main Avenue. I'm not looking to rent it out. I'm actually a wholesaler. And I just got a property locked up across the street from you. Are you looking to buy any more rentals? Simple. You don't want to complicate it. And that's my favorite way to find cash buyers with no money at all.
JV with somebody. Again, we JV. Jason in here JVs, right? If you have a deal in South Carolina, there's plenty of people with buyers. You can JV 50-50. We have joint venture agreements. That's just basically what JV is, again, right? Is it's going to be a agreement to split the assignment fee. And that's pretty simple. Facebook groups, that's a great way. We actually have our ad copy inside of Wholesaling.com way to post in Facebook groups to actually go find cash buyers. Realtors are a great way to find cash buyers. Make sure the realtors get paid. Or you can do what I call bandit buyers, which sounds a little nasty, but it's pretty cool. So what I like to do is I like to go to Facebook groups. I like to find people posting on their phone like, oh, bro, just made 30 grand. Go buy my course. And like they're brand new. And then they had the address on the basically check, right? And I like to go on the check, go to the address, and it's like the assignment fee for 1234 Main Avenue. I like to go next leads, or I can go to public records, look up 123 Main Avenue, and guess what you do? Find who's the buyer on record. And it said JC, Home Rentals. Boom. I'm just going to call JC Home Rentals up, and boom, now I just stole his deal. Stole his buyer, technically. It's called bandit buyers. It is completely free. It's completely legal. It's ethical, in my opinion. If someone's going to brag about they just hold, and you're going to find this, people on the internet love to brag. They love to flex. They're always trying to sell some program or whatever. And there's no problem selling a program, like whatever. I don't care anymore. But you remember, I just wholesaled this property, 561 Main Avenue, for $50,000. Okay. I have to look up the address. I see who the buyer is. I call the buyer up. Boom. Now I have a new cash buyer. Guess what happens when the guy's bragging about his address, though? He's going to call that buyer up, say, hey, I got a great deal. Dude, like, I've had 30 wholesalers send me deals. I can't buy any more deals from you. These guys send me better deals. And then that guy's lost his buyer. Dang. I guess posting my addresses actually ruined my cash buyers. Here's the thing. Everyone loves to brag. There used to be a whole thing in the wholesaling industry like 2 years ago where if you weren't posting every address you did a deal on, you were fake. And I got exposed a couple times. Zach doesn't post 100 properties a day. Okay, how about this? How about you? It's literally the same thing as just giving away your buyer's list. Hey, can you give me your buyer's list on your cash? No, I'll never give you my cash buyer's list, but you'll give people the address you've wholesaled. That's the same thing. You can literally just look it up, right?
Guys, the internet feeds the ego. If you want to feed your bank account, kill your ego. Your ego. All I do is I'm going to be honest, I take advantage of all wholesalers that brag on the internet. Either
I find my best buyers doing that.
So, guys, I always told you got to kill your ego. Your ego is a short-term dopamine rush. That's great. You flexed on the internet. I'm going to fill my bank account with your stupidity, and you're going to learn a lesson. So we've learned our lessons. We understand how it works. I'm just telling you. And it's endless. I could just send out a public service message. Today, I found at least a dozen. Here we go. I can go simply into X Leads. I can reverse engineer it. I have it. It's perfectly legal. If you're that stupid, I'm going to take advantage of you. We do the same thing with bandit comments. The same thing. You're going to pay a company to run the ads, $10,000. Oh, you're too big to deal with the comments. I'll take the comments for free. I get accused all the time, Rick, you're stealing from me. I go, no, you just don't understand how guerrilla marketing works.
No. I always say this when somebody gets mad when I do that. I say, is there a comment section? Yes. Well, then just
Comment.
They left the comment section there on purpose. I'm going to use it. And guess what? If you're offended that I'm leaving comments, then turn comments off.
Or you can delete them. You have the full power. So just figure it out, man.
People are crazy.
Guys, it's all fair in marketing. Who's ever the best at marketing wins. That's why me and Zach are so good at this.
You got to be at least good enough to close a seller. But like,
I agree, but if you can't get the marketing,
usually who's ever best in marketing wins. What's my favorite paid ways? I just use X Leads. Again, I'm not going to do a whole 3-hour X Leads dispo tutorial, but you just go inside of X Leads, find your cash buyers, and then you can find the top flippers and landlords in the area. You can find people that are buying properties for cash, call them up, all skip traced. You can email blast buyers, you can text blast buyers. X Leads is my favorite disposition software. It's a software for skip tracing, finding leads, your CRM, e-sign, it's literally everything. But yeah, X Leads just has all the dispo for you. Now, again, my cash buyer process is pretty dang simple. Where's the stuff? Oh, wow. Oh, that's for the whiteboard. Oh, yeah. Okay, so my cash buyer process is pretty dang simple. So again, it is about 5 steps pretty much. So again, you find a buyer, you qualify the buyer, you send the info to the buyer, you walk them through, they close. I literally from the top of my head, I know exactly what it is. It's stupid simple.
It's the easiest process, and we do have all the details at freewholesaling.com.
Well, how do you qualify a cash buyer? If you had 5 minutes to figure out if your cash buyer is legit or not, how would you do it?
Well, I would go to X Leads. Like that's number one.
Qualify.
Number one is you just verify. Number one, if you are a cash buyer, I'm going to ask for a proof of funds. Not everyone's going to give it the upfront. You got to have a deal for that. Number two, I'm like, give me the last 3 properties you bought in the areas in the price range. It's complicated. No, it's not. Give me the address. Guys, everyone says they're a cash buyer. Everybody says they're a motivated seller. You have to separate yourself from them. You got to ask hard questions. And the longer the story, the worse cash buyer they are. So like mine's not complicated. Show me you got money. Show me the decision maker. Show me proof that you're actively active in the market. Here's the truth, guys. You don't want that first-time cash buyer. They're an absolute nightmare. And if they go, hey, it's complicated. It's my partner. I bought it in a trust. What's the name of the trust? How long ago did you buy it? And this is my favorite part of X Leads. Like, I don't even have to do the vetting process because it does it for me. I don't even listen to the lies anymore. Before I used to have to. And I just go through it. And then I simply ask them, hey, are you familiar with assignment of contract? Shut my mouth, just like I kind of do with the title company. And if they go, what? Hey, listen, let me know when you're serious. Give me a call back. And I move on. Like, I'm not messing with it. And I go, listen, you're looking to move quick. Yeah. How quick do you usually we're 7 to 10 days. And I listen to the response. I don't know. I need 45 days. That's not a cash buyer, guys. Cash buyers move usually within 2 weeks, period. Why? There's no inspection. They've gotten through that. There's no financing contingencies. Ask the hard questions, but softwares like X Leads solves this problem for you. That's why I'm so excited about it. It saves you a ton of time, and you don't have to go through the usual conversations I had to my entire career.
Exactly. So again, you just got to remember make it pretty dang simple. And so that is how you dispo a property. And so the questions everyone's been asking is, okay, well, what's my action plan? So let's break down the 30-day wholesaling real estate challenge, our 30-day wholesaling real estate challenge of the 3 types of action plans. And so first and foremost, before I get into it, there's going to be 3 avatars here. Okay. First one, method 1. Are you someone with a $0 budget, but you can wholesale locally in your market? If that is you, comment below. The next type of person that we are going to give an action plan for is somebody that is virtually wholesaling with a $0 budget. If that is you, comment below. Then the third person is going to be somebody, and guys, there's no right answer. You can do whatever you want, is someone who is going to probably spend a little bit of money. They want the highest chance of success. They want to add a bunch of volume in. Let me know in the comments which one you want to be. Okay. Let me know which one you are, and whatever the most popular one is, we're going to leave that for last. Okay. So let me know in the comments, who are you? Are you going to be somebody that is going to be in person, no money, virtual, no money, or you're just trying to do method 3? Method 1, 2, or 3? Who we got? We got Diedrich's method 2, Marshan number 3, Veronica's method 3, Keisha method 2, method 3 from Will, Veronica 3. I like to see it. See where everyone's doing. 2, Matt's doing method 3, Drift 2. So we got a lot of virtual, no money. That's interesting. Method 1, in-person, no money. No, there's no problem if you want to be 1 or 2 or 3. I got no issue. We're slightly got to look a little bit differently. Again, so remember, method 1 and 2 is going to take probably a lot more time. But method 3 is going to be less time, a little more money, but still some time you got to put in. Okay, we got 2, 3, 1. Unless I suggest I reverse. Henry, start with 1, transition to 2. That's perfectly fine. I mean, if you're Henry, what market are you in? That I'd be more curious what market you're in. Method 1 for press pound. I love to see it. 2 or 3, I'm debating. Trade, if you're debating, just do 2 then. I mean, don't spend any money. I got no problem. Then get a deal, then get X Leads. Let's see here. Daniel, there's no number before, but hey, 3 virtually. Okay, so we got some people who are ready to go. So let's end this challenge with a bang. Let's break down exactly our action plan. Now, I want to make this very, very clear. The action plan I give to everyone here is non-negotiable. Do you understand that? No, oh, well, actually, can we replace this with this? Because no, not negotiable to have success. So let's break this all down. So the first one is going to be method 1, which is our in-person $0 budget. So if you have no money and you have some like time and you're doing this in person, let's talk about it. So step 1, okay, we're going to go out here and we are going to find the right wholesaling market. Okay, we're going to find the right market. Henry, let me know what market you live in or where you're wholesaling. I need to know that, Henry, to give you some good advice here. But find the right wholesaling real estate market. Okay, if you're in it, you're good to go. Step 2, we're going to find a good title company or closing attorney. Boom. You should be at wholesaling.com, by the way, but whatever. That'll tell you all the answers. And then step 3, we're going to start by finding 5 qualified cash buyers. So a lot of debate on this method, if you should find buyers upfront or not. I've been thinking about it. And honestly, at this point, a lot of you guys need some confidence starting out that, hey, I can buy your property for cash. I'm like, well, give me proof of funds or whatever. Like, you're scared someone's going to say that. Well, my cash buyer is Rick, and him and I, here's 7 properties he bought for cash last month. You're going to have confidence that you and your partner, Rick, together as a partner, you got plenty of confidence to buy it, right? You got the moolah. You got the motion to go out here and do it. So if somebody asks you, if you're legit or not, like you and your partner are legit, yes, you're cash buyer, done. You're going to feel confident. So we're going to do step 3, find 5 qualified cash buyers. Then from there, step 4, we're going to pull 2 government lists, at least 500 each. That's going to be about 1,000 altogether. Pull about 1,000 of a government list, code violations, probates, I don't care, liens, whatever you want. It cannot be from a software. It has to be straight from the county source. And then from there, if you're in person, I'm going to tell you right now, pull 100 drawing for dollars leads a week. I know that's a little much. Not really. I mean, that's what, 17 a day, more or less. Let's do 100 divided by 7. Let's see here. Let's do 100 divided by 6. It's about 14.2 a day. That's not bad. That guys, I don't think I'm killing you here. Okay. So pull 100 drawing for dollars leads a week. And then from there, you're going to skip trace all 1,100 records on cyber background checks or truepeoplesearch.com. What I'd prefer you do is go inside of ZachDiscord.com, go inside of Wholesaling.com, and just ask anybody who has the X plan on X leads if they have any extra skip traces. Be like a panhandler for skip tracing. Be like the homeless guy on the street for skip tracing. What I mean by this is if you have the X plan on X leads, you get 60,000 skip traces a month. And it resets on the end of the billing cycle. So if you bought X leads July 1st, that means on August 1st, you reset your limit. So that means on July 31st, if you did 20,000 skip traces, you have 40,000 skip traces the next day. If you don't use it, it resets. So we have a lot of people who have all these extra like skip traces. See if anyone can go skip trace them for you. And what you're going to do in exchange is you're going to give the person 50% of the deal. I know that sounds crazy, but they're going to save you 40 hours, probably in a week. It is worth it's very expensive if you close a $20,000 deal, but it is worth your time. Because all you have to do is just do it once. You buy X leads, boom, don't worry about it again. But sign a JV agreement. If you have the X plan and you give this to somebody, sign a JV agreement with somebody for 50% that you're going to skip trace that list for them. And you get 50% of any deal they get from that. I know that sounds crazy.
I don't know, 100% of zero.
It is. And I'm telling you right now, that is a great deal for both parties. Because the guy's going to not skip trace no matter what. Like, it's going to reset. So 60,000 is already way too much. But yeah, version 3 is going to go even crazier on that. But yeah, that's what I'd be doing there. Skip trace all 1,100 records. I would start cold calling Google Voice. I'd start texting all 1,100 records. So if you kind of want to get more of a breakdown of what that looks like, 1,100 records over 30 days, guys, 7 days a week, unfortunately. You're going to be calling 36 people a day, and you're going to text 36 people a day. Is that a lot?
No.
No. Guys, I'm not even asking much here. I'm just saying, hey, call 36 people a day and text 36 people a day. Insane. Absolutely insane. Crazy. Man, so easy. Then from there, you're going to find some sellers. You're going to lock up some deals. And then you sell to your qualified cash buyers, which you already got. And you close the deal. Guys, if you're method one, there's nothing stopping you from success here. Just do the work. All right, let's get into method two. All right. So method two here is what we're calling our virtual $0 budget. So if you're virtually wholesaling no money, a lot of people say, oh, you have no money. You're virtually just call Zillow leads. That's all you can do. I saw someone, I said, you can either do Zillow or on market. That's all you have. I'm like, dude, there's so much more. So if you're broke and you have no money and you're virtually wholesaling, we got plenty of successful students doing this. So let's talk about it. Step one, find the right virtual wholesale market. It's very similar to step one. You're going to find your title company, closing attorney. You're going to find 15 qualified cash buyers. You might be like, wait, what? What are you talking about? 15? That's way too much, Zach. No. Bro. You're going to find 15. The reason you're going to find 15 is because you do not have time for drawing for dollars. We're going to use that extra drawing for dollars time towards something else, which we'll tell you next. You're going to pull 2 government lists. Again, same thing with the in-person, 500 at least, so about 1,000 government lists. All right. And then you're going to spend 2 hours every night networking inside the Discord, ZachDiscord.com. The reason is the networking is slightly better on ZachDiscord.com. The community is better at Wholesaling.com, but the networking is the best on ZachDiscord.com. And I was actually talking to Sam Ovens today. He is the CEO of School. And I was talking about my school group with him, and I was bouncing some ideas off with him. And he wanted to know more about, fun fact, he wanted to know more about X leads. And he was very curious. He's like, you don't, with his accent, he's like, you don't sell anything. I can't say his accent right. Like, I don't sell anything on School. So he's just like, I don't understand like why, like he's been, him and one of the other co-founders, not Alex Ramosi, the other one of the other co-owners, like, why don't you just sell something, dude? Like, you'd make a killing. And I'm like, and I explained everything I do. He's like, oh, okay. But I'm trying to get him to make Wholesaling.com better than Discord. He did some really cool stuff for me. So he's doing some other cool things, but School's my favorite right now. But I'm telling you right now, Discord is the best for networking. We're trying to get Wholesaling.com up there. We're working on it. But 2 hours a day networking in ZachDiscord.com without even like a thought. Go inside the Discord at like 8 to 10 p.m. And the coolest part about the Discord is you can hop into basically voice chats. So if you remember Clubhouse back in the day, that's basically what it is. You can go into voice chat. It's like a Zoom with 10, 15 other wholesalers, and you just hang out and start talking to other people. There's no cold calling to be happening at 9:30 at night. You hang out with other people. Now, I will warn you, inside the Discord, it's a lot of young kids, a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And it's fun. It's really fun. A lot of the younger wholesalers gravitate towards Discord, and everyone over the age of 30 likes to be in Wholesaling.com. Now, the young people are still in Wholesaling.com because the course is in there. But go to ZachDiscord.com. That's our WAP, but that gives you access to our Discord. And pretty much what that is, you spend 2 hours a day networking in that Discord. I promise you, you're going to get some insane value. And we have so many people just crushing it in that Discord, and they just love to give great advice. And the reason I say that is, first, you're going to find people to JV with in the networking. And what I mean by this, if you go to ZachDiscord.com and you say, hey, I have 15 good cash buyers in Cleveland, you're going to find someone saying in the Discord, hey, man, like, dude, I have 3 deals I locked up in Cleveland. I can't sell them. I can't dispo them. Well, I have 15 buyers. How about we split the deal 50-50? You know, people get their first deal from JVing. It's crazy. All because they just went in the Discord. They posted in Wholesaling.com. I would be in both communities, right? They're all one. I think they're all one, but whatever, right? Go inside the Discord, just hang out with people. It's so fun. I have a blast doing it. And then what you do is you skip trace those 1,000 records. You call in text. You find the sellers. You lock up deals. You lock up JV agreements. Our JV agreements free inside of Wholesaling.com. Go to the download section. JV agreements already in there. And then boom, you sell the deal to a qualified cash buyer and you close. Simple as that. Guys, JVing is the future. in wholesaling real estate, and we're trying to lead the charge here. I believe I want to make a percentage off your wholesale deal than versus just money, a percentage of your bank account, no matter how successful you become. I've always believed that. I think it's kind of, I've never agreed to, hey, let me just take money from your bank account. I'm always like, well, how about I teach you up front for free? I make you successful, and then you start sending me deals for life. I've never really tried to sell wholesaling programs because I just think this is better. We've done things in the past trying to up the JVs. I've always found just helping people out for free has helped me make the most money on the JVs. And so method 3, this is where you get the highest chance of success. Okay. Highest chance of success. Okay. By far is this. So let's break it all down. So first, again, this is kind of familiar, right? You go out here, you try to find the right wholesaling market. Then from there, you find a title company or closing attorney. And then after that, you go out here and you pull 2 government lists. And then what I do is pull at least 2 bigger X leads lists, high equities, vacants, AI stacked lists, whatever it is. Make sure though that they are at least 5,000 altogether. So probably 4,000 X leads lists and then 1,000 from the government. Those would be the ones I do. Then from there, we're going to upload all that data set into X leads. After we upload it, we're going to filter it. Now, you might be like, Zach, what do you mean by filtering it? Well, if I pull, let's say, 500 probates, I'm going to upload into X leads, and then I'm going to filters, and I'm going to filter out anything that's on market. That's just like a no-brainer. Because, I mean, how many times have you marketed a probate that was on market that ended up being a good deal? It's never those, right? Rarely, like never. So you want to upload the government lists in there, make sure it's not on market, make sure that there's some equity, and you'll be good to go. Now, again, the equity part, you're in a creative finance. There's plenty of people in the group that can help you out with that stuff. Then step 5, we're going to skip, trace, export the data. We're going to put it into our Ninja Mode CRM. And that is what we're going to be using. We can use the triple line dialer in there. We can use a single line dialer. We can use the auto texting service inside of Ninja Mode CRM, which is part of X leads. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to hit all 5,000 of these records with what I call the triple tap system. And, you know, we have the Ninja Mode sleeve, but the triple tap system is a never done marketing system inside of wholesaling real estate. The triple tap system basically means we're going to get those 5,000 sellers. We're going to first hit them with an email. Then whoever doesn't answer the email, we're going to hit them with a call. And if they don't answer the call, we're going to hit them with a text. It's that funnel system we talked about yesterday. And I'm telling you, if they don't answer any of that, we also like to hit them with a voicemail. Hey, don't be mad at me. Just saying, the stuff works. Triple tap system, one of my favorite marketing systems out there. And really, there's only one software that could do it. No other software was able to kind of do that. We've asked around before we made X leads. No one could do it. So we had to make our own that would. And then from there, anybody that didn't answer, and let me make this very, very, very clear. We want to get deals really quick. I'm not saying this is the simplest one, but this is going to get deals quicker than anything. If you have called the leads, they didn't answer. You texted them, they didn't answer. You emailed them because emails are included on X leads, they didn't answer. You're probably going to have about 2,000 leads that didn't answer. Here's the thing with most sellers. You call, text, email, and they don't answer. Most wholesalers say, yeah, whatever. Go there, let me pull another list. That's a gold mine because that means 10 other people try to call them. Nobody picked up. Nobody talked to them. That's a list of 2,000 that has no saturation pretty much. You just got to get a hold of them. There's one tried and true way to get somebody to go talk to you after they don't want to talk to you. Actually, 2 ways. Number 1, you knock on their door. 3, actually, number 1, you knock on their door. Number 2, you put a bandit sign on their house. Classic Rick marketing method. And number 3, you put a sticky note on their door. Sticky notes on the door. Say, hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question about your house. Please call me back. Like, curiosity is going to be an intrigue. Everyone's going to call that. Is that my ex-lover from 40 years ago? Right? Is that Sarah from Malcolm High School? Right? Does she finally want me now? You know, people are crazy. Human beings like to think of the craziest scenarios in their head. They see a note, they're like, oh my gosh, this has to be this person.
Curiosity.
Okay. And so it's funny, like, bro, like Sarah's married with 4 kids. She don't want to talk to you, but Zach wants to talk to you and he wants to buy your house. Okay. So reverse drive for dollars on all the unanswered leads. So if you want, there's a map feature inside of XLead Ninja Mode. You can go to the App Store, the apps inside of Ninja Mode, and you can basically download a route tracking app. Gemini is probably one of my favorite free ones to do, but reverse drive for dollars, all the non-answered leads, find the sellers, lock up the deals, do some JVs, sell your deal to a cash buyer on X leads. I like to go in the flippers tab on investor leads. All the buyers pop up right there. Let me show that really quick. Let's see here. All right, here we are. So literally what I do, and this is the quickest way to find a cash buyer in X leads. You have to have the Pro, the Explained on here, but you just go to lead pipes, investor leads. Let's just pick Las Vegas. Pick up Las Vegas. Alrighty. Load it up here. Let's just find a random one. Nicholas DeVete. All right. No. 52 is a little much. Let's do TBG Investments. Here we go. So TBG Investments right here. This guy is legit, like a legit buyer. I don't know if you can tell or not, but this guy's like legit buying houses. He looks like he's bought 68. He owns 68 properties in a rental, and he's flipped over 72. He's made $14 million in profits, verified. Do you see a pattern of where he likes to flip houses?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty obvious, right? Yep. He likes to buy in this area and this area. So if I lock up a deal in this area right here, like if I lock up a deal in the Seven Hills area, he's my buyer. Or Green Range Valley, he's my buyer. Now, cool part, look at this. In X Leads, you can find, this is my favorite thing he does. Do you see this? This is the landlord tab in X Leads. Do you see where he owns rentals? Oh my gosh, I hate when it does this. Stupid map box. Okay, do you see a pattern of where he likes to own rental properties? Do you see a pattern?
Yep.
Do you see a pattern where he likes to flip houses?
Yep.
It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. And all you do is get their phone number right there. You call them up. Boom. Done. And I'm telling you, calling a buyer up is the fastest way. Done. That's all I do. Okay. That's all I do to find cash buyers. It's the best dispo software out there. You could also make a post. So you could actually list your property on X Leads. You could also go out here and make a listing and blast that out via email to cash buyers. That works out. You can email them, right? There's so many ways. Like, you can do it with any, it's just a dispo. It's the best dispo software out there. So go out here and do it like that. And then from there, sell it to an X Leads cash buyer, close the deal. Boom. Simple as that. Then you just go out here and close the deal. And so really overall, if you're a wholesaler looking to get money and looking to get deals, the moral of the story is let sellers know who you are. Give them this crazy lowball offer. Lock up the deal. Find a cash buyer. Send it to the title company. Right?
Yep.
Get the assignment signed. Walk through. Done. And so if I had 30 seconds to tell you what to do in this entire challenge, find motivated sellers. Offer to buy their house. Lock up a deal. Find a cash buyer. Sign the assignment. Wait till closing day. Follow up and boom. Close the seller.
That's it.
That's it. You got to do the work.
Buy low, sell medium. That's the game of wholesaling in real estate.
Oh, I love that. So many people like they'll try to make an $80,000 assignment fee and then they just lose the entire deal. They could have just made a 70 and just gone from there.
Or they try to buy medium and sell high. That's not wholesaling. That's speculating. So buy low, sell medium. Don't obsess about the comps and repeat over and over. And that's how you learn the game.
So guys, this is the 30-day wholesaling challenge. Again, the challenge is for you to actually go out here. Do you see the skill set in this challenge is to just consistently do the work? That is it. And so if you're doing the free methods, method 1 and 2, awesome. You will beat anybody on method 3 if you do it every day. I'm asking for 36 calls and 36 texts a day. That's it. Now, if you want to add digital bandit signs, please do it. You want to add email blasting, please do it. But you don't forget your 36 calls and 36 texts you have to make for during the day. And if you are doing the 5,000, that comes out to pop it up. If you're doing 5,000, that pops out to 167 calls, 167 texts, which is really simple. That's really easy. And then 16 reverse drive for dollars or 16 drawing for dollars leads, and you're good to go. So guys, what more is there to do? Well, what I tell you to do is if you want to go out here and have the best success with wholesaling, I do recommend X Leads. You don't need to get it, but I will tell you this, and I'm telling you, like, I'm not even trying to be like funny about this, but just go to xleads.com and sign up right now. The reason I'm telling you this, and I'm making this our thing. We sent an email out to everyone today, and I'm going to tell everyone, this is the only time I'm going to say it live, but like I'm giving everyone my final warning on X Leads. Version 3 is going to come out in under 45 days. We're 30 to 60 days. I'd say about 45 days away, maybe even 30. I think it's definitely going to come out in August, and version 3 is going to come out for the 1-year anniversary of X Leads. And all I'm going to tell you is we're adding so much stuff on there. I don't know if we can keep the price the same. One thing I'll tell you is the one thing we always do in X Leads is whatever the price you signed up with, you keep. So last time I gave you guys a warning, just telling you the truth. I said, hey, it's $49 a month for the X Leads annual. Get it now or you're going to regret it. Next day, it goes up to $81 for the yearly, which is an insane deal. And everyone cried to me. And they're like, well, that's just what it is. We have thousands of people who did that $49 a year plan. And guess what? Next year, when they're going to renew, they're going to pay $49 a month for the annual. And if they keep it for 10 years, it's going to be $49. I do not care. It's our loyalty thing, but I'll tell you this, if you do not sign up for X Leads and the prices do get raised, I'm not going to guarantee they do. I'm not going to guarantee they don't. But if there is a price raise or something like that, don't cry to me. We are not doing a discount though. We don't discount X Leads. So just don't cry to me. Okay. And I'll tell you this, if you already have X Leads, I'm telling you this right now, you're going to be grandfathered in and we're going to add some. All I'm going to tell you, if you have X Leads right now, I'm not even trying to get anyone to sign up for X Leads just for a second. If you have X Leads right now, if you have the Pro plan, X plan, or Basic plan, there are some insane things coming down the line in the next 30 days. And you are going to be very, very, very happy with me. That's all I'm going to say. And even if you don't ever sign up for X Leads, the whole entire wholesaling community is going to benefit because as long as you know somebody who has X Leads, you're going to get anything dispoed. So we're pretty excited about it. And so that's why I say do it from there. And then most importantly, if you have not joined our free wholesaling.com community, that's where my entire wholesaling course is at. My free CRM, my free, like everything, all my information, scripts, tips, all these things, all of Rick on here, all this stuff. Go to freewholesaling.com and we'll see you soon. I'm going to go live tomorrow in ZachDiscord.com. But here's the thing. If you want the link to my live stream in the Discord, it's all in freewholesaling.com. One place. So guys, this is Zach signing out of the 30 Wholesaling Challenge. I cannot wait to see your results in the next 30 days. We're ready to go. So this is Zach signing out. Do the action, do the work, and let's go. Go to freewholesaling.com.
Rick signing out, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you, tomorrow? Are you doing it?
I'm doing the Discord at noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow.
It won't be live. It won't be on YouTube, though.
I got it. You got to go to ZachDiscord.com.
That's it. All right, guys.
Awesome,
30
guys.
Wholesaling Challenge. We'll see you soon.
Thanks,
Have
guys.
a blessed one.